Worm, Arc 26, Sting, Part 1. One of Rachel's dogs growled long and loud, an alien, unsure sound. She shushed it, setting her hand on the side of its head. Cozen mumbled. The smell. The smell. Summer heat, the mingled scent of blood, shit, and overripe bodies, with traces of other things in the wind. Caustic chemicals, ozone, smoke, burned flesh, and plastic. It wasn't unfamiliar. Not an exact combination of smells I'd smelled before, but it put me in mind of Brockton Bay in the days soon after Leviathan had attacked. I looked up at the man who'd been strung up overhead, spread-eagled. Chains stretched from his wrists to buildings on opposite sides of the street, and more chains extended from his ankles to the bases of the same buildings. A number was carved on his chest, 117. Beneath him, the sign from outside the town limits had been slammed down onto the hoods of two cars so it stood upright. Welcome to Killington, heart of the Green Mountains. They probably thought it was funny, especially with the bloody handprint on the word heart. They got the children too, Cozen whispered as she averted her eyes from a mother who had died holding her child, both burned black. The only parts of their body that hadn't burned were patches of skin in the shapes of numbers. 254, 255. Two of the Red Hands, Getaway, and Rifle had come along for the ride. They were sticking close by her and formed a small contingent with Gru as a consequence. Getaway wore a cowl with a hood that peeked in the front to the center of his mask. His costume had straight, clean lines, as though he'd modeled it after a car. Rifle, by contrast, didn't look like he wore a costume. He was dressed like a special ops agent, complete with a complicated night vision mount around his eyes, a number of scopes with lenses glowing in hues ranging from blue to red. Violet scopes were currently fixed over his real eyes. He carried a weapon, a modified gun that wasn't, as far as I could figure it, an actual rifle. It looked like it was set to fire specialized loads from canisters. Of course they got children, I thought. I had to bite back a retort. Why was she here if she wasn't ready for this? But she wasn't a fighter. None of the Red Hands were, really. They were professional thieves. Break in, get out, sell the goods. They were, maybe, what the Undersiders might have been with a little more luck, slightly different personalities, and a quieter existence. Without me, even. The Undersiders had made it for a year and a few months with their original strategy, avoiding fights, slipping away, staying off the radar. They would fight when they had to, but they didn't make it a thing. The fact that they didn't have firepower meant they couldn't make it a thing. If anyone got into trouble, it was the dogs. And then I joined. Starting with the bank robbery, I pushed them to switch up tactics, catch the enemy off guard. If I'd never joined, what would have happened? Maybe the bank robbery wouldn't have worked out, and one of them would have been picked off and arrested. Maybe they would have taken a different direction with the robbery. Bakuda might have killed them. Coyle might have pushed them to be more aggressive as he scaled up his plans. Or they could have found a way, could have continued going the way they did, less violent in general. Some good, some bad. Rachel might never have reached the point she was at now. Gru wouldn't necessarily have gone through what he did. Regent might be alive. I glanced again at Cozen, saw her looking at me in turn, catching me looking, really. What? She asked. You don't need to be here. You'll be happier in the long run if you aren't. Nothing, I responded. She looked annoyed, but she didn't say anything. There was a kind of art to the setup. No doubt at all that it was a display, a showpiece. Trails of blood, ash, and other substances marked where bodies had been moved. They were spaced out just enough that we would run into a fresh one just as we left the last behind. I might have missed it if not for my swarm sense. The bodies were placed at positions high and low, the methods of death differing here and there, but there was a pattern to their distribution. The kind of pattern that might become clear if one were to set up a map and note the location of each body on it. A spiral. I pointed the way to the central point of the spiral. I could see a plume of smoke in that general direction. Not the middle of Killington. Skewed off-center. Weaver, report, Revel's voice. I'm here, I responded. I kept a finger at my ear to make it clear that I wasn't talking to myself. Killington? Yes. Progress is slow. I'm sweeping the area for traps and potential ambush, and I'm marking a path to travel for when the others get here. We saw the two traps at the outset. There are more confirmed? Yeah, I'm not touching anything. Pass on word that any capes entering the area should be hands off. I activated one, and it was only a decoy, a prelude to a gas attack. One of Bonesaw's, I think. Gru warded it off. No casualties. I'll make doubly sure to pass on word about the traps and about the route you've cleared. I would have warned them anyways. The initial casualties were enough, with the helicopter and first responders. Give me a second. I led the way as our group rounded a corner and saw the smoldering wreckage of the helicopter, smoke still streaming skyward. The collision apparently hadn't been enough to topple the corpse that stood upright in the middle of the intersection, desiccated. A number was drawn on the mummy's chest in blood, number 36. I could make out a tripwire strung between him and another corpse, a woman. She had apparently been shot execution style, propped upright on her knees. A number, again, had been drawn out in the midst of the blood spatter from the original wound. Number 265. The tripwire was almost obvious, coated in congealed blood. Red string, I thought. In Japanese superstition, it was the string that bound lovers. The pieces suggested crimson and winter. Neither was Japanese, but the idea of mingling romantic imagery with violence in that way fit them. The red knight and the soldier. I've got the feed open now, Revel said, seeing what you're seeing. Only part of it. The way the bodies are laid out, it's a spiral. I think it all points to something. Making our way in. Technically, you aren't. You've stopped. Tripwires, I said. Being very, very careful. I like being careful, Imp commented. She'd only be hearing one side of the conversation. Careful is good. Keeps us alive. Being too careful gets you killed, Rachel commented. Of everyone present, she seemed least concerned with the amount of death that surrounded us. Then again, that didn't surprise me. Have to act when you see the chance. You want to hop on your dog's back and charge ahead? Imp asked. Go activate every trap between here and wherever? No. I like careful, Imp restated for the record. Let's be careful. Yeah, fine. I pointed to indicate. Obvious tripwire here. Covered in blood. Connects to the two bodies and, I think, claymores at the base of that building over there. There are other tripwires around it. Look too hard at it, miss the others. I think there's a pressure plate, too. I'm not sure what to call that. I don't see anything that could be a pressure plate, Gru observed. I pointed at a pane of glass at the base of a pile of rubble. It was broken, with a narrow thread of wood still attached along the one edge that was straight and unbroken. Maybe. Kind of hard to believe, he said, because we could see through it? Yeah, but it was situated beside a pile of rubble, and the balance of the glass with the surrounding brick and concrete seemed too convenient. Was there something attached to the edge of the glass where we couldn't see? If the glass was broken, would the wood weigh the remaining fragment down and pull something? Let's play it safe. We avoid the tripwires. We avoid the glass. Whatever you say. I'm all for playing safe, he responded. I led the way around the trap. I left a trail of dead bugs behind us as we made our way to the center, murdering them with larger bugs and mashing them into the ground. A path. I wondered about Gru. Couldn't read his expression. Couldn't note his tone either. Was he thinking about the same thing I was thinking? We'd already fallen for one trap. Not here, but back in Brockton Bay. Back then, when he'd had his second trigger event. It had been the 9 back then, and though he wasn't giving me any clues there was something wrong, he wasn't indicating that he was his old self, from back in the good old days. I suspected he hadn't fully bounced back, even after all this time, might never. We circled around, 8 teenage girls, sitting in a circle, crowns of splintered wood nailed through their skulls. One had fallen over in response to the wind, but the others were still upright, propped up with wooden planks nailed into their spines. Less blood than the head wounds, I noted. Some pre-death, others post. The numbers were on the pieces of wood, registration numbers or something from the crate that had been smashed for materials. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 9. I looked up. Number 8 sat on the bulb of a streetlight, a long dress blowing in the wind, directly above the circle. Her crown was the tallest, and for her to be so rigid, there had to be a whole assortment of planks nailed to her. 9 kings, I said. A woman king? Imp asked. She's the victim, I said. The killer is her husband, for lack of a better word. They've resurrected all of the old members. Cloned them, Revel said. Clones, I mused, agreeing. My suspicions were confirmed, and I wasn't surprised. I'd hoped for different, but the reality of what we faced had been hinted at early on, when it had been revealed that the Nine had hit a tinker's laboratory and made off with materials that could be used to mass-produce life forms. King, the leader, the founder of the group. Were the numbers in an order corresponding to when they had joined, then? Would the second member of the Nine be 10 through 18? Got a live one, Imp called out, interrupting my thoughts. Kind of alive. I turned to look. A fat man was shifting in a restless way, his chest rising and falling quickly in unsteady movements. One arm jerked. Leave him, I said. Don't touch. He could be a witness, Rifle said. Or a trap, I responded. I doubt he's in a state to fill us in on anything. We'll move on. Wait for heroes to follow the path I'm marking. They'll handle medical care for wounded. That's fucked up, Rifle said. We could at least put him out of his misery then. I'm not willing to get close enough to check, I said. And I'm not willing for you to get close either. Parian started. Then she stopped. The fat man deflated in an instant as a small collection of what looked like trilobites found their way out of his rear end. Slick with gore, they darted forward a short distance on their hundreds of little legs, then turned our way, bristling with spines. Tails trailed behind each of them, twice as long as the foot-long creatures, narrow, with stingers on the ends. I could hear a hissing, but I wasn't sure if it was from the creatures or the way the spines rubbed against one another. Oh, God, she said. She took a step back, with Foyle stepping forward, as if to defend her. Breed's power, I said. They're mostly harmless for now. For now? Rifle asked. I watched as they made their way up the side of a building to a corpse that was hung there. The corpse had been cut into sections, the arms and legs each severed at the joints and reconnected with lengths of chain. Breed's creatures found their way into the body through the holes in the neck, mouth, and rear end. It jerked a little as they worked bodies the size of footballs into apertures only a fraction of that size, then went still. For now, I answered Rifle. They start off the size of a lemon, lurk in spots where they can get access to orifices or sites of injury, or like you see here, corpses, inside beer bottles, in toilet bowls, bed covers, on the underside of kitchen tables, even inside food. Then they burrow inside, wait until the target is still and quiet for an hour or two, paralyze the target, and emit pheromones to call others of their kind to them. They devour the target from the inside out, molt once or twice as they digest the fats and proteins they ate, then find a new target. It's a process that takes a week to 2 weeks, depending on the availability of food sources. I could see Getaway shift position, folding his hands behind his back, as if he could shield his rear end. His mouth had shut into a firm line. His nose was still unprotected, I noted. Even Rachel seemed a little concerned. She glanced at her dog. They aren't a danger to us, I said. Probably. They choose easier targets over harder ones, and there are enough corpses around here that we aren't worth the trouble. What we should worry about is the later stages. When they're about the size of a full-grown human being, they'll do 2 or 3 major molts with big physical changes, gaining some natural weapons, including a pellet spit that kind of acts like a shotgun blast with fragments that dissolve into flesh-melting acid. Rifle said. You know this how? Imp asked. Read his file, I answered. Shouldn't we kill them before they get big? Foyle asked. Not worth the time it would take to track them down, I said. We don't have any strong offensive powers. They're durable against stuff like conventional ammunition and physical blows, and he generally produces about 9 or 10 per day. That was 10, Getaway said. Even assuming it's only been 1 day since Breed woke up, I said. The scenes they've left behind suggest there are 9 clones of each copy of the 9. Going by the numbers. 29 copies at least. Revel said. 29 copies, I said. 250 plus members of the 9 currently active. 9 breeds among them, meaning there are probably 9 other clusters around here, taking advantage of abundant food. Breeds creatures. Can you control them? This from Revel, taking advantage of the stunned silence. I glanced up at the body the things had invaded. I tailored my response so both Revel and the Undersiders could make sense of it. I can't control those things, and I can't sense them either. A shame. That would simplify things just a little. It would. I wouldn't have minded the firepower either, even with their particular diet. Let's keep moving, I said. If we stop for every horror show, we might be stuck here a while. My gut's telling me time is of the essence. I'm feeling a little out of my depth, Getaway said, his voice quiet as he fell into step to keep up. That's a good instinct, I replied without looking at him. Trust it. You're telling me to leave? I can't make you do anything, I said. But you think I should leave? If you feel like you should, yeah. And does that extend to me and Rifle? Cozen asked, her tone cold. I don't know. Yeah, if your instincts tell you to go, then get going now, I said. I pointed at the ground around a hose. There was a puddle that had spread beneath the hose's opening. My bugs had died on contact with it. Acid, not water. Don't walk in it. Rachel, watch your dogs. Rachel grunted acknowledgement. Don't change the subject. You want us gone, Cozen said. No, all the help we can get is appreciated, I said. I glanced at her. At the same time, if push comes to shove and you can't hold it together, it's going to hurt us all. You don't think we can hold it together? Cozen asked. You're an unknown quantity. Anyone else that's here, I can trust them to hold their own because I know how they operate. I don't know you. I don't know how you react in a crisis, how you'll respond if you're pushed to the edge, one way or another. Gru and the others are vouching for you, so I'm shelving those concerns and trusting they have a good sense of your abilities. I'll maintain that trust until you give me an indication I shouldn't. Getaway saying he's spooked is an indication. I'm spooked, Imp said. Can I go home and sit on the couch in my underwear, eating cake? I'll cross my fingers for you guys, if you want. You're talking like you're in charge, Cozen said. Gru leads the Undersiders. I'm not an Undersider, I said. It doesn't matter, I'm in charge anyways. And Gru can speak for himself, I thought, but I didn't say it aloud. I could see her reacting to that, even without the extra quip. I watched expressions cross her face: irritation, anger, indignation, and a trace of fear. Gru is a good leader, I said, but this is my project, something I've been working towards and thinking about for the last 2 years. Leaving the Undersiders, making contacts, helping hold things together, maintaining the peace, and eliminating possible issues. Everything I did, it's been to prepare for this in some fashion. A little unilateral, don't you think? It's her project, Gru said. My orders are to follow her orders. I could see how little she liked that, but she maintained a professional demeanor. Accepted. You realize we don't have to follow your orders? Gru nodded, silent. Cozen seemed to come to a decision. We will anyways. As Weaver pointed out, this is unfamiliar ground for us. We'll defer to your experience. Thank you, Gru and I said, almost in sync. I turned away to hide my smile, in case it could be made out beneath the fabric of my mask. Progress was slow. The traps seemed to accrue in number as we drew closer to the center, as did the corpses. More than once we were forced to take the long way around, as traps or pools of acid barred our paths. We passed an area with rows of identical-looking cabins, then ran into the Protectorate. Chevalier, Exalt, and others, examining the area a block and a half away. I got their attention, then pointed in the direction we were headed. It wasn't much more effort to mark out traps around them as well. I made sure to mark each with a cluster of bugs, and bug letters spelling out the nature of the danger. Less trouble to move in parallel directions than reunite. The center of the spiral wasn't the center of the town in a geographic sense, but in a sense of where the town's heart and focus were. We closed in on the front steps of what looked to be a town hall. Empty ski racks stood to our right, 2 draped with corpses that had been flung and broken over them. By the time we were halfway through the plaza, navigating a maze where we tried to find a path that didn't force us to tread on potential traps or corpses, Tecton and the others had caught up, reaching the edge of the area. Thoughts? Revel asked. Before you reach the center of the display? He wanted to present this for effect, I said. It's why he set up pyrotechnical stuff to blow any aircraft out of the sky. The traps are to force us to take our time, force us to savor it. Savor? Gru asked. Everything Jack does is for effect. The same way a dog sort of raises its hackles to look bigger, tougher, or the way we used our reputation to seem more unstoppable than we were. Jack keys his actions for psychological effect. All of this is to scare, to drive us to hesitate when it comes to confronting him, push us to think of ways to avoid dealing with him instead of ways to catch up to him and beat his face in. Or, conversely, some personality types might get pushed to be reckless, to deal with him so he couldn't bother them anymore. I glanced at Rachel as I said that last bit. She'd instructed her dogs to stay so they wouldn't trip any of the traps in our way. I made my way over a hump of bodies. The members of the 9 who'd spilled acid all over the place had melted 9 police officers and left them in a heap. Crawler? Only one that fit. Our destination was the kind of spot, like a courthouse's steps, where someone could give a speech. There were 2 objects covered in tarps, a man who was in a reclining position at the far end of the stairs, and 10 dead bodies arrayed in a star shape, limbs bent to mark the direction of the spiral. I checked under the tarps, then bit my lip. I turned around and gave Golem instructions as he made his way past the traps. He created platforms to step over to serve as a shortcut. Grace, Tecton, Wanton, and Cuff hung back, looking grim. They were joined by Chevalier and the others. Golem joined me at the top of the stairs. "How's your headspace?" I asked. "Terrified. In a way that's going to impact our job here?" No. You told me what to expect. Kind of. I didn't imagine this." I shook my head. "No." There was a voice from beneath the other tarp. A strangled scream. "What was that?" "A recording," I lied. Then I elaborated. "It's a trap. 2 tarps. Have to guess the right one. Guess the wrong one and you blow up. This one. Move the tarp." He hesitated. "Trust me," I said. Even as I lie for everyone's benefit, Rachel and Golem worked together to move the tarp aside. A television. "The tape's already in the machine. You can hit play to start it," the man sitting at the edge of the stairs said. "Wait, Weaver. Stop." "Who was that?" Revel asked. "Who?" I asked. "What do you mean?" "Look to your right." I did. The other tarp, more corpses, the man who was now standing at the edge of the stairs, the little crenellation at the top of the stairs railing, then beyond that, cabins, restaurants, hotels and motels, the rest of the town, and mountains in the background. "Not sure I get what you're saying," I said. "What's wrong?" Gru asked. "I don't know. I'm getting communications from Revel, and she's acting funny." "Here," the man said. "Let me get that for you." The other stepped out of the way as he approached me, Golem, and the television set. He reached for the play button. I caught his wrist. "He's dangerous," Revel said. "I beg your pardon?" the man asked. "Attack." "Attack?" I shook my head a little, releasing the man's wrist. "I appreciate the offer, sir, but let's be safe and make sure this isn't a trap." "Can't argue with that," he said, smiling. "This is what hell is like," Revel said. "Listen to me." "Tattletale, are you there?" I asked. "I am." "Tattletale?" Revel asked. "Damn all of you. It doesn't matter. Listen, Taylor, master and stranger protocols are in effect. Your perceptions are altered, understand?" I felt my heart quicken a little at that. "I understand. There is a person to your right, not a teammate, former or current. I need you to kill that person. Don't ask why. Don't think too much about it. Draw your knife." I drew my knife. "Look, I'll tell you who to attack." I glanced to my right, my eyes falling on Rachel. It was a bit presumptuous to say she wasn't a teammate. Not a team player, but she'd done her share. "No, to her right." I looked past the man and set my eyes on Golem. "I'm more inclined to think you're a voice in my head that's fucking with me than to suspect Golem's up to something, but—" "Oh, hell," Revel said. "I got this. Taylor, do me a favor. Give the order to go dark." "Go dark," I said. To my left, Gru surrounded himself in thick darkness. Nothing happened. It didn't work. Wait. A spray of blood leaped from the man's throat. We each stepped away, and I hurried forward to stop Rachel from backing into the other tarp. We watched in stunned silence as blood poured from the wound. "Hey," a female voice said, "do me a favor. Let me know if there are any traps at the bottom of the stairs." "Who?" Golem started. "Just tell me." "Acid," I said, raising my knife so I could defend myself if I had to. Imp appeared as she booted the bleeding man in the small of the back. He rolled down the stairs, leaving spatters and sprays of blood as he made his way down, and then collapsed in a pile of bodies. He started screaming, a gurgling sound. I could see Chevalier and the others staring in shock, adopting fighting stances, unsure of how to proceed. It looked like Chevalier was talking to someone, gesturing with his free hand. Was it Revel on the comms? My shtick, Imp spat the words at the dying man. I could mark the moment he died because the blanks in my perception began to fill in. Nice guy, I thought. I'd badly underestimated the severity of his power. I'd known he would be in their roster, had kept it in mind throughout, even told myself to be ready for him, and then the moment we ran into him, well, he was another face in the crowd. The connection wasn't possible. I watched as the acid ate away at him, burns creeping upward and spreading across his flesh, bubbling as it reached the cartilage of his nose and ears. Thank you, Tattletale, Revel said. All good. I think I can tolerate your presence on this channel for the moment, provided you don't cause any trouble that makes me regret it. I'd do that anyways, so one more trap down. Keep in mind there are 8 more of him. What was he going to do? Golem asked. Probably ask you all to stand there and stay still while he murdered each of you in turn, Tattletale said. Oh, Tattletale, I said. Call my phone and I'll put you on speaker. Okay, let's see. 63055. Revel started. My phone rang. I picked up and put Tattletale on speaker as Revel sighed audibly in my ear. Is the video player safe? I asked. I turned my head towards the television. Yeah, all the rest of this, it's to scare. It's also meant to delay. Jack probably expected the heroes to take a little while to find this to get by the traps. The spiral you mentioned, it would have been maybe a day or two before they put the pieces together, then another 3 to 6 hours before they navigated it to the center. Yay us, Imp said. She got more powerful, I thought. She'd been able to speak while using her power. Nuances. Press play. I hit the button. It was Jack, here in the center of the plaza. The camera wobbled as someone followed him, recording. I could see shadows of the other Slaughterhouse 9 in the background. Hookwolf, Skinslip, Night Hag. This message is intended for Theodore Anders, Kaiser's son. Stop the video here and go find him. Time is of the essence, I should say. How much essence and time you have available depends on how incompetent you heroes are. Hurry now, I'll wait. No need to wait, Tattletale commented. He's standing right here. There were a few looks of surprise at that. Eyes fell on Golem. There was a pause. Then Jack started speaking. You missed the deadline, Theodore. Simple game of hide and seek, and you had 2 years to do it, to find and kill me. You failed. Golem's gloves made a small creaking sound as he clenched his fists. You remember the deal, right? 2 years to find me. 2 years, you fight past my minions, you look me in the eye, and then you kill me. And if you fail, 1,000 people die. Your sister joins them, and you're the last on the list. Golem, Revel said. She started to say something else, but Jack cut her off. That pain you feel, that self-loathing, the fear and dawning realization of what you've done, capture that, Theodore Anders. Hold on to that feeling and use it, because I'm pulling your leg. Golem startled as if he'd been slapped. His eyes had lowered, and now they returned to the screen. Circumstances beyond my control delayed me, so I'm going to do you the favor of extending the deadline, and you're going to do me the favor of forgiving my lateness. Agreed? Agreed. Can we not agree? Imp asked, uselessly. Jack continued. This is a prelude. See, all of these guys just woke up, and they needed a chance to stretch, flex their abilities, and make sure everything works right. Turn the camera around, Bonesaw dear. The camera panned around. There were other members of the Slaughterhouse 9 present, standing in a loose half-circle. Hundreds of them. 9 of each. 30 groups. I recognized most, could guess as to the others, who didn't have their powers or full transformations going. In the middle of that semicircle, lying on the ground, civilians had their hands folded on the backs of their heads. In many cases, they'd been stacked like cordwood, many bound, others too terrified to move. Oh God, Golem said. Jack spoke, his voice calm, clearly relishing this. The camera returned to him, focusing on his face. I promised 1,000 bodies, 1,000 kills if you failed to meet the challenge we set in our bargain. Except there's a bit of a problem. See, things have changed. The Endbringers have apparently doubled down. Terror is a fact of life. As commodities go, this one has depreciated quite a bit in the time I've been gone. We've really got to step up my game if I'm going to pass muster and get on the front page of the paper, don't you agree? No, Golem said. Silent, I took his hand, holding it. My eyes didn't leave the screen as I studied it for details. matching members of the Slaughterhouse Nine to the files I'd studied in recent months. Now, I'm still a man of my word, Jack said. The original deal stands, of course. That's why each member of my army here is going to walk away with 3 or 4 of the locals here. We've whittled down the number to an even 999. Let's say you have, until the 24th, 5 days. We watched in silence. What's the rub, the trick? If you fail to kill me, I disband the 9. What? Imp asked. What? I frowned. Not what I expected. That's not an enticement to leave me alive, Jack purred the words, sounding pleased with himself. See, Bonesaw did a very good job of putting my army together. Each is in the prime of their life, fit, in fighting shape. Aw, shucks, a girl's voice said off-screen. Their psychologies are close to what they should be, all things considered, except for tweaks here and there. I'm good when it comes to wrangling the wicked, but Bonesaw apparently felt 280 would be too many, even for me. She's made them loyal. They'll listen better. The most unpredictable and dangerous have been touched up, the edges rounded off, while interacting with me anyways. I won't sully your experience on that front. No, they're obedient and servile only when I require them to be. If you fail in your task, then I'll give them one last task, to kill the 1,000 people we agreed to in the terms of our wager, and then I'll disband the group. They'll be free to run rampant, to do as they see fit. Wreak chaos. I'll take a vacation, sit back with a Mai Tai, and watch the show. Fuck me, Tattletale said. Fuck, I echoed her, agreeing. Golem, for his part, had gone stone still. I'll be leaving members of the Slaughterhouse Nine behind at regular intervals as I beat a not-so-hasty retreat. Your choice if you deal with them or leave them be. But if I get one report from them that you're getting help, one report that you're using others as a crutch, then that's it. Order goes out, hostages die, 9 go off leash, and you get to watch the body count rise. 5 days, Theodore. Noon on the 24th. I look forward to meeting you. The video cut out. Tattletale? I asked. Already on it. Words going out to all the major players. I noted Chevalier's approach. He had used Golem's platform to reach the base of the stairs, stepping around Nice Guy. Major players? Gru asked. Everyone Tattletale's been meeting with, I said. I heard through the feed, Chevalier said. The restrictions stand. The restrictions stand, I agreed. I explained for the benefit of the others. We treat this as a CMERG situation. Control feedback, control exposure. Anyone and everyone that potentially comes in contact with Jack could be a factor in Dinah's end-of-the-world scenario. Powerful individuals are especially important in this. The more powerful they are, the more important it is to minimize or prevent contact. I probably sound dumb as I ask this, Imp said, raising a hand as if she were asking a question in class. But what about the nearly 300 lunatic psycho people with crazy powers that he's threatening to unleash on the world? We'll deal with them, I said. With your okay, Chevalier? He fell silent. Chevalier, I thought. Yes, you proposed your strike squad. You've shown their ability to deal with different situations. Fine, but I'm assigning 2 tertiary squads to you. Chicago and Brockton Bay teams. I was going to say, they're teams I'm familiar with, I said. Please. He fell silent again. Work with me here, and if we're all standing at the end, I'm yours. Whatever you want to use me for, however, it doesn't matter. If this blows over and the end of the world doesn't happen, like some think it won't, then the deal stands. I'll get in contact with Miss Militia and Crucible. If it's all right, can we have Clock Blocker take control of the wards for this excursion? Whatever you need, Chevalier said. You realize we're pinning a lot on you? On Golem more than me, I said. We're going to cheat our way through this, bend every rule, but it all hinges on Golem being able to hold his own. Jack's going to try to set Golem up with a long chain of lose-lose situations, Tattletale said. Force him to either let the innocents die and maintain the chase, or let Jack pull away. We already got one big advantage by getting to this tape as fast as we did. Let's not show our hand. Dragon's on the line. We've got Dragon's Teeth and Azazel models moving to the front. Close in the net, then act decisively, I said. Coordinated strikes. If the Thanda are willing, a meteor strike in the right time and place could do wonders. There were nods of agreement from around the group. Golem turned around and walked away. Golem, I said. He was already halfway down the stairs. He used the panels at his waist to form an even footpath, with hands turned at right angles, positioned where he could put his feet on them. "Golem," I called out. I handed my phone to Gru, then hurried after him. He stopped as he set his foot on the first outstretched hand of pavement, but he didn't turn around. His voice was low, barely a whisper. "Stop, Taylor. Leave me alone, please." "You're running?" No, I'm definitely in. I have to be, don't I?" But But this is a lot to take in. Jack, he talked to me about ripples, about stuff extending outward, the lives that are affected. I remember. You told me that. Right here, in this dinky little ski resort, he murdered a few hundred people, just as a warm-up. How many people on the periphery of it all are affected? How many people across America, across the world, know people in Killington? Or know the people who know people in this town? You can't think about things on that scale. I have to. Jack does, and I have to understand him. If I don't pay attention to it, if I ignore it all, pursuing only the end result, the target, then I'm acting like my dad. Kind of. Either way, I lose. You care about the people who died, and you're thinking about them that way for a good reason. That's not putting you on a path to being like either of them. But that kind of consideration, letting it really sink in, it eats away at you, doesn't it? Shouldn't it? It should, I said. There's a reason we go numb, and I get that, but I don't want to go down that road, not so quickly. Not knowing just how easy it would be to revel in it, or to stop caring about the dead. I'm there, and what? The stoic face on his helm stared down at the ground. Theo? I hear you guys talking about it, and you're right there in your element. This is something that you've been working on for a long time, and there's almost an excitement to you. Like you've been in a kind of stasis for the entire time I've known you, and only now are you really coming back to life. It's not like that, I said. No. I mean, I'm not blaming you or saying you're a bad person. You're good at this, at taking a challenge head on, finding workarounds, manipulating the system to our advantage. You're doing it for good reasons, to help, to stop bad people. I saw glimmers of that excitement, of the real Weaver, while you were dealing with our bosses and making connections, offering deals to the bad guys you thought you could bring to our side. But I've spent a long time thinking about Jack and watching old footage of him and figuring out my enemy, my nemesis, and it's like, that's you. Me. You're his nemesis, Weaver. I'm the reason he's here, the reason these people died like this. But you're his counterpart, his mirror. You've got that same excitement Jack has. You think along the same lines in strategy and counter-strategy. You thrive on conflict, just like he does. And I'm not like that. I couldn't muster a response. So right now, you should go back. Forget I said this because I'm regretting opening my mouth already. Work on formatting the strategies you already worked out to fit around the rules of Jack's game, because that's a good thing. It's what we need. But let me have half an hour or however long I need to myself, until we stop waiting and stop letting Jack think we haven't found the tape yet. Let me take a moment and think about these people. You're not to blame for them, I said. The 9 would have killed anyways. I know, I get that. But I played a part in the sequence of events, and maybe these people wouldn't have been the ones to die if I hadn't made that wager with Jack. And I guess I think everyone else that cares has better things to do. You trained me, the others trained me. I guess I'm as ready as I could ever be. I'll fight when the time comes, wade through the gauntlet he sets in his wake, and I'll succeed or fail. But I'm not a strategist, and these people need someone to mourn them. Let me be useful in my own way, right here, right now. I opened my mouth to voice a reply, then shut it. A moment passed, and Golem set about walking on the hands he'd raised from the ground, just 2 or so feet above the bodies and the streets that were painted with blood. I stood where I was, watching as he steadily made his way to the safe zone I'd drawn out on the ground. He stopped only to gesture for Tecton and Grace not to follow, then walked on, out of sight. It's not that I don't care, I thought. But what? I couldn't articulate my thoughts. But we need a strategist. We need a plan before all hell breaks loose, I thought. Developing that, coming up with answers, fighting, it's going to do a lot more good in the long run than compassion all on its own. I looked down at Nice Guy, at the foot of the stairs, a fleshy mess that was slowly dissolving into the acid pile, which only spread and served as more acid to melt flesh. I realized I was still holding my knife from the time of the brief skirmish. I sheathed it. Then, as Golem had told me to, I pushed him, the dead, the maimed, and the lost out of mind and turned back to the core group to offer my services to coordinate and administrate. Worm. Arc 26. Sting. Part 2.1. It started at the center of town, a rolling plume of fire, sparks and smoke that seemed to almost lurch skyward in fits and starts. Each set of charges that went off pushed the flame up through the smoke of the ones that had come before. Then the charges around the perimeter of the city went off, each focused inward. The rolling mass of fire and superheated air at the center of the city shot through the cloud cover, and the entire sky turned colors. Reds, oranges, and yellows, interlaced with the gray and near-black shadows of the smoke. Killington was officially gone, the buildings leveled, the bodies and bloodstains scoured from the earth. Families wouldn't get to put their loved ones to rest the way they wanted, but that was on the 9, not on us. There was no safe way to recover the bodies, to ensure that there weren't any traps or time-delayed tricks in each and every one of the corpses. It also meant Breed's minions were torched before they reached an adult stage. The area would be marked off for a duration after this, in case there were any heat-resistant bacteria or the like. Cheap, prefabricated walls would seal in the area and roads would be put in to allow people to make detours. Quarantine, I thought. Every step of the way, we had to be on guard. It was time to move on. I looked to the book in my lap, turned down the corner of the page to mark it, and then stood, stretching. It was a nice spot, a long porch just outside a cabin, one that was probably rented out at a premium price during the skiing months. Far enough away to be safe, high enough to serve as a vantage point while letting me reach to the necessary areas with my bugs. The entire porch was layered with pieces of paper, organized into rows and columns with some overlap. The edge of each paper was weighed down by a mass of bugs, almost insufficient as the hot air from the quarantine measure blew past us. Millipedes that had been moving across the various pages remained still, striving only to stay in place. The moment the wind died down, I bid the bugs to shift position, carrying the pages to me, sorting them into the appropriate order. I bent down and began collecting the pieces of paper. I could feel the raised bumps on the pages as I brushed them free of specks of dirt and leaves. Each set of bumps corresponded with a letter or punctuation mark, which had been printed over the dots in thick, bold letters. I gathered the pages into file folders, then clipped them shut, stacking them on the patio chair. I made my way to the patio table, bending down to collect the pages as they made their way to me. The writing on these was different. The letters were drawn in thick, bold strokes, fat, almost as if I'd drawn them in marker. My notes, thoughts, things that needed clarification, ideas. At the patio table, I took hold of a beetle and used its pincers to pick some petals out of the shallow bowl, grabbed the caterpillar I'd been using as a brush, then tossed the 2 bugs over the porch's railing. I tipped the ink from the bowl back into a small jar, then screwed it tight, sliding it into a pocket at the small of my back. I was still getting organized when Defiant appeared, ascending the stairs on the far end of the porch. "Quite a view," he commented. I looked at the resort town. The fire hadn't yet gone out. It was flattening out, scouring everything from the area, almost everything. 1 or 2 things would remain, probably until well after the sun went out. "Pyrotechnicals stuff?" I asked, distracting myself. "And some of Dragon's. Are you ready to go?" "I'm ready," I said. I picked up the files, then passed them around behind me, where the arms of my flight pack pinned them in place. I was left with only the book to hold. He walked beside me as we made our way down to where the craft had landed. His suit had been augmented and altered, and he now stood 1.5 feet taller than he had when I'd first met him. Broad toes, on either side of his boots, helped stabilize him, while his gloves ended in clawed gauntlets that extended a little beyond where his hands should be. His spear was longer, and both ends of the weapon were heavy with the devices he'd loaded into it. On his forearms, shoulders, and knees there were panels that were like narrow shields, each 3 or 4 feet long. each marked with designs like a dragon's wings, or with a dragon's face engraved on the front, mouth open with red lights glowing from within. Wings on his back served less to let him fly and more to accentuate his movements, a more complex, bulkier system than I had with my flight pack. Then again, I was only 130 pounds at 5 feet, 10 inches in height, and Defiant must have weighed 600 pounds with all that armor. I'd seen him fight Endbringers in that suit, seen how he could move as fast as anyone who wasn't a speedster, turning his spinning weapon and those shield-like extensions on his armor into a whirling flurry of nano-thorns, cutting through 70 to 80% of the Endbringer's flesh before they reached material too dense to penetrate, which was when he'd use his other weapons. I envied him a little, that he could take the fight to the enemy like that. We were similar, on a lot of levels, but we differed on that front. On a good day, or otherwise, I'd never be able to truly fight an Endbringer. I had to depend on others. The best I could do was coordinate. The moment you or one of your teams lets something slip, this falls apart. I won't fuck up. You will, or someone working under you will. You're good, but we can't account for every contingency. Something's going to go wrong at some point. The later that occurs, the better. Yeah, I responded. Every minute that passes is a minute where we can gather information, close in on Jack, and figure things out. We've got a lot of good minds and good eyes working on this, but there are a lot of bases to cover. We let Golem get close, mop up everything we can, and contain everything else, and then we take Jack down. I nodded. But we don't want to stand back and wait when people could be hurt, or when every second that passes is a second that Jack could be making contact with that critical person, causing a certain trigger event, saying the wrong thing to the wrong individual. There's a balance. I trust you'll find it. I hope I can, I said. We'd interacted less and less in recent months, and those interactions had been short and to the point by necessity. It didn't hurt that the two of us weren't terribly social people. We didn't revel in small talk. We could be adroit when circumstances forced our hands, but we could also stumble, say things in a way that was just a little off, or give the wrong impression. I liked that we had a professional relationship, that we didn't have other stuff getting in the way. No pleases and thank yous. We both knew what was at stake, we were on the same page, and we were doing what we felt we had to in order to get the necessary shit done. I spoke with Alcott, he said. I drew in a breath, then sighed. What does she say? The numbers haven't changed dramatically. The window's closed, but not considerably, which suggests a lot of things. Okay, I said. 93.8% chance the world ends, Defiant said, up from 83.4%. That's not considerable. She's done us the favor of plotting the changes in the numbers over time. When things stabilized for a considerable length of time, she scaled down from noting the numbers twice a day to noting them once. 83.4% as of the beginning of the crisis in Brockton Bay, the Nine's attempt to test and recruit new members. I remember, I said. 88.6% after they escaped the city. It was quite possibly our best opportunity at killing Jack, and we missed it. I frowned. With each destination the Nine reached after Brockton Bay, the numbers shifted, and not for the better. 0.5% here, 2% there. Chances where someone could have theoretically killed him but didn't. Defiant nodded. We ran things by the thinkers, and that's the general consensus. Low chances, but he had the Siberian with him up until the fight in Boston. The same fight where Dragon and Defiant had taken on the Nine, and the Siberian had been killed. We had one opportunity there. That failure is on me. He turned his head slightly, then amended his statement. On us. I didn't disagree. Denying that would mean denying my own responsibility in failing to kill Jack in Brockton Bay. 93.8, Defiant repeated for emphasis. 6.2% chance we'll pull this off, I said. It remains tied to him. If we kill him in the next 90 hours, the chances vastly, vastly improve. Depending on how we kill him, it could mean reducing things to a mere 22% chance or a 1% chance. I nodded, making a mental note. Theoretically, if we nuked the northeast corner of America, Only a 60% chance of working, with some decimal points that Dragon's urging me to include as I speak, and a high chance we set things in motion anyways. 28 or so. He asked Dinah, I thought to myself, the same question I had in mind. Give or take. There were clues there. A nuke won't kill him for sure. Bomb shelter? Possible, or he's keeping Siberian close at hand. And whatever role he plays, he greases the wheels. He doesn't guarantee it. You're saying there's a chance things get set off even if he dies. If that doesn't happen, then there's some point in the future, roughly 14 years from now, where things get set off anyways. Defiant nodded. Every time I think about it, I can't help but think it's a trigger event, I said. Someone getting a power that finally breaks something essential, or a power without the limits that keep other powers in check. But I don't want to think along those lines if it keeps me from seeing the obvious. Sensible, but let's not dwell on it. The thinkers are handling it as best as they can, and we have to devote attention to this crisis. We've got all of the big guns lined up. The moment things fall apart and Jack decides the rules of his game, Dragon is going to try and jam communications, and each of us moves in for a quick, decisive victory over the members of the Nine on site. I nodded. We were just arriving at the perimeter of Killington. I could see some of the big guns Defiant had been talking about. Two Azazels had set up thick hedges of that blurry gray material just behind the barriers the heroes had erected to protect themselves and contain the fire. I also saw the dragon's teeth. Soldiers was the wrong word, but it was close. Each wore armor in gunmetal and black, with parallels to the standard PRT uniforms I was more familiar with. Their helmets, however, had 3 eye holes, with blue lenses glowing faintly from beneath, 2 lenses for their eyes, a third for a camera. The armor was bulky, offering thick protection around the neck and joints, with a heavy pack on the back for both oxygen and for the computers they wore. They were, in large part, wearing stripped-down versions of Defiant's outfit. Sacrifices had been made to account for the fact that their suits didn't render them 7.5 feet tall. Each carried a sword and a laser pistol. I'd never liked the cameras. Heads turned as I approached, and I knew they were recording, tracking details about me, and feeding them back to a main server, where they compiled information, discarded excess. The combat engines that the Dragon's Teeth were wearing were still in early stages, the data patchy, depending on the target. The people in uniform had spent weeks and months training with the things, learning to shift fluidly between their own tactics and awareness of the situation and the data that was provided. Protectorate capes and wards that were just starting out were being trained with the things, but those of us that had experience fighting tended to find them a distraction. Useful? Yes. A bit of a boost, a bit of an edge, but not quite at the point where everyone could benefit. Not yet. Not that there was much room for developing any of it if the end of the world went ahead on schedule. I could see Narwhal standing off to one side, 2 of the Dragon's Teeth flanking her. Masamune wasn't present, but from what I knew of the guy, he wasn't even close to being a frontlines combatant. They'd recruited him from the ruined area of Japan, a somewhat crazed hermit, and gave him work in figuring out how to mass-produce their stuff without the maintenance issues snowballing out of control, like Tinker Tech tended to do in large quantities. Thanks to him, they had the Dragon's Teeth, they had the combat engines, and they had top-of-the-line gear for various members of the Protectorate and wards. Of the other members of the guild, the only other one who could theoretically be on the front lines of the fight would be Glyph. I could only assume she was somewhere close. The Thanda weren't here. If Dragon had managed to get in touch with others, they hadn't yet arrived. I could only guess as to what Cauldron might be doing. Faultline's crew, the Irregulars. Too many maybes. With Endbringers attacking every 2 months, a lot of people were busy reeling from recent attacks or preparing for the next. I looked at the assembled capes. The Undersiders, 2 wards teams, the Protectorate, the Guild. Clockblocker, Vista, and Kid Win were in the other wards team. A little older. Clockblocker had expanded his costume, adding some light power armor that seemed primarily focused on holding a heavy truction at his back. Vista, for her part, was a little taller, her hair longer, tied in a French braid that was clipped just in front of one shoulder. She was packing a heavier gun, probably something Kid Win had made, and Kid Win was hardly a kid anymore. I hesitated to call him a teenager, even. His rig looked like it packed more artillery than any of Dragon's craft. No neck, no arms, he barely looked capable of walking. Just two stumpy legs, a simple gold helmet with a red pane covering his face, and enough gun nozzles that he looked like a hedgehog. This is probably the last time we'll all be standing here together before this ends, Chevalier said. I won't do a big speech. He turned his head to take us all in. I've done too many of them over the past 2 years. I'd only repeat myself. Everyone here knows what we're here for, why we're doing this. We've talked this over with each of you in turn, and you don't need convincing. You don't need a reminder of what's at stake. You already know the role you're going to play in this. Words aren't going to change any of that. Good luck. Be proud, and maybe say a little prayer to God, or ask for a little help from whoever or whatever you believe in. The instant he finished, the Azazels and other dragon craft began opening up, doors sliding apart and ramps lowering. The one time I do show up for one of these things and no speech, I feel gypped. I didn't see who had muttered the comment, but I could guess it was Imp. No dying, I said as everyone started moving. No dying, others echoed me. The voices of the Undersiders and the Chicago wards were loudest among them. My teams gathered in the Dragonfly, while the Chicago Protectorate and Brockton Bay wards made their way to Defiant's larger ship, along with a contingent of the Dragon's Teeth. Golem stood apart until my ship was nearly at full capacity. It all comes down to this, he said, as I joined him at the base of the ramp. All the training, all the planning and preparation, studying about the 9 backwards and forwards. Yeah, I responded, as I stepped up to stand beside him. Our teams were getting sorted out, finding benches and seats. I reached behind my back to get the file folders I'd brought with me. I'm sorry if I was harsh yesterday. I shook my head and reached out to put my hand on his shoulder. It was support and maybe a bit of a push. He made his way up the ramp. Stepping inside just behind Golem, I used the same controls that managed my flight pack to indicate that the ship could close the door. The Chicago wards had seated themselves on one side of the ship, the Undersiders on the other. Something of a mistake that, because it meant they sat facing one another as we made our way to our destination. A little awkward. I sat with them behind me as I took the cockpit. The thing flew itself, but it freed me to focus on other things. Chevalier had talked about making peace with the powers that be. I frowned, staring at the control panel as the ship lifted off. Passenger, I thought. Been a while. Trying to figure out how to make peace with the fact that you're there, that you're affecting me somehow, taking control whenever I'm not in my own mind. I think we've made strides. I've sort of accepted that you're going to do what you're going to do, whether that helps me or hurts me. So maybe, just maybe, you could help me out today. Whatever it is you do, whatever motivates you, I can continue to play along, but I need a bit of backup here. My eyes fell on the bugs that crawled on the back of my hand. Not even a whisper of a movement. Yeah, didn't think I'd get a reply. Guess we'll see. The ship's acceleration kicked in, and the bugs took flight. Worm. Arc 26. Sting. Part 2.2. My eyes scanned the screens in front of me. I had camera feeds from Clockblocker and Revel, from Chevalier, Imp, and the airborne Azazel. They all focused on a single area, each from a different direction. A thick white mist lingered throughout an area. It was early in the morning, and that might have played a role, but there were no people. Even for a smaller city like Schenectady, that wasn't so usual. At nearly 8 in the morning, there should have been people leaving for work, people running errands. Desolate. White fog. Winter's here, I said, speaking over the comms. Others to be confirmed. We've talked about this one, Golem. I turned the computer off and strode out of the ship. Rachel was waiting for me outside, standing guard with her dogs and her wolf. Winter means crimson too, doesn't it? Golem asked. Probably. Probably means. We see you. The words were like a whisper, barely audible. See you standing there. Oh, I do hope you're not Theodore. Tell me you aren't, because it means we get to play all we want. Screamer, I informed the others. Early 9 member, psychological warfare, pressure, distraction, sound manipulation. Her power meant her voice didn't get quieter as it traveled great distances. That wasn't the full extent of nice weapon. Her voice sounded in my ear at a normal speaking volume. I didn't flinch. I could sense my surroundings with my bugs, and I could hear things with them. Hear how the sound panned out in a weird way over the entire area. You've got friends, Theodore. I sure hope they aren't planning on helping you. It was a sinuous sound, seductive in how convincing it was. Every time she spoke, she sounded a little more like me. It would be the same for the others, hearing themselves. She was somewhere in the area. The question was how she'd gotten a sense of our voices so quickly. There was supposed to be a limit to how quickly she could pick up on that stuff just from overhearing us. Confirm, team leader, Golem said over the channel. And can we use the password system we talked about? Queen, password system is a go. What do you need confirmation on? Ring. Enemy head count. Stag. No head count given. I think that's Screamer fucking with you. Others include Winter, probably Crimson, and probably Cherish if she's finding us like she is. All allied capes. Be advised, we're putting passwords into effect. Stay calm. Don't panic. I do like it when they make it challenging, Screamer's whisper hissed in my ear. It had changed in tone, pitch, cadence. The dragonfly took off as I made my way closer to the site. Outside of the area, there were people reacting. Some fled, others were taking cover, followed by disparate voices. Haymaker, I'm engaging, Golem said. Recommendation? Screamer interrupted. Getting advice is against the spirit of this challenge, isn't it, Theodore? You are Theodore, aren't you? I think you should confirm for us. Mantis, I said, voicing the password. Don't respond to her. It's what she wants. Take out Cherish ASC if she's here, Screamer after that. I'm hurt. I rate second after the new girl who barely lasted a month. Have to find them first, Golem said. I'll help with that, I thought. Then I stopped. Golem, the password horsefly. Steeple and Gauntlet to reply to the last one. His voice came over the comms. I stopped. We'd agreed on a simple password set. There was a pattern, each corresponding to our powers and the various pieces on a chessboard. Mine were related to bugs, his to hands. It was abstract, something that tended to only make sense in retrospect. The chess ones we knew off by heart, because they were the first ones we'd practiced, and Steeple wasn't one of them. Steeple? I asked. I'm drawing a mental blank, Golem responded. It works, doesn't it, Pinky? Screamer wasn't stupid, but was she that smart? The stag should have thrown her off regarding our pattern. It works, I said. Ant, I'm close. If that was Golem, he wasn't as focused as we needed him to be. I could feel the effect as my bugs entered the radius of Winter's power. She wasn't concentrating it, so it was mild at best, slowing the movements of molecules, cutting down the ambient temperature to the point that the moisture in the air froze. It also affected my bugs. Torpor. For anyone within, it would include a mental torpor. If the only members of the 9 who were present were Crimson, Winter, Cherish, and Screamer, then this was a fight that involved attrition. Attacking Russia in the wintertime, psychological warfare, emotional warfare, the effects of Winter's power. It meant that Winter's guns and Crimson's power were the only physical threats. They were going easy on him at the outset. Golem was walking on rooftops at the edge of the effect, and he was surrounded by a nimbus of whirling material. By Wanton. We'd already altered all of the data on the group to imply by news reports and Golem's powers on the websites that Wanton's telekinetic storm was Golem's power. The vantage point put him high enough that he could stand above the mist without being in it. From the moment he engaged, he'd have to move fast. He'd have to be indirect. Weaver, Golem said, interrupting my thoughts. Iron Fist. She's offering to tell me where Jack is. We expected this, I answered. Iron Fist was the king in our chess sequence of passwords. Crab, get the info and go. I'm not that foolish, Screamer whispered, her voice extending throughout the entire area. Underestimating me, for shame. I give up the information, and you leave me for your cleanup squad to execute. I want concessions. Concessions? Golem had left his channel open. Let's ensure your friends aren't in a good state to mop up. We'll start with this Weaver. Why don't you cut off your toes, Weaver? Keep you from running after us. I frowned. Oh, you've got an alternative? Something you can cut off or throw away? Yes. Let's put off the self-mutilation and have you throw that off the edge of a building. Chances were good that she was in Cherish's company, getting information from the source. What if she tosses it, then walks into the mist? This Golem suggested. No, not Golem. Her, Screamer. An easier suggestion to acknowledge if I thought it came from a teammate. Not buying it, huh? He asked. She asked. She'd narrowed down my location, was refining her voices. That had been convincing. I had to move, make it harder for her. I advanced, but I didn't step into the mist. The closer I got, the more of the affected area I could sense. The torpor forced me to be efficient, to manage where bugs went and how, to check areas in a cursory way. There were a number of people still in Winter's area of influence. People were standing utterly still, slowly dying as the cold ate away at them. I want to kill myself. My own voice indistinguishable from the one in my head. Fuck me. She had a beat on me now. It'll be painless, a way to avoid all of the horror so I don't have to watch my friends die. So I won't have to watch Bitch or Tattletale or Imp die the way Regent did. So I don't have to watch Gru die. No, a moment's consideration, and the spell was broken. I'd stopped thinking of Rachel as Bitch some time ago. Ah, Screamer whispered. Golem's refusing my deal, and Cherish says you're not playing along with the rest of it, so I'm going to have words with some of the others. I raised a hand to my ear, opening my mouth to warn them. My lips moved, but my voice didn't come out. Bare whispers of sound formed instead, even as I raised my voice to a near shout. That would be the next stage in her tactics. Isolate. She had a sense of my voice, the way I spoke, and was canceling it out. I signaled Golem with my bugs. I drew a smiley face in the air with my bugs, crossing out the mouth with an X. He nodded, so he was on mute as well. There. In the midst of a small duplex, there were two young women huddled together on an upper floor. There were computers arranged around them, and each was playing a different video. In some cases, it was the same video playing, just from a different point in time. Me in the lunchroom with Defiant and Dragon. The New Delhi Endbringer fight. Golem on the news with Campanile. She had to be almost as good a multitasker as me to take all of that in. Tattletale here. Wormtongue. Doing damage control. I've got your video feed, so you can spell things out for me if you want to give the signal. I spelled out the word, thanks. My bugs had died inside the area of cold. The people inside wouldn't be doing much better. I had to send another batch in. This time I knew the destination. Cherish was acting as the eyes, Screamer as communications. No doubt Screamer, all 9 of the Screamers, was providing communications between this group and the nearest group of 9. She was talking in a low and steady voice, but her voice wasn't more than a murmur. No doubt someone in a more distant location was receiving the intel at a normal volume. And all of that raised the question of what Winter and Crimson were doing. I scanned the building. Nothing on the top floor or the next lowest. Further downstairs, a number of people were in the sway of Winter's power, their thoughts slowed to a crawl. The basement of the same building. Winter, Crimson, and their hostages. Some would be the ones from Killington. Others were ones that had fallen into the sway of Winter's torpor. Crimson was feeding on them. His shtick was a little bit of a vampire one, but the end result was more Mr. Hyde. Big, muscular, fueled by rage and impulse. The ones lying on the floor, cold, they'd be dead already. I spelled out basic instructions for Golem, pointing the way to the building, drawing a cloud over the building to mark it. He gave me a thumbs up. Another arrow pointed him to the concrete rooftop behind him. There, I drew out a basic layout. And in that same moment, Cherish cottoned on to what we were doing. They're attacking, Cherish said. Screamer's voice reached all of us. Cocky, cocky. Screamer turned her head, swatted at the bugs that crawled on her face, and then spoke, silent to the insect's hearing. Winter and Crimson reacted. Sure hope your boy can fight. Screamer was talking in my head again. Not telepathy, only hearing a voice that sounded damn close to the one in my head. Fuck off, Screamer, I muttered. Gru, no. Imp's voice. I flinched despite myself before I remembered they weren't anywhere nearby. Screamer laughed, her voice floating through the area. Crimson made his way outside. His flesh would be engorged, purple-red. The veins would be standing out. He'd be as hard as iron, strong. His sword was as long as he was tall. I couldn't get a good measure of its appearance or quality. Winter hung back with the hostages. I wrote out the information with bugs. Tattletale relayed it. Crimson incoming, Quisling. Got confirmation and you're good to go. 6 stories, elbow deep. Golem turned his head, no doubt in response to the warning, then turned back to my diagram. I'd given it a title, words running along the top. Slap them down. Golem's uniform was roughly the same as the early incarnations, though solidified into a more solid color scheme, dark iron and silver. The materials differed, but it matched. There had been 1 or 2 additions, though. The rigging of different panels included a frame that looped over the shoulders, much like a roll cage. Golem paused, then drew out a panel, attaching it to the right. He began to reach inside, and a hand emerged from the center of the street, large enough that it could hold a car inside it. Crimson paused as he watched it appear. Then he moved. It was the kind of movement that came with super strength, a bounding, powerful stride that could have carried him through a wall. He had to pause before he reached the base of the building. Golem stood atop. The hand had emerged up to the second knuckle. Abandon the fight, Tecton's voice. Run, move. You've got 6 Siberians headed your way. No password? Tecton, confirm. Confirm what? And a chuckle from Screamer, just in my ear. Crimson ascended, climbing the outside of the building while holding his 6-foot blade in his teeth, blood trickling down from the corners of his mouth where the blade was cutting into flesh. My bugs died of the cold before I saw what happened next. I was forced to send in a second wave to see. The bugs were too slow, but the upper edge of the roof was outside of Winter's realm of influence. I could sense Golem reaching out with a hand of brick, a gentle push on Crimson's collarbone with his left hand, pushing him away from the roof, away from any point where he could get a grip. Crimson reached out and up for the hand, but the material broke apart as he put too much weight on it. He dropped. I'd bemoaned the effectiveness of rooftop combat, but Golem made it his own. Golem advanced to the edge of the roof and created more hands, trying to bind the villain to the street. An arm lock, a headlock. Crimson pulled his way free of the asphalt shackles through sheer brute strength. More appeared, but he destroyed them faster than they could be created. Screamer and Cherish had to know what we were doing, yet they weren't moving. Cockiness? No, they had to have an escape route. Except they didn't have a teleporter. That left only a few options. Siberian wasn't one I could do a whole lot about, but she'd be fighting if she were anywhere nearby. The others, I drew out silk thread in their direction. Only so much to spare. I knotted it between their necks and the computers that surrounded them. Theo's massive hand was still growing, the wrist exposed. Almost halfway there. Crimson ascended the building once more. This time, he had support. Together, we'd gone over the various members of the 9, past and present. We detailed battle plans, the techniques we knew about, even contacted heroes who had encountered them in the past for stuff that might not have gone on record. But Screamer was called Screamer for a reason, and there wasn't a lot we could do to stop it, not unless we wanted to deafen ourselves. Crimson was 3 stories up the side of the building when Screamer used her namesake power. She could ensure that everyone within a mile's radius could hear her voice as if she was right next to them, and she used it now, producing a high-pitched, full-volume scream right in my ears, in Golem's ears, everyone's ears. I joined Golem in doubling over, using my hands to try and ward off the sound. It didn't help as much as it should have. It was loud, deafening, and it was leaving Golem vulnerable as Crimson closed the distance. He wasn't recovering fast enough. Bugs flowed into Screamer's open mouth, much as they had with Alexandria. I gave Tattletale the signal. All-out attack. This was it. They'd been okay with a little bit of involvement on our part. Tattletale had speculated they would. There were only a few who were so regimented they would report it to Jack at the first opportunity. Winter was among them, but she was largely in the dark here. Screamer wouldn't fill her in if it meant spoiling the fun. In truth, the only ones who wouldn't let us get away with this were Mannequin and King. King was distinct enough for me to notice, and Tattletale was 95% sure Mannequin would need more time to set up. This was an approach we could only use with this first skirmish. But whoever we were up against, the moment they started losing, the moment we actually pulled an offensive, the line was crossed. This was an all or nothing. Stinging bugs attacked Cherish, going for the eyes, nose, and mouth. Screamer choked. Somewhere in the midst of it, they managed to give a signal. It wouldn't be Screamer. Cherish? Creating an emotional push, Winter made her way out from downstairs, hefting a grenade launcher. I spelled out words for the camera. Need reinforcements. The other teams are getting harassed. Can't close the distance. I was going to spell out a response, get further details. But my focus shifted as Winter caught sight of Golem and Crimson and advanced. Her dynamic with Crimson was one of synergy. She captured people so he could feed. He was the front line so she could safely attack from range. She slowed down opponents so he could advance. He was immune to her munitions fire in large part. My bugs swarmed her, but she was already concentrating her power. Smaller area, greater effect. She still held the people in the building in the area, but my bugs were lasting only a fraction of the time. Seconds. I activated my flight pack and approached. Golem finished creating his hand, but there was a limit to what he could do with it. It stood there, tall and useless. No, his focus was on escape. He thrust both hands into two different panels, slightly out of sync. One hand was created, almost twice the usual size, and another was simultaneously created from the palm of that same hand, a fraction smaller. Campanile's idea. Both hands thrust out at virtually the same speed that Golem might have stuck his own hand out into the air, but that speed was compounded by the fact that both hands thrust out in unison. Golem set one foot down and vaulted himself up and out to land on the adjacent building, one story up. He spun around as he landed. Crimson gave chase, crossing the rooftop with heavy footsteps. Golem jabbed out with one hand as Crimson bent his knees to leap. The hand that appeared jabbed at the underside of one foot, lifting it. It was the sort of trick that would only work once on an enemy. The next time, the enemy would adjust or jump off one foot. Here, it caused Crimson to stumble. He missed his mark, the jump failing, and he nearly ran straight off the end of the rooftop. He struck out with his sword, slamming it into the brick of the building face opposite him. Winter raised her grenade launcher and fired. Golem managed to vault himself away as he had earlier, a shallow movement that was forceful enough to nearly launch him off the building. He rolled on landing as the grenade disintegrated a corner of the building. These two were warriors. Crimson was a mainstay of King's era when he'd ruled the Nine as more of a brute squad, not dissimilar to the Teeth back in Brockton Bay. I had trouble marking why Winter had been recruited, but it likely had more to do with how she was off the battlefield, her predilections for torturing people she'd caught in her torpor. I reached the edge of the battlefield. My bugs streamed forth, a silk cord trailing between and behind them. The silk streamed out from the spinning spool at my belt, hundreds of feet of material, and it extended out towards Winter. It was only a matter of feet from her when she jumped, startled, leaping to one side. I missed, and my bugs were dying in a matter of seconds. The cord went slack. A moment later, she was looking around, confused. Cherish, I thought. She alerted her, a burst of alarm. It didn't matter. My swarm approached from the other direction, finding and picking up the dropped cord. Moving them within Winter's effect range was a matter of relay, handing off to fresh bugs as they died. Slow but steady progress. The moment the silk thread was around Winter's neck, I dropped down to the edge of the rooftop and used the mechanical arms on my flight pack to reel in the cord. Darwin's spider silk. Stronger than Kevlar, a narrow cord of it made for a thin, almost unbreakable cord. The noose cut into her neck, and my arms and legs provided leverage to keep me still, as the combined efforts of the mechanical arms provided the strength. When she reached the base of the building I stood on, she was lifted off the ground. I shifted my position to improve my leverage and waited, hiding. I could barely tell in the midst of her power, but I sensed her raising her arm, raising the grenade launcher. Nets of spider silk peeled away from the gray-white portions of my costume as my bugs pulled them free. I drew it out, connected the narrow sheets with knots of more silk. It moved into place just in time to catch the projectile out of the air. Golem managed to find a moment to use his power. A hand of stone struck the grenade launcher from Winter's hands. He was holding his own against Crimson, who was adapting. Golem thrust one hand into his armor to create a hand beneath Crimson, and the villain leaped closer, forcing Golem to vault himself away and maintain a safe distance. The sword swipe that followed after Golem's retreat passed within a foot of the hero. Wanton, surrounding Golem, advanced on Crimson, and Golem tossed out a bag. Wanton took hold of the bag and emptied it of its contents. Razor blades, caltrops, hooks, and my threads joined the miniature maelstrom, and Crimson was slowly bound. He tore some free, but it found its way into his flesh again a moment later. Then Golem slid his right hand into his armor. Crimson leaped in anticipation of an imminent attack, landed, and then glanced back at the point where he'd come. Nothing. Golem continued sliding his hand into his armor, slow, inexorable. Crimson charged, and Golem backed away, using his free hand to erect barriers. Wanton ran defense, and Crimson stumbled. A rumble marked Golem's real direction of attack. A second hand, down on the street below, gripping the large 6-story tower he'd created earlier in the fight, pulling it down. It toppled on top of the building that Winter and Crimson had emerged from, toppled towards Screamer and Cherish. In that same moment, Chuckles made an appearance. He moved so fast it was almost as though he teleported, appearing beside the two girls. My bugs barely had time to make contact and try to get a sense of him before he was moving again, holding the two villains this time. They jerked to a stop. I felt a fraction of the same confusion Chuckles no doubt did. I sensed his arms, extended to ridiculous lengths. He realized they were caught, bound to the computers. Too entangled to take along. And then he was gone, out of the building as the hand struck home. 2 floors crushed, the two villains crushed with them. Tecton had provided the calculations on what the building could withstand. I'd provided the general data and information on where the hostages were. The damage was controlled, the hand crashing a specific certain distance into the building before coming to a halt. Bitch and Foil tried to intercept Chuckles just now as he left the city. He escaped, but Foil hit him with 1 shot, Tattletale said. Right, I said, even as I swore to myself. Shit, 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 shit. Far too soon for Jack to get a report on the fact that we'd helped. Chuckles can't talk, Tattletale said. He laughs, but he can't talk. I shook my head. Couldn't worry about that right now. Crimson was only staring at the wreckage. He mumbled something around a bloated tongue. Does he think Winter's still in there? Then Crimson charged Golem once again. Golem had both hands free, and he used the same double hand technique to strike again. A second hand, sprouting from the first, which emerged from the rooftop in turn. The hands caught Crimson in the side of the leg, slamming into the knee, using the curve of the thumb to catch the leg and limit the range of movement. Strong as Crimson was, he was still bound by physics and general physical limitations. Being struck in the knees hurt, and he still needed to maintain a sense of balance. He toppled. Another double hand strike, and Golem caught Crimson in the groin as he landed on his hands and feet, shoved him off to the right. 2 more strikes, this time not doubled up, catching Crimson in the left arm and left leg, respectively, keeping him off balance. The key was to deny leverage. An arm looped over one leg and one arm, binding them to the rooftop. Crimson tore free with little effort, but the act meant he shifted his weight to one side. Golem capitalized on it with another double-speed strike to his side, pushing in the same direction the blood-gorged killer was already moving. That was followed in turn by one larger hand, moving slower to scoop Crimson up and tip him off the edge of the rooftop. Crimson fell. Not a fatal fall, but it would hurt some. A gauntlet of concrete seized the large hand Golem had just created and tore it free of the rooftop, then let it roll free to fall right on top of Crimson. With the villain in an alley, the ensuing takedown was just as brutal and tenacious as before, with the added advantage that there were walls on either side to strike from. Hands struck out, and they remained there. As the villain was denied any footing, any balance, the hands around him increased in number, folding around him, sliding into gaps. It was a parallel to Kaiser's pyramid of blades technique that he'd used to try to entrap Lung. I'd passed it on to Golem, but I hadn't told him the source. I got the sense he wouldn't appreciate it. I turned my attention to Winter, who dangled beneath me. She'd gone silent and still. I continued to wait, but I raised one hand to my ear. Tattletale, all 4 are down. I could speak. A benefit to Screamer being dead. Good. Too soon to tell if Jack's got wind of what you're doing. But if Chuckles passes on word or if there's a nice guy in the area... I wouldn't think he'd use the same guy twice in a row. No, Tattletale agreed. The numbers fit. Makes sense he'd start with 4 with a fifth as backup, considering how he can scale up the numbers in successive attacks. Still, there was no graceful way to do it with Cherish there, and I couldn't not help. Golem was incapacitated. I'll let Chevalier know what happened, she made it a question. I sighed. No point in keeping secrets amongst ourselves. Do, and send Foil here, I said. She can punch a few holes in Crimson while he's trapped. Will do. I waited another minute as Winter dangled from the thread, then cut her free. Her body crumpled in a heap at the base of the building. I made my way over to Golem and Wanton, where Wanton was still in his breaker form. This was the warm-up for the 9, for us. 4 down, 270 some to go. Jack had a little information on us, no doubt. I didn't dare hope it would stay this simple. We still needed to find a way to narrow down Jack's location, killing him. He already had an advantage, wearing us down, costing us time, and he surely had some intel on us. I could only hope that intel didn't include the fact that Golem had help. Chevalier here, we have reports that they're showing themselves for the next locations. I met Golem's eyes. Locations, plural? Golem asked. They want you to choose, I answered him, as the realization dawned on me. He stared at me, lost. He was heaving for breath, his hands shaking visibly, even with gauntlets on. Go with the Chicago teams. I'll take the Undersiders and Brockton Bay wards to the other location, I said. He nodded, pressing one hand to his ear as he started making his way to the ground. I watched him for a moment, then took off. This was a statement I suspected. I could guess what that statement was. Jack fully intended to double down on the challenge each time we came out ahead. Worm, Arc 26, Sting, Part 3. Hey, Weaver? I had to twist around to look at Crucible. We were in the hallway just outside a set of elevators, windows on one side, doors at either end of the hallway leading into offices. This was something of a waiting game, as Tecton and Revel got their teams into position to support Golem. Through countless stakeouts, I'd found a routine. Cheating on the can't do anything but sit there, rule and reading while my bugs saw to everything else was a part of that routine. I was nestled in between 2 pillars that sat between clusters of windows, my back against one knee propped up, a file in my lap. My cliff notes on the various members of the 9. I wanted to say thanks, Crucible said. Appreciate the invite. Hundreds of superpowered lunatics, some of the scariest guys around, and that's not even the scariest part of all of this. But Chevalier's all, Weaver specifically asked if you'd help. How the hell am I supposed to say no to him? You just say no, Clockblocker said before I could respond. You're team leader. I'd even argue it's your job to say no when the situation calls for it. More than leading the team, more than strategy or handling double the paperwork or attending the meetings. You decide what jobs are out of your team's depth, and you tell the bosses to go fuck themselves in the politest terms possible. It's Chevalier, important guy. And when we asked you if you were okay with me taking command, that was your opportunity to say no. His rank doesn't matter. He'd probably respect you more if you told him your team wasn't prepared and then stuck to your guns. You didn't tell anyone to go fuck themselves, Crucible said. No, and I agreed to help out with this because this is important. My old teammates have been preparing for this in their own time, and you've got a thing for Weaver, the ward I hadn't yet met said. It was a girl, flanked by 5 shadowy silhouettes of herself who were sitting around her on the other side of the hallway. I'd read up on her, and I knew her as Toggle, the baby of the team, it seemed, at 14. She held what looked like a mace, but it, along with the layered body armor she wore, had circles of light glowing in shifting colors. There was a long, awkward silence. I glanced at Clockblocker, but he appeared unfazed. Not that I could really tell. His armor still had animated clock faces digitally displayed on the open spaces, and there was one in the middle of his face. Was the varying speed and position of the hands supposed to indicate something, or was I reading too much into it? That was a joke, Toggle said. I'm not dignifying it with a response, Clockblocker said. Cloxy's sweet on Weaver, Imp said. Aw. Cloxy, Clockblocker said, deadpan, has been the target of a lot of criticism. Because he was in charge of the wards at the time, a lot of stuff went down. Some dingbats online speculated that I had a thing for Weaver, and it took off. The people online like to find stuff that fills in blanks, and there were a hell of a lot of blanks around the whole thing with Weaver defecting and our pseudo-truce with the Undersiders. They latched on to the idea, I said. Yep. Sorry, I told him. Not your fault, not exactly. The city's pretty peaceful, pretty safe, and nobody even hints about why. But people know. My bosses know why, and that means my career might never recover. The only thing keeping things remotely interesting is the challenge of trying to get to any new bad guys before the Undersiders do to enforce real justice instead of vigilante scare tactics. We're awesomely good at the scare tactics, though, Imp cut in. Clockblocker ignored her. Except we barely even get to do that because Tattletale's always a few steps ahead. Then, to top it all off, I hear about the Weaver Clockblocker thing every single day to the point that it's sad. Salt in a wound. Silence lingered. Jesus, Clock, Vista said after that. Pent up much? Fuck, you're right. I'm stressed. Ignore me, Clockblocker said. Like Crucible said, it's a lot to manage. Sorry. I just wanted to make a funny, Toggle said. Don't worry. Clockblocker used to be the funny one, Vista said. Now he's the asshole grown-up that tears the funny kid to shreds. Clockblocker didn't respond to that. Instead, he shifted the device he'd been wearing on his back against the wall and sat down between the elevators. Waiting on my lonesome was easier. My bugs crawled all around the exterior of our target. The buildings in this town were smallish, the tallest being 5 stories, and this contingent of the 9 had chosen it as their destination. Not a single gap. They'd barely had any time, but they had hermetically sealed the structure, containing themselves and every single resident within. The windows and doors had been sprayed with something red that trickled out of cracks only to harden. My bugs explored cracks in the foundation and found that same vaguely tacky, amber-like barrier blocking the openings where they should have been able to enter the building. Doors, windows, cracks, vents, all protected. I could estimate 7 apartments per floor, 1 on the ground floor for the building manager. Assuming they weren't bachelor apartments, that suggested 55 to 60 people in total, trapped within, along with hostages and an unknown number and composition of the 9. I have to ask, I said, not looking in Clockblocker's direction, this end-of-the-world thing. The way you talk about the future, life beyond this supposed apocalypse event, can you do that because you're optimistic or because you don't think it'll happen? I do it because I have to. You can't stay sane thinking it's all going to end soon. There has to be something beyond it. If you get to that point and then we figure out a way to resolve it, then what happens after that? You need a real life. If you get to that point and you've plotted out the rest of your life and we lose, then aren't you going to be devastated? I asked. I'm good at handling devastation, Clockblocker said. Don't worry about me. I shrugged. I can't really believe it, Crucible said. World-ending situation? Oh, I believe it, Clockblocker said. The crazy powers we get, one of them's bound to break something somehow. The wrong power in the wrong hands, Kidwin said. He'd reconfigured the outside of his suit so the armored upper body folded down into a pair of gauntlets, allowing him to walk forward like a gorilla, the 2 halves acting as massive fingerless gauntlets. It wasn't pretty, and it left his head and upper body more exposed, but it let him maneuver inside. He seemed to muse a second, then agreed. Yeah. Interesting to see the divide, I thought. The veteran members versus the newer ones. See, I don't think it's the wrong power in the wrong hands, Clockblocker said. I think it's a joke. Humanity destroys itself, and all these powers, they just open the door to let it happen. It's not going to be some villain overlord or even a monster like Jack who does it. I'm more liable to believe the world ends because of some deluded, fat, pimply-faced punk kid that lives off pizza and Mountain Dew. There's no damn point to it. But sometimes I look at the idiots, the selfish assholes, and the maniacs that fill this world, and I think that's all we deserve. I like your line of thinking, Imp said. The world gets destroyed by some loser who jacks off 12 times a day to the freakiest, nastiest parahumans. Thank you, Clockblocker said, for so eloquently demonstrating what I was saying about us deserving it. No problemo, Imp said. That doesn't exist, does it? Toggle asked. Case 53 porn? Everything exists, Kidwin said. It just hit me. When you were saying we deserve it, were you talking about Pimple Face, the world-destroying freak fetishist, or were you talking about me? I shut my eyes and tuned out the conversation. It was good that they were talking, staying calm, more or less getting along. Gru and Rachel arrived from the stairwell. Anything? Imp asked. No, Gru said. The red hands leave already? I asked. Yeah, Gru said. Listen, about all that, I raised my hand to stop him. Not important. Not a big deal. I was only going to ask if maybe Crucible or Toggle could be taken along. It's a way out now that things are getting heavier. No, it's fine. I'll stay, Crucible said. Ditto. I nodded, then looked at Gru, shrugging. That's all. We're okay? Copacetic, I said, turning my attention back to the file. Skin slip. I reread the page 4 times before I was sufficiently distracted and able to register what I was reading. Rachel directed her dogs to watch the stairwell, then crossed to the middle of the hallway to me. She sat with her back to the same pillar I had my back to, her shoulder pressing against mine, squishing me a little bit further into the crevice I'd settled in. Not uncomfortable. Or it was, but the body contact was comforting enough that it didn't bother me. It was reassuring without being in my face or distracting me from my study of the folder. All stuff I'd read backwards and forwards, but I couldn't focus on a book, and refreshers could only help. I turned the page. Night Hag. How's life on the dark side? Kidwin asked. I turned my head. He was talking to Foyle, who sat at the furthest point from the stairwell. More wholesome than you'd think, Foyle said, playing into every stereotype ever, moving in before we'd even been on a date, but it's nice. Nice? Clockblocker said. Not what I expected. Not that I'm not happy for you, but... She shifted position, resting her head on Perion's shoulder. It's free. Pleasant. The times between the fights with the brain-shatteringly terrifying god monsters, anyways. Cooking breakfast, having breakfast cooked for you, going on walks with the dogs, maybe a bit of bodyguard duty while Perion handles a meeting, whatever, picnic for lunch, patrol the territory, do stuff for my university course. Whoever didn't cook breakfast makes dinner. They're like a newlywed couple. It's so sweet, Imp said. Of course, they're skipping the... No, Foyle said. We don't need to go into any detail about my personal life with Perion. But I was just going to say... No, Foyle said again. They've got crazy good interior design, what with Perion and all. Imp finished. She made a smug little sound like she was very pleased with herself. Foyle flicked a dart at Imp. It sank into the wall just to the left of Imp's head. Vista leaned back, smiling. This is the second time in 4 minutes where she's alluded to rude stuff. Feeling lonely, Imp? I'm offended. Unfair accusations. Now I'm going to start wondering what someone with pseudo-invisibility powers gets up to in her alone time, Kidwin said. She's gone there, Gru said. I looked at him and saw he was glancing my way. Lies and slander. Wait, Clockblocker said. I thought I heard something at some point about you being her. He trailed off. Gru asked. Train of thought derailed. What were we talking about? It was a puzzling change in the ambient tone, and I almost gave the word for people to switch to high alert. I was distracted by the vibration of my phone. A quick check, and I verified that it was what we'd been waiting for. Golem engaging. 3x burn scar, 3 dice shatterbird, 2 dice winter, 1 inch skin slip, 1 dice psychosoma identified. You're clear to go. We're moving, I said, hopping to my feet. Just like that, the mood shifted. Everyone was standing, picking up the equipment they'd put down. The joking atmosphere was gone, not peace, but the stillness. It was broken. Nerves were suddenly on edge, the opportunity to joke and comment gone. Scouting with the bugs didn't turn up anything, I said. Place is sealed. Vista, we'll be counting on you to give us an in. She nodded. We're going in blind. We suspect there's at least 2 mannequins, but that's it. Mannequin specializes in indirect attacks, catching people off guard while being durable and flexible enough that he can escape from any situation that doesn't go his way. I hope the rest of you have read up on the other members of the 9, past and present. There were nods all around. Perion, Foyle, Kidwin, you're staying here. Set up, keep an eye out and an ear out. Will do, Perion said. She was already inflating a stuffed scorpion, cloth bound around one of Foyle's bolts to help form a tail. Gru, I said. Hit the building inside and out, but leave the inside clear. With luck, we can shut off their communications. With more luck, you can get a bead on what powers we're dealing with." He nodded. With that, we were down the stairs and out the front door. A joint attack maximized the chaos and minimized the chance of reinforcements. Golem was attacking the other location. 10 members of the 9 there? 10 here? If so, that was a big step up from the last fight, from 4 or 5 to 20. Gru used his power surrounding the area. Slowly but surely, the area was consumed in darkness. Not just Gru's power, but the fact that the massive cloud of darkness was blocking out the ambient light. Though he kept the smoke out of the center of the area, it grew darker with every passing second. I joined the Brockton Bay wards as they switched on flashlights, both handheld and gun-mounted ones. Each of us flicked on the smaller lights that were part of our masks or helmets. The latter were feeble at best, but it was still light. Mine came from smaller lenses that sat around the larger ones that covered my eyes. They filtered out as a faint blue. The pattern and color would hopefully make me more identifiable. "It's kind of dumb that we don't have those things," Imp commented. "Perk of being a hero," Clockblocker said. He handed her a spare flashlight. I gave one to Rachel, but she didn't turn it on. Instead, she slid the loop over her wrist, hopping onto her dog's back. The walls of darkness that surrounded the structure connected at the very top, and we were plunged into the deep sort of darkness one might expect from being 1,000 feet underground. The headlamps and flashlights were the only real light, making it look almost as if the exposed pavement, sidewalk, and the foot of the building were the only things that remained in the world. Vista used her power as we got closer. I could see a depression appearing in the wall, as if a giant, invisible finger were pressing into it. A hole appeared, and a small explosion tore out through the space, opening the hole wider. We staggered, and some of our smaller members were even thrown to the ground. Pale mist cleared slowly as we got to our feet. My bugs scanned the area, searching for threats who might have been alerted to our presence. Nothing. Apparently they didn't want to engage. They were happy hunkering down, staying eerily quiet, and the explosion, there was a byproduct. Or maybe it was the source. A small glacier had formed around the hole, jagged as if water had spewed forth and immediately frozen. "The hell," Clockblocker muttered. Good thing it wasn't Tecton knocking down the wall, I thought. Vista tried again, higher up, on the 4th story, off to the far side. We were braced for the detonation this time. I kept Bugs close to get a sense of what was going on. The moment there was a gap, the air rushed out, cold and wet, and was followed soon after by a crushing manifestation of a small iceberg. It creaked, a long, drawn-out sound, then cracked abruptly. The iceberg came free, and the resulting gap was almost instantaneously filled by a third detonation. A chunk of ice the size of a large car dropped to the street and shattered into a million individual fragments. Or maybe Tecton would be an asset here. "How the fuck do we break into this?" "Has to be Mannequin," I said. "Or Sphere. Used to specialize in closed systems. It makes sense on a level, but this isn't in Mannequin's usual repertoire. Maybe they stole it from, what was the name? Toybox, Tinker, Gelid, Glace, that's it." "A cloned Tinker is the smallest threat," Clockblocker said. "Takes them time to build, and if you figure Jack didn't exactly save anything of his, and, well, I don't even know how they replaced memories, but there's no way he's just going to pick up where he left off." "Mannequin in a different vein," I said. "Same psychosis, different direction taken?" "Looks like, doesn't it?" I frowned. "We could wait for the ice to melt," Imp suggested. "Warm out." "Would take forever," Vista said. "And it would only get replaced, probably." Clockblocker said. "Go big," I suggested. "Whatever's producing the ice, there's got to be a limit in terms of materials." Vista nodded. This time, rather than a depression, it was a line, running from one corner at the bottom of the building to the opposite corner on the top. It took 10 or 15 seconds, and then the ice blasted out, barely visible with only our flashlights to illuminate it. Nothing. Ground to roof, the ice remained. "I could do it again," Vista suggested. "Faster to get Kid Win to just tear the outside of the building apart," Clockblocker said. "Not like they don't know we're here now." "I'm thinking," I said. "You know that draft of cool air you feel when the automatic doors of a big-name store swing open?" "Sure," Clock Blocker said. It's designed like that, to use air pressure and airflow and whatever else to keep bugs and debris out. Of course you know that, Imp said. Because of the bugs. I looked into it when I started paying attention to places where there aren't a lot of bugs, to see why. There's sonic countermeasures, and there's that. Whatever, Imp said. Still pretty random. This is the same thing, except it's weaponized, or made into a defense system depending on how you want to look at it. I'd bet most of the building is rigged with some crazy high pressure, as well as whatever devices he's got that are detonating on exposure to the outside. Okay, with you so far, Clock Blocker said. But where are they keeping the hostages? Option 1 is that they've got them in some sealed area, like they stuck Cherish into, and all of the 9 members in the building are immune to that pressure and cold. Multiple mannequins, maybe a Siberian in a sealed case? What's option 2? Gru asked. The inside is safe. Apartments or offices bordering on exterior walls would be pressurized, but the interior walls, all of the rooms of the building that aren't rigged, they'd be safe, with hostages and the 9 inside. Clock Blocker nodded. Makes sense, but that's a lot of speculation. Theory 2 is a lot easier to prove, I said. We either need to go in through the top and hope the roof isn't as protected, or access the interior without passing into exterior rooms, Vista said. Shuffle could have done that, I thought. Had we sent the wrong teams to the wrong locations? It had sounded like there was a hell of a lot of offensive power at the other location. I'll try, Vista said. Hold on. This was a more refined use of her power. She drew on the exterior of the building and created a depression, but the goal this time wasn't to create a hole. She extended the depression inward, but she fed enough of the surrounding material into it to keep the resulting walls intact. It stopped, and she merged it into another wall. I couldn't see the wall, but I could sense it with my bugs. To my eyes, it was a black void, a hole too deep for my bugs to reach. She paused, then began opening an experimental hole in the far wall. I pulled my bugs back to make it easier for her. I could feel the warm air blow past my bugs. I could smell it using their senses, an alien sensation, but I noted the scent of blood, the acrid chemical odor of the ceiling materials. Ways open, Vista said. It's messy in there, I said. Be prepared. Sending bugs in now. Gru? Darkness. We waited as he pumped the building full of darkness. My bugs made their way through, scanning the surroundings. Murder rat, Gru said. 3 of her. I can kind of sense what others are sensing around me, and there's a glimmer of something that might be a teleportation power. I don't trust myself to use it without any ability to sense where I'm going. Breeds, and I can't even get a bead on this guy's powers. Was it? I could sense figures moving throughout the darkness, but they were swift and moved in unpredictable directions. The elevator shaft's doors had been opened, and they climbed up and through with no difficulty. There were countless people, hanging from the ceiling by chains, countless pieces of armor, as though Mannequin was trying to reinvent his own gear. And then, on the penthouse level, a man, easily 8 feet tall, muscular and broad-shouldered, sitting at a computer chair with one foot propped up on a desk. His chest was bare, his pants no doubt a normal size, but rendered skin-tight by his sheer mass, left unzipped. He was watching something violent on a laptop as he sat there. The hostages who weren't strung up with chains were in the room, cowering behind him as a full cluster. In the midst of them, there was something that looked like a coffin. Try using his power? Not sure I want to, Gru said, but okay. I felt my powers dim, my range swiftly dropping. Others stepped away from him in surprise. Stop, I said. He did. My powers started to return. That's one. Jesus, that's a rush. The other, I think it's the sort of power you need the built-in second sense to grasp. That has to be Hatchet Face. I guess you can use his power nullification, I said. That's something, if we hit a pinch. I just don't understand this other power. Bonesaw's work? A hybrid? Gru nodded. Possible. I frowned. Not sure how to do this. If we entered through the top floor, we could access the hostages right away, defeat Hatchet Face. Sounds good, Clock Blocker said. Except, what do the rest do? I asked. Some signal goes off, or they realize something's up. They're not fighting types, not exactly. They're assassins, indirect attackers. They wouldn't just converge on us. I don't know how they'd react, and it's not the kind of situation where I can say that in a good way. We need to make a call soon, Gru said. You said the other team is already attacking? I thought this would be simpler, I said. Let's go in the ground floor. Clear each floor, block off escape routes, so they can't just exit the building and go wreak mayhem elsewhere, or notify Jack. They can fall back to the main room where Hatchet Face is waiting, and then we've got a hell of a fight on our hands, Gru said, against enemies with hostages. Cornered rats with hostages, Vista said. The little of her face I could see in the flashlight-illuminated gloom was somber. Ground floor, I said. If nothing else, it buys us time to think of something before we reach a crisis point. The alternative, I don't like the idea that so many of these guys could escape. They've bottled themselves up nicely. Stay on your guard. Are you staying outside? Clockblocker asked me. I shook my head. Need to maintain communications against this team, and I don't like how long it would take to communicate using my bugs, or the chance you could get cut off. I'll come with, help watch your backs. There were nods all around. Go, I said before touching my earbud. Tattletale. There was a pause. Weaver, kind of busy watching over the other team. Sup? Entering the fray. Looks like mannequins, murder rats, breeds, and one hatchet face hybrid. Got it. Gluck. Rachel had kept the dogs at a smaller size so they could patrol the building we'd been hiding out in. It meant they were big, but not so big that they filled the entire hallway. They passed through the corridor Vista had made without trouble. We filed in, shoulder to shoulder, and I did what I could to track the various villains in the building. Gru dissipated the darkness as we got close enough to the respective areas to shine our flashlights on the objects in question. Ominous, being in the midst of this building, almost like being in a submarine. There was an incredible, devastating pressure all around us. A leak meant a possible terminal end to all of us. The darkness was oppressive, and every surface was covered in the red sealant, scabrous, hard, removing the human touch from everything around us. I was so caught up in it that I nearly missed it. A figure in the ducts. There, I said, keeping my voice low. I pointed. Our side turned to look. Mannequin, I thought. I immediately switched mental gears. Who to protect, what to do tactically. I hit the briefest stumbling block when the recollection of what Clockblocker had been talking about crossed my mind. Why does he remember his suit? The same outfit with alterations. The all-concealing, all-protecting shell surrounding his body, even the joints. Bastard lunged for him, jaws snapping shut, but the mannequin cartwheeled back and away. Vista fired her gun, sending a single green spark zipping ahead. Mannequin swayed to one side, bending his body at impossible angles to avoid the shot. The bullet hit the wall, then briefly flared, disintegrating a scab-covered vending machine. Lines exploded forward from Clockblocker's hands, one from each finger, and the mannequin staggered back. The narrow cables flew past him, glanced off his armor to ricochet into the surrounding area, and one or two even managed to wind around his arm or leg. Clockblocker used his power, freezing the mannequin in place. Vista, he said. Another shot. She still had her gun leveled at mannequin. She aimed, and the mannequin let a blade spring from his palm. It punched through the wall at the very edge of our tunnel. Ice exploded into the interior of the hallway, consuming the mannequin entirely. Vista dropped her gun. No escape route, Crucible said. Can't shoot without putting us at risk, Vista said. I can make another exit, but it's going to take a minute. Not a focus, I said. Upstairs first, hostages first. We'll cross that bridge after. We had to walk around in a semicircle before we found ourselves by the elevators and stairwells of the lobby. The stairwell was framed by two bodies hung by their feet. No wounds were visible. I felt with my bugs, and I could sense warmth from them. Still alive. Breed. What were we even supposed to do with his victims? For the second time in as many minutes, I found myself saying, "We deal with them after." We entered the stairwell. I was aware of a murder rat popping in on the ground floor, crawling on hands and feet that each had excessively long blades on the ends. She moved faster than she should have been able to, considering her means of locomotion, but she had an exceedingly strong, flexible body. Enhanced senses, too, with her conical nose close to the ground, long greasy hair brushing against the surface. I almost turned back to deal with her, but she was already gone, moving faster than my bugs could. Claustrophobic. I was acutely aware of the dimensions of the space, the fact that only a fraction of the building could actually hold people. Of that portion of the building interior, the elevator shafts took up an awful lot of space. Their territory, really. The stairs hadn't received as much of the scab treatment, but they were still treacherous ground. The stairs blocked our view of what was above or below us. I was careful to check for threats every step of the way, watching doors, sweeping over surfaces, all too aware that Mannequin had evaded my bugs before. Had this one somehow retained the lessons the original had learned? I could use thread to cover more ground, spread out my bugs. An air vent at the very top floor was punched free of the wall. My bugs could sense the long claws, the conical nose. They started chewing on her, devouring and biting, but her skin was tough, as though most of it was scar tissue. I could feel the hot air as she rapidly inhaled and exhaled. Murder rat, she's on the top. She pushed herself free of the vent, lunging, drawing her claws together as if she were diving into water from a height. Her narrow but emaciated body slipped right between the railings of the ascending and descending stairs. "Incoming!" I shouted. I pushed the others back as I could reach them. The only ones in reach were Rachel and Crucible. She reached the stairwell just above us and kicked off it, changing her orientation and the trajectory of her dive. She slammed into the largest, most obvious target, Gru, all of her claw tips drawn together into one long spike. He was thrown against the walls and the stairs, and his tumble down the stairs just below him drove him into Toggle and Vista, who nearly fell down the stairs along with him. Murder Rat was still on top of him, shifting the movements of her limbs to remain more or less upright as she perched on his body. Her head cocked quizzically. The blades hadn't penetrated. She lashed out, striking. Only her target was exposed skin this time. Vista's face, Crucible's jaw, Bastard's shoulder. And then she kicked the wall, drawing her shoulders together as she slid between Clockblocker's legs, her nose pointed at the gap in the railing. Clockblocker shifted his foot to make contact with the long blades at her toes, touching her and froze her in place. "My face," Vista whispered. "Put pressure on it," Crucible said. His own face was bleeding badly, but he didn't even seem to notice. And more troubling, the wound was smoking. Murder Rat's power. I turned my attention to Gru. "Are you hurt?" "No, I shit. How did that not break a rib?" I shook my head. "Still using the costume I made, and it saved your life." He accepted my help in standing. I turned my attention to the Brockton Bay wards, but there were too many people crowded there for me to jump in and help. I focused on the other threats. I could sense the others swarming around us on stairs above and below. I drew out lines of silk to stop them from using the same approach this murder rat had managed. For extra measure, I tied thread around the frozen murder rat's throat, tying it to the railing. She was a composite of two kitchen sink capes, Mouse Protector and Ravager, two primary powers that had blended into the one, a dozen other minor powers. Flexibility, a bizarre kind of enhanced strength, reflexes and agility that had peaks and valleys, and skin as tough as leather. "Pinch it shut, tape it," Blocker was saying. "We spray it to keep it closed. Smells awful." "I kind of like the smell," Vista said, her words muffled by the hand Crucible was pressing to her face. "Hey, this'll be a badass scar, huh?" "Quiet," Clockblocker said. I could hear another murder rat on the stairs below us. She let her claw drag on the wall, and the metal on concrete made a sound like 5 nails on a chalkboard. Loud, slowly increasing in volume as she approached us. I set my bugs on her. She persisted, simply enduring what they were doing to her. I tried to go for the tiny eyes that were nearly buried behind her altered face and brow, but she shut them, relying on touch and smell to move. I started to pack bugs around her nose and mouth, and found that slowed her just a fraction. But the noise continued. I could see the effect it was having on the others. A rattling noise from above, joined by another nails-on-blackboard screech. A mannequin, using the blades he'd extended from his forearms to scrape the wall, and hit the individual bars that held the railing up at chest level, the same bars that the murder rat had tried to slip between to make her escape. "It burns," Vista said. Her fingers raised to the mark that ran from the side of her chin to her cheekbone. "The meds?" Clockblocker asked. "The smoke," stinging my eyes and feels like it's fizzing. I read the file. This is her power, right? It's what she does. It's going to take a long time to heal, Clock Blocker said. Pretty much guarantees a scar, but we stopped the bleeding, which is better than most get. The dog growled as another murder rat joined the fray, her clawed feet clicking against the steps as she made her descent, the screeches of her claws against the concrete joining what was quickly becoming a cacophony. The blades at the fingertips of her other hand struck the bars of the railing, which set them to ringing. Then, from the first and fourth floors, I could sense Breed's minions make their approach. In the midst of the banging and screeching, their hissing was almost impossible to make out. One more mannequin hung back, letting the little bastards climb on him. They were smallish, smaller than the ones in Killington had been. I shifted my weight, ready for one of them to make an attack at any moment. Indirect attacks, surprise attacks, all from directions that were hard to anticipate. 3 mannequins and a rat above us, I said. 2 rats below us, lots of Breed's bastard parasites on both sides. I could use my darkness, but it wouldn't help much, Gru said. They don't sense things like we do. My bugs aren't going to do much either, I said, laying tripwires and trying to bind them here and there, but these aren't guys my bugs can sting. So? Rachel asked. We die, Imp said with an odd cheerfulness. Horribly, gruesomely. They'll break or sever our arms and legs and cap them with mannequin stuff so we don't bleed out, and then they'll let Breed's bugs devour us from the inside out. Not helping, Imp, Gru said. I'm only saying what we already know. Kind of counterproductive morale-wise to have us read all the dossiers on these bastards. Yeah, just a little, Crucible agreed. Why are we waiting here? Rachel asked, her voice a little too loud. Why don't we just fucking attack them? I didn't have a good rebuttal to that. No, that wasn't right. I had a dozen rebuttals. That these guys would take any offensive action on our part as an excuse to slip past us and murder our more vulnerable members. But I didn't have a better strategy. Not one I was eager to use so prematurely. Attack, I said. Now. Rachel whistled, a long, sharp sound that cut through the various noises the Nine's members had created. There was only silence as the whistle echoed through the stairwell. She snapped her fingers and pointed up the stairs, snapped again and pointed down. The 2 dogs charged in the alternate direction. Wards go up. Gru, Imp, Rachel, help cover the rear. I gave the orders. Watch your backs. We split into 2 groups, the wards leading the charge, while the undersiders covered the flanks. I remained in the center, my knife drawn. A murder rat tried to jump down through the gap, as the first had, but got tangled in the threads I'd woven. She began severing them, one by one, but too slow to slip through. Vista shot her. With her death scream, the others shifted tactics, abandoning the offense. Mannequins advanced to take over the assault. Another got caught in the threads, but blades sprung out all over his body, the individual components rotating, and the threads were cut. He dropped down. Crucible caught him. A force field bubble surrounded the figure, pale blue, then flared a brilliant orange-white. Mannequin would be fireproof, though. Even an extreme heat like Crucible could create wouldn't have an effect. Still, it meant one was contained. Yet as soon as we captured one, another slipped the net. The murder rat Clock Blocker had frozen animated again, slipping through the railing, only to find herself hanging by her throat, a silk cord binding her. My bugs could sense blood trickling, but the movement suggested her neck hadn't snapped. 2 ways she'd escape. The first was obvious, cutting the cord. The second? Vista, Crucible. I hollered their names. They whipped around to face me, saw me holding my knife, ready to drive it forward. The smoke on Vista's face flared, blossoming like a smoke grenade that had just gone off, and Murder Rat materialized, one claw already poised with the points facing upward, ready to drive upward into Vista's unprotected jawline. I'd seen her gesture as she hung on the rope in preparation for her materialization. I had to lunge forward, striking the stairs with the boniest parts of my shins to catch the villain's wrist with my free hand, pulling her off balance. She rolled with it, almost doing a backflip as she threw one leg back to drive a point towards Imp's scalp. Gru caught Murder Rat's leg, and between us, we held her. I punched the blade into her throat. Gru heaved her over the railing. He covered our retreat with darkness, then lunged ahead of the group, Murder Rat's powers, it seemed. Reckless, not like him, but he joined the front lines, where Bastard was giving two mannequins a hard time. Clockblocker threw out lines of silk, then froze them. The dog lunged, and the mannequins were sandwiched between the dog and the silk. Blood spurted at the dog's shoulder where the lines had made contact. One mannequin lost an arm, but they both managed to contort and angle themselves so they could slip over, under, or between the threads. Of course, it wouldn't be easy. "Fuck! Back!" Rachel called out before the dog decided to charge through the cables Clockblocker had used. The dog retreated a pace. Gru only hopped up, grabbing the railing, managed a grip, and then descended on them. He grabbed one and flung it towards the wires. It only contorted, arching its back like a high jumper to slip through a gap. It got halfway before Bastard closed his jaws on his upper body. Shit. My bugs were so useless here. I couldn't go after the breeds until I knew which of the people in the building were them. The original breed had died when someone had hit a building with an incendiary missile, and the bugs had stopped appearing. He wasn't altered in appearance. For all respects, he was just an ordinary man. Besides the whole "I create horrifying space bugs" thing, the mannequin that crawled with Breed's creations leaped down only to get caught in more strands. He started to cut his way free, but Vista opened fire. Her shots glanced off his outer shell. The creatures, though, fell through the gaps. More than a handful landed in our midst. "I thought you said they don't go after people." "They don't," I said, "so long as there's other food sources available." I kicked at one as it advanced on my right foot. "There are dozens of bodies here." Already infected, I realized. These parasites were seeking fresh hosts, ones not already occupied by anything. I caught the ones I could with my own bugs, used thread to haul them free, but there were 20, and their dozens of legs were sharp, capable of punching through flesh and clothing to maintain a grip. Difficult to dislodge. One had landed on my shoulder. I tried to pull it free and failed, stabbed at the legs with my knife, only for it to fold them into its carapace. It lashed at the lens of my mask with its spike-tipped tail. It didn't penetrate and rolled off my shoulder before I could get a hold on it. Its legs extended, and it found a grip on my flight pack. In an instant, it was racing up towards my head again. It stopped twice, pausing for 1 second as it transitioned from my flight pack to my costume, then stopping again as it reached the area where the mask and body of my costume overlapped at my neck. The needle points of its legs were pricking through the fabric of my costume, no doubt as it tried to find a way under. I got a grip on its tail, but failed to dislodge it. Too slick. The others weren't faring a lot better. Crucible shouted something incoherent as he used both hands to stop a softball-sized creature from advancing on his mouth. Its millipede-like limbs left bloody tracks in his skin as it made excruciating progress towards the orifice. It was a critical distraction as we were dealing with highly mobile foes. A murder rat leaped up to find a grip on the underside of the stairs we were standing on, then vaulted herself to one side and up, slipping between the bars and into our midst. Rachel whistled, hard, and the dog from downstairs came barreling through our group. We were knocked aside, pushed to the ground by the dog's mass as it charged Murder Rat. She leaped up, stepping on the dog's back, then jumped back down to the lower end of the flight of stairs. The dog growled and turned around, preparing to charge through us again. "Hold," Rachel said. She had to pull off her jacket to access the trilobite parasite bastard thing that was crawling on the small of her back, heading south. Toggle struck it with her baton, and lights flared. Imp stepped up just in front of Crucible, impaling the bug on his face with her own knife. Progress, but we were still in the midst of a lot of dangerous enemies, elusive ones. Of the 6 here, we'd only achieved 2 kills. "Tattletale here." "In an ugly spot," I said. "Help's on the way." "Help?" "Eidolon. We tried to keep things quiet, keep everything off the radar, but he caught on. Legends at the other site with Pretender." "Turn them away," I hissed the words. Not about to turn away help," Imp said. She was benefiting as Crucible created his superheated force field dome to burn away the breed parasites too dumb to walk around. "Turn them away," I repeated myself. All 3. More of Breed's bugs were starting to make their way to us, from above and below. 1 murder rat, 1 mannequin, and the guy upstairs we still hadn't even interacted with. with his fucked up coffin. I can't get in touch with them, not like their number is in the phone book. Contact Cauldron? I used my swarm to attack the breed bugs, but it was slow going. 20 bugs with strong mandibles could kill one, but it took a minute, maybe two, before they reached something resembling soft tissue. No go. I could sense him, now, approaching the building cautiously. He used a laser to pierce the roof. Ice blossomed out to fill the gap, a glacier in summer. I began drawing from the bugs outside, forming a swarm clone. Eidolon ignored it, firing again. Multiple blasts, multiple creations of ice. He swore under his breath. Rachel's dog leaped over us to attack the murder rat. She slipped to one side, and a wound at Toggle's shoulder began blossoming with smoke. The murder rat appeared in our midst. Clockblocker was quick enough to tag her this time. It wasn't the most ideal maneuver. Gru's stolen power disappeared in that same instant. Bad timing, he was in the midst of fighting the mannequins. One had been taken out by Bastard, but another had joined the fray as it brought the bugs down. Gru reached out for another power. Mannequin's power wasn't useful, but the other, I felt my power fading, just as the swarm decoy was gaining enough bulk. I wasn't the only one. Crucible's force field shorted out. Clockblocker had been in the midst of reaching for breed bugs to lock down, and found himself only giving them easier access in climbing up his arms. The mannequin staggered back, tripping on the stairs, just a little less coordinated. Still, it wasn't useful. One dog was entirely disabled, crawling with countless breed parasites. Only the fact that it clenched its jaw kept them from getting in its mouth, but its nose... "Cancel it, Gru," I shouted. He didn't. Instead, he reached down to grab Mannequin by the throat. He ascended the stairs 3 at a time, Parasaur dragging 2 struggling mannequins with him. A bad situation was turning into a nightmare. My radius shrank to a mere 100 feet, then 50. 20. The bugs were crawling on us. Crucible wasn't the only one struggling to keep them from worming beneath his hands and into his mouth. Then he was gone. The radius of his power nullification too small. If the hatchet face upstairs was a hybrid, Gru's copy of his power was a fraction of a half of a power. Still, he seemed to have hatchet face's strength and durability. Our powers began to return, and with the threats of the other capes dealt with, we were free to focus on stopping them. Clockblocker paused the most dangerous ones, closest to mouths, anuses, and private parts, to ears and nostrils. We backed away as he freed us of the worst of them, and Crucible barred the path with his superheated force field. I'm not useful, Toggle said. Different threats you would be. Crucible said, fuck, this stings. Medical treatment after, Clockblocker said. 1 more to take down. We hurried up the stairs, 2 flights to the penthouse floor. Eidolon, my swarm clone, spoke. Weaver. He had created a kind of portal and was widening it. It seemed slow, inefficient. Go home, Eidolon. You aren't a help here. I'm to take orders from the one who murdered Alexandria? Yes. Leave. You're more danger than help. I can end this. So can I. I will end this. Your choice as to how. Do I handle this situation myself, or do I have to kill you, then handle this myself? There was only silence from him. He stared at my swarm clone. You dare make that threat after killing my comrade in arms? I do. If there's a trace of doubt in your mind that I could do it. Your bugs couldn't touch me. Inside the building, we were approaching the penthouse floor. Your power is dying. It's obvious enough that people are speculating on it online in the media, how Eidolon isn't as strong as he was in the early days. Why aren't you inside already? Are you so sure that your power would stop me? I'm here to help. That's all. Attacking me now would be like the violation of the Endbringer truce. You're one of the biggest dangers, Eidolon. Jack's supposed to be the catalyst for an event, a great catastrophe. Are you honestly telling me that there's no danger here? That you're absolutely certain that you don't have a weakness he could capitalize on? Eidolon didn't speak. Don't tell me you don't. That you aren't potentially powerful enough to end the world if it came down to it. If he somehow opened that floodgate, it won't come to that. I control my powers. Or played a head game with you? Are you telling me your mind is a fortress? That you don't have that capacity for great evil inside you? I'm not evil. You participated in business that people felt was so horrifying that they seceded from the protectorate. how many thousands died or suffered gruesome transformations because of the atrocities Cauldron committed. Inside the building, we opened the door. Gru was staring down the last member of this particular group of 9. Tall, muscular in the way that suggested he was in his physical prime, with a wild mop of dark hair. He was masculine in a way that exaggerated the qualities to a fault, with an overly square jaw, massive hands, and almost Neanderthal brow. It made him look like a bad guy from an old animated film about princesses. As if echoing that sentiment, a word was tattooed across his chest. Tyrant. I recognized the other half of the pair. Hatchet Face and King together. Untouchable. King's power took any physical harm he suffered and transferred it among his pawns, people he'd touched within the last 24 hours. Hatchet Face's power meant we couldn't even use abilities to circumvent it. Tyrant here had the enhanced strength each of the two had possessed, the enhanced durability. Are you saying you're blameless, little murderer? Eidolon asked, just above us. That you don't have a potential for evil? No, I answered. The hybrid crossed the room, and I could feel my powers fading. Gru's darkness dissipated around the building, and light streamed in through the red windows, casting a tint over everything. I shifted my bugs outside the building. No, I know I have some ugliness inside me. I spoke through my swarm. My swarm was dissipating, my focus and control over my bugs failing. I had to maintain the formation. Then what qualifies you to be here when I can't? Maybe arrogant of me to say so, I said. The swarm was quieter as my fine control swiftly dissolved. But I've recognized that ugliness, and I've got it harnessed. I gave the signal, gesturing for emphasis. Tyrant paused. The swarms outside the building shifted in the same moment, uttering the word faintly. Now. Outside the building, Foil fired, and she used the line I'd drawn out with my bugs for guidance. Not perfect, not ungodly straight, but the thread I'd drawn out helped. There was a concentrated explosion of ice at the edge of the penthouse as the shot punctured the wall, passed within a foot of Tyrant. He advanced, and I stepped forward to meet him, my eyes on his. My power was almost entirely gone, dampened to the point that it was just me and the bugs that crawled on me. Every step he took reduced it another fraction. Half a foot, then an inch away from my skin. Another bolt between us, closer to Tyrant than to me. And then an explosion that seemed to shake the entire building. Everyone present was thrown to the ground. Kid Win had blasted a hole in the side of the penthouse, firing what had to be every single weapon at the same time. Ice was swelling from the open area in fits and starts, but it was enough of an opening for Foil to get a clear shot. She shot Tyrant, and the bolt pierced his brain. He collapsed onto his hands and knees, then staggered, starting to rise. Another bolt through the spine. A third through the heart. He collapsed onto his face. Foil's bolts broke the rules. Apparently his power didn't work on them. I slowly climbed to my feet, then stared up through the closing hole in the building at Eidolon. Go home, I called out. He was still, hovering there. I didn't break eye contact as he floated closer to me until he stood only a few feet away. Sit this one out for all of our sakes. He broke eye contact first. His eyes fell on Foil and Kid Win. Please, I said. He didn't move, looking across the street at the others. Then, as if the courtesy of the please had given him the ability, he spoke. His voice was quiet enough that I was probably the only one who could hear. I live for this, he said. It's what I do. It was an admission of weakness, not a boast. I know, I answered him, but it's not worth it. Even here, that coffin up there that Mannequin made, if it's hiding Jack, keeping people from sensing him until the end of this lunatic game he set up, then he could say something. Do something, and you could become everything you're trying to stop. No, I'd said something that was off the mark. I saw Eidolon hesitate, as if he was considering going ahead anyways. And you're all so safe? Eidolon asked me. You're not such a danger, with the right trigger event, the right saying. You couldn't murder a town full of innocents as readily as you murdered Alexandria? The difference between you and me, I said, is if I go off the rails, if I somehow become an agent of the apocalypse, I can be stopped. I can be killed. He stared at me, the shadows of his eyes only barely visible behind the blue-green expanse of the concave mask he wore. The shadow cast by his hood didn't help. There's a quarantine, Eidolon. Everything we're bringing to the table here, everyone who's on the front lines, they've talked about this, they've agreed. We're all willing to die if it comes down to it, for the sake of maintaining that quarantine, keeping the end of the world from coming to pass. He looked past me at the Undersiders and Brockton Bay wards. I'm willing to die if I have to, he said in his eerie chorus of a voice. I've proven that enough times, but it doesn't matter, does it? There's no guarantee we could stop you before it was too late. I see. He cast a glance over our assembled ranks, then took off. I waited long moments before turning my attention to the crowd at the far end of the room. They were already moving, running like they could make their way downstairs and escape out the front doors. I drew my knife, stepping into their path. Weaver? My bugs flowed past them. I could see, hear, smell, taste. The swarm went on the attack. People in the crowd screamed and ran. Of the three I'd targeted in their midst, I saw one open his mouth wide. 4 small trilobite parasites crawled out, dropping to the ground. His nostril bulged, and one crawled from his nasal cavity. One crawled from each of his ears. His pants bulged, a great deal in the back, then a little in front. They fell out of the bottom of his pant legs. The others were producing some now, too. Crucible caught the first in his force field. He paused a second, then turned it on full burn. The force field dissipated, and man, parasites, and a circular section of floor were scorched black. The other 2 were still fighting off the bugs when Crucible burned them as well. Silence reigned. The crowd, I think, was a little too horrified to cheer for us. First kill? Imp asked, quiet. Yeah. How the fuck did you get to be a hero with a power like that? Kept it a secret from you guys. Kept it a secret from the public. You can do a lot with a solid force field bubble. Gru and Clockblocker joined me as we approached the coffin. It opened easily, and we stepped back as Crucible surrounded it in a bubble. Jack? He lay inside, opened his eyes, and frowned. This didn't go according to plan, he said. I could see the force field start to change hues, ready to bake before Jack could say anything devastating. Stop, I said, but the idea was... Just stop, it's not him, doesn't fit. Jack only smiled. That so? Well, it's the bug girl. I can't even remember your name. I could see the tension in the others' bodies. He stepped forward, staggered a little, then poked at the force field bubble with his knife. Shall we put an end to all of this? You got me. Victory is yours. Murder me, and they all go off leash. It's not Jack, I repeated myself. It's Nyx's power. Jack's expression became a frown. Then he dissipated. It was only a teenager, trapped inside. He was in the middle of asking a question. You let me out? Holy fuck, I almost burned him, Crucible said. The boy pounded one hand on the force field. Please. I'll let him out, Crucible said. I hesitated, holding up a hand. No. Not enough grounding to say for sure. I let my hand drop. Weaver? I was about to give the go-ahead, but Tattletale's voice came over the comm. That's Nyx you're looking at. Her range is too short. She'd have to be in the building, and she's too distinctive looking to pass in a crowd. I stared at the teenage boy. I'd almost said he could leave. Last chance, Nyx, I told the boy. Last words? Share a juicy tidbit? The boy faded away. An illusion in an illusion. It was only a woman with pale red skin, overlarge black eyes and vents along her hairline, the back of her neck and down the backs of her arms. A fog seeped out from the holes. A small cauldron emblem was tattooed on her face like a beauty mark. No way I can convince you to let me go? You could, I said. Hey, Gru said. She's too dangerous. For good enough information? I'm willing to risk it. I agree, Clockblocker said. Good information? Tell us where Jack is, I told her. She smiled. And I get to go free? My word as a hero, Clockblocker answered her. He's on his way to visit Nilbog. It's true, Tattletale said. Now let me go, Nyx said. She rolled her shoulders. Take me into custody if you have to. All I want is to live. No, Gru said. We can't let her go. No, Clockblocker agreed. Crucible? Nyx snarled, and the fog blasted out of the vents along her body, forming into a shape. She didn't get any further before the orb flared. Her scream was high, loud, and exceedingly brief. Nilbog, I said. Worm. Arc 26 Sting. Part 4. Ellisburg loomed before me. A small town, surrounded by a massive wall. Ellisburg had been situated by a river, and the wall included a section of the waterway. The building that managed the flow of water was bigger than any structure within the walls. a filtration and guard system that ensured that nothing was making its way up or downstream from the small town. It was a risk to even have the measure, no doubt, and it would cost money to operate and maintain. There had to be a reason they had included the river rather than section the river off altogether. A compromise? Something to keep the Goblin King happy? I'd only been a toddler when the walls had first gone up. Outside of that bit of news, the Ellisburg situation wasn't one that came up a lot, yet it had somehow found traction in the public consciousness. It was something we all thought about from time to time, something that loomed as a possibility in everyone's mind. Would today be the day the wrong person got too much power? Would today be the day our hometown was effectively removed from the map, surrounded by 60-foot concrete walls? The dashboard indicated the Dragonfly was now approaching the designated landing point. The AI had suddenly decided to ground itself, landing in a nearby field, costing me precious minutes, while Dragon had been silent on the comms. I'd left a message, trusting her AI to pass it on, and hadn't received a response yet. My attempts to patch into the feeds and get a view on what was going on with Jack hit a brick wall. The corner of the monitor still showed the cube folding through itself in the corner, Dragon's loading message as if the process had hung. I'd manually piloted the craft back out of the field, and the AI had kicked in to handle the flight codes and necessary messages to air traffic control and nearby aircraft. When I'd input my destination for the second time, the craft mobilized. But the silence, the strange blip in the AI's direction, it left me uneasy. Now, as we took a circuitous route around Ellisburg to a field beside the large filtration and security building, I could see the Azezels parked at the edges of the same location. That was the point I felt alarmed. I hit the button on the console dashboard. Dragon, requesting confirmation on the situation. You intended to intercept Jack before I got here, but the Azels are dormant. No response. Dragonfly, I said. Display non-system processes and tasks last carried out. It displayed a list. In a matter of seconds, the scroll bar was barely a line, with thousands of individual instructions noted in collapsed menus. A prompt reminded me I could load more with a request. In the last minute. The list wasn't much shorter. Communications related. There. Besides the orders I'd just given, I could see the message I'd sent to Dragon. Status of message? Has she heard or read it? The loading symbol appeared in the corner. It should have been nigh instantaneous. Cancel that. Give me manual access. A keyboard appeared on the dashboard. I couldn't use it right away, though. I was forced to pay attention as the Dragonfly reached the field and hovered. I lowered the ship down. The small craft shuddered as it touched ground. Using the keyboard and the manual access, I began digging through the data. I navigated the menu the AI had provided, then opened the submenu to view the details on the message I'd left Dragon. My message was in the priority queue, but it sat at the 89th position on the list of messages Dragon would be getting to. I dug a little and found the list was growing. 94, 95. Where the hell was Jack? I contacted Defiant. Defiant here. Weaver, what happened? Is the Slaughterhouse 9 situation resolved? No, he entered Ellisburg. I closed my eyes for a second. It took a moment to compose myself and get my thoughts and priorities in order. And the suits? Ignore the Azazels. Listen, I've got a lot to handle and coordinate right now, Defiant said. Was there a tremor of emotion in his voice there? Golem's on his way. Wait for backup. I'm sending Dragon's Teeth your way. Teams from across America are joining the fight now that the full situation is leaking. I'm putting some on containment and quarantine detail. Make sure the Slaughterhouse 9 situation doesn't get beyond the areas the attacks are directed at. I'm going to send a few your way. 10 minutes. Jack's already in the city, and you want me to wait 10 minutes? That long, and Jack could get what he wants. I've got the Azazels nearby if there's trouble. The Azazels aren't reliable. Consider them compromised, but a non-threat at the same time. Listen, there are things I need to take. This is the highest priority, I said. Isn't it, Jack? The end of the world? A pause. Yes, of course, but I can't help you while I'm on the phone. A note of deceit in that. He was covering for something. Something happened. I thought of what had happened at the school, the way Dragon had stopped abruptly. I'd read the records, knew the gist of the story. Dragon had been in Newfoundland when Leviathan sank it, had escaped, only to shut herself away from the world, never venturing outside the expansive building complex she'd had constructed in Vancouver. She hadn't left Newfoundland unscathed, I was almost certain. Brain problems, body problems. I couldn't be sure. Probably both. She had no doubt integrated herself with technology to cope, enhance, and expand her capabilities, except that her technology was failing. The way she'd collapsed at the school, the speech problems she'd suffered, the slow recovery, now this. It was the only theory that made sense. She'd pushed herself too far, something had gone wrong, and now Defiant faced losing the one person on this planet who could tolerate him for more than 10 minutes at a time. No small wonder he was out of sorts. I considered how I'd feel if it was one of the Undersiders. Defiant, I said. I'm going in alone. Send Golem in after me if he wants to come. Reinforcements can hang back or come with, depending on your judgment. I'll handle things on this end. You focus on what you need to. Focus on Dragon. Focus on damage control. A pause. There's nothing I can do for Dragon right this moment. The best I can do is maintain the momentum and keep things coordinated and hope that Dragon's substitution can maintain the back end. I didn't respond to that. I was already getting ready to go. Thank you, Weaver. It was uncharacteristic of him to thank me. A pleasantry. How upset was he? I couldn't spare another thought on the subject. I was out of the Dragonfly at the first opportunity, making my way towards the quarantine control and filtration building. It was squat, concrete, hardly pretty. As I got closer, I could hear an alarm. The front doors had been torn apart. It might not have been so impressive, but these were the same vault doors we saw with the shelters that studded every likely target around the world. The gouges were narrow, a finger's width, as though someone had dragged their hands through the steel like I could drag my fingers through half-melted butter. Siberian. Jack had brought protection. My bugs flooded into the facility, past the second dismantled vault door. The alarm was louder as I ascended the concrete stairs and made my way into the building. The emergency lighting was on, casting the area in a red glow. My bugs searched and scanned the area in case any members of the Nine were lurking in wait. So many ugly ways this could go. So many threats that Jack could have on hand. Cherish, Screamer, Nyx, ways to fool my senses, ways to shut me down or defeat me. My only recourse was to get them before they got me. Hey, passenger, I thought, do me a favor. If I get taken out of action and you step up to fight, work on taking out Jack, all right? My bugs stirred, moving further down the hall. It was so far from a conscious direction that I wondered for a second if the passenger had listened. No. I'd tried hypnosis. I'd tried other things. Some in Mrs. Yamada's office, other times in the PRT's labs, after dark, off the record. Nothing brought the monster to the fore. Just my subconscious. Just like that wasn't something I couldn't help but wonder about, but I'd made peace with it. I couldn't barter with something that wouldn't talk back, but I could accept it, test and acknowledge my limits as far as they pertained to the entity that was apparently granting me my abilities. I wouldn't turn away from it, wouldn't tell it to go away or hold back in my abilities. My bugs marked the area, giving me the information I needed to navigate the facility. It proved easier than I might have expected. Rather than follow the winding corridors and make my way to the security checkpoints, I followed the path of casual destruction Siberian had left in her wake. She'd knocked down walls to create the shortest possible route from the front doors to Ellisburg. No casualties that I could detect. No non-human life. Had Dragon ordered this place evacuated before she was incapacitated, or had Nilbog gotten here first? My bugs started to scan the area beyond the facility, inside Ellisburg. They made it about 10 feet before something like a frog's tongue began snatching them out of the air. I withdrew the swarm back to myself, hiding my bugs beneath my cape and skirt, and I made my way through the opening into Ellisburg. A goblin wonderland. It was clear he'd altered it from its original layout, likely over the course of years. The remodel had been more aesthetic than functional. Floorboards had clearly been dug up and moved to the exteriors of the buildings, creating roofs and building additions that spiraled or twisted, with more boards propped up flat against the building faces on one side, painted or modeled in the same way the towns had been put together in old Western movies. The walls that surrounded Ellisburg had been painted as well. To look from a distance, Nilbog's kingdom extended to every horizon, with crooked, impossible landscapes at the periphery of it, like an ocean frozen in time, grown over with grass and trees. Oddly enough, they had painted the sky as an overcast one, where it was visible above the lush, unpredictable fields and forests. Within the city, the trees had been immaculately cut and trimmed, and the shapes were just as strange. Trees that were perfectly round, cubes, cones. Where new trees were growing on lawns, as dense and close together as trees in an orchard might be, I could see heavy wires wound around them, guiding their growth into twists and curves. The art of bonsai taken to a bigger scale, cultivating each tree in form. Already, some of the largest ones were properly set up, meshing together with counterparts on the opposite sides of the street, forming lush, living wooden arches. The grass had been cut, and I could see the attention to detail there, even. There were innumerable flowers growing across lawns, but the grass was neatly cut beneath and around them, as if someone had taken shears or scissors to the blades that grew between the flowers. I couldn't make out any rhyme or rhythm in how the flowers or plants were laid out and how they grew. It was an injection of color in the same way a random splash of paint from a palette might be applied to a canvas. And then, as if to remind me that this wasn't friendly territory, there was a scarecrow in one garden. The clothes were brightly colored, the pose one of a dancing figure, but that wasn't the eerie thing about it. The head was a skeletal one, a dog's head stripped of all flesh, turned skyward with its mouth opened in joy. The hands that clutched the rake and watering can were held together by wire, a very small human hand. For all the signs of careful tending, the entire place was still. A town that could have been taken from a storybook, desolate. There wasn't any sign of chaos, nor the destruction that would follow from an attack by the Slaughterhouse Nine. But more than anything, what threw me was the absence of insect life. No spiders spun webs. Even the ground had little in the way of ants or earthworms. A trap? I looked behind me to see if they were planning on walling me in, and came face to face with one of Nilbog's creations. It hissed, its breath hot and reeking of bile. Fangs like a viper's parted, the distance between them great enough that it probably could have sunk some into the top of my head and the underside of my chin as it closed its mouth. I stepped back out of reach, then forced myself to stay still and wait. The mouth closed, and I could see how the creature's head was smaller than mine. It wasn't more than 4 feet tall, covered in pale brown scales. The reptilian face could have been in a children's movie if it wasn't for the eyes. They were dark, black, and cold. It clung to the wall, its feet placed higher up than its hands, opposable toes gripping the frame that had been around the vault door. I noticed it was wearing white shorts, with one suspender strap over a shoulder. A taloned claw held a softball-sized chunk of the wall. Was it fixing the wall? "I'm not a threat," I told the lizard child. I felt hands touch my belt and jumped, seizing the wrist of the offending hand in an instinctive motion before I'd even looked to see who it was. A girl, 5 or so feet tall, her face mottled with purple veins that spiraled across her perfectly round, puffy, hairless head. Her eyes were tiny and piggish, her fingers blunt, barely a half-inch long, her mouth too small for her face. She wore a sack that looked like it had been sewn to work around her oversized head. Her hand was on my knife. The lizard boy had extended frills at his arms, neck, and the edges of his face, colorful, brilliant, and held out by a framework of needle-fine spines. His mouth hung open, viper's teeth revealed. I looked beyond this pair, and I could see signs of others. Eyes reflected light in the shadows beneath steps from windows. There were large, bulky silhouettes in the windows, some holding smaller figures on their heads and shoulders. I couldn't make out much, but I wasn't sure I wanted to. That was twice now that they'd snuck up on me. Quiet motherfuckers. "I'm sorry for grabbing you," I said. "You wanted my knife?" She took it, her tiny black eyes glaring at me from the midst of her oversized head. The lizard boy eased his frills down somewhat, but his mouth remained open. "I'd like to see Nilbog," I said. She ignored me, her pudgy, blunt-fingered hands fumbling through the pouches at my belt. With painful, clumsy slowness, she divested me of my taser, the pepper spray, and the spools of silk, both conventional and Darwin spider silk. I winced as one spool fell to the ground and unwound partially, dirt getting caught up between the strands. That would be a pain to fix. I could see more of the things making appearances now, getting close enough for me to see as they took interest in what was happening. Eyes appeared in the windows, reflecting the light in curious ways. Eyes from within the trees, between the slats of stairs. Some faces. They ranged from artistic and beautiful to horrific. Every single one of them was a weapon. Going into this situation was a repeat of the information gathering and problem-solving issues one faced when going up against an unknown cape. If it came down to a fight, I'd have to figure out how they operated and the full extent of their capabilities. Trouble being that there were a hell of a lot of these things. Hundreds, even thousands. I waited patiently. No use complaining, even if every second counted, and Jack was no doubt having words with Nilbog. Nilbog is in danger, I said, trying a different tack. The man with him, he has dark hair, a beard. He's with a striped woman. Bad people. I think they're going to try to hurt Nilbog, hurt the man who made you, so you get upset and leave this place. Her hands fumbled with my flight pack. I felt her touch the arm at the side of the pack with its narrow arm. She took hold of it and pulled. I can take that off, I said. She grunted, and I started to move to oblige, only to get a protest. The frills on the lizard boy extended, and her own head swelled, the skin getting thin enough in the process that I could see a fluid filling the lower half of her head. I moved my arms away from the straps, and I watched them both relax over long seconds. When she was sure I wasn't trying something, she grunted again, louder, a frustrated, constipated sound. A communication, but not one meant for me. Her friend emerged from a garage, lifting the door to lumber forth. He was big, fat, and moved on 4 limbs that each had opposable digits. His massive belly swung right and left as he loped, so distended and so close to the ground as it swung that I worried it would hit something and split open. His genitals were almost bigger than I was, and they were, along with his sensory organs, the only way I could really tell his front from his back. The sensory organs consisted of slits running top to bottom from a ridge at one end of his body. There was no room for a brain, no eyes present. This organ granted him enough awareness to approach, probably by way of scent, but it didn't give him the fine-tuning he needed to find us, specifically. The round-headed creature approached him, took hold of a fistful of chest hair, and led him my way. I backed up a little as they approached and received a hissed rebuke from Lizard Boy. I remained still, the safest course. The girl thing moved the brute's hand towards me, and I stayed still as she gripped the arm and placed it in the hand. He closed his fist around it. "Wait," I said. He hauled on it, clearly intent on tearing it free. I was thrown, sent rolling until I landed in one patch of grass, dazed, startled, just a little hurt. The brute approached, the round-headed girl hurrying after. Before I could rise, he'd already fumbled for me and seized hold of the mechanical arm. This time, he managed to pull it free. I used the anti-gravity panels to control my flight as I was thrown, controlled my landing, and hurried to get my hands to the straps. There was a wail behind me, a warning sound. I saw the others react, but kept working through the straps. 2 at the shoulders, 1 across the chest, beneath my armor. The pack fell free. I chanced to look over my shoulder, and I saw a number of Nilbog's creations gathered, close enough that they could have lunged for me. One was a very tall, long-limbed man with skin that looked like a Siamese cat's, covered in a very fine fur. His face was split by a wide, toothless mouth, his eye sockets little more than indents filled with fur. He held a makeshift spear with a flag on the end which had been painted brilliant colors and wore a matching loincloth. Probably the most dangerous one in my immediate vicinity, just in terms of how fast he could probably close the gap and murder me. "Safe," I said. "No danger. I'm safe. The pack's off." I waited, tensed as they studied me. Enemies on all sides. Jack was invincible. I wasn't. But if I was going to achieve anything here, it couldn't involve destruction. I'd read the files on Nilbog. I had a sense of him, in the most general terms. I was banking everything on his megalomania, overriding his desire to collect just a little more in the way of resources. I kept my voice level and calm. I'd like to see Nilbog now. Were they hungry? If this became a fight, I'd have to defend myself with the bugs in my costume and the bugs in the quarantine and filtration facility. I could use the swarm to equip myself with the stuff that had been dumped on the ground, but that required that I survive long enough to do so. Were there ranged attacks here? Assassins? Desperate situations called for risks. This was my gamble. I have a gift for him, I said. Something seemed to ease in them. I watched as some turned away, finding their way to resting spots. The tall man with the loincloth worked his overlong body under a porch where he could rest in the shade. I didn't receive an escort, but the ones along one road moved aside, sitting or standing on the sidewalks. I walked with my head high and sent a handful of bugs forward. More than a few of Nilbog's creatures took the opportunity to snap them up. A soft rumble sounded above. Lightning. Rain began to patter down. Light. My surviving bugs gave me ears on the scene before I arrived. Lipsy? Tell the cook to serve us something. I fancy a salad and something robust. I think it should taste sweet. The alterations to the surroundings only grew more focused and extreme as I found my way to the center of Ellisburg. Building faces were covered in wild plant growth, and there wasn't a single building without more extreme modifications made to it. Glances indoors showed little more than barren exteriors with the floorboards pried up, or clusters of Nilbog's creatures lurking in the unlit gloom within. I'll look forward to this, God King. You should. Your hospitality astounds me. I'm unworthy. Hardly. So Jack was situating himself as someone subservient, even servile, so as not to challenge Nilbog's alpha status. He was playing nice, even. If I tried the same, I'd only be working to catch up, to earn Nilbog's trust. I approached the town center and found myself in the midst of a crowd of Nilbog's creatures. Goblins and ghouls, muppets and horned moppets, big, small, thin and fat. Each was exaggerated, twisted as if Nilbog had gone out of his way to insert traits and qualities that separated them from humanity. The creatures stepped out of the way as I made my way closer. Nilbog sat at the center of a long table, and two more tables extended from the ends to form a loose C shape. Checked tablecloths in eye-gouging color contrasts covered each table. Jack sat at the end furthest me, and a man with white and black stripes sat beside him. Bonesaw was only a short distance away, sitting on the shoulders of what looked like a flayed bear. The thing had claws 2 or 3 times the usual size, its mouth yawning open like it had been broken. Nilbog was immensely fat, easily 400 pounds, and sat on a throne that had apparently been cobbled together from dismantled furniture. His face was covered with a paper mask. Other creatures sat on chairs to his left and right. The arrangement of the tables created an open space that could host their entertainment. I looked, then wished I hadn't. A bloated, coarse-looking creature lay on the ground, almost like a potato made of hair and flesh. Smaller things were busy carving gouges and holes into it. The resulting wounds regenerated, but not before the smaller creatures inserted body parts into the openings, allowing the regenerated flesh to close tight but not close completely. I averted my eyes from the scene, content with not letting my brain register which parts were being inserted and what they were doing after the fact. "Another guest," Nilbog cried out. He spoke like he had a bad accent, but it wasn't. He'd affected strange and overdramatic tones for so long that his voice had warped, and he'd had no ordinary people to hear or talk to and measure his voice against. "A friend of yours, Sir Jack?" I could see Jack's eyebrows raise in interest. "Not at all. Skitter, was it? Except you're going by another name now." I ignored Jack. "Nilbog, it's good to meet." Nilbog didn't look impressed. Sir Jack was more obsequious when he introduced himself. "That's because he's a 2-bit thug, Nilbog." Jack chuckled at that. "A 2-bit thug? You'd insult my guests?" "If those guests include Jack," I said. Nilbog narrowed his eyes. "I will not have fighting in my glorious kingdom. Jack has agreed to a ceasefire while we dine. You will do the same. I already gave my weapons to your underlings. You should know that the black and white striped man is a living weapon, much like your creations." Nilbog glanced at the male Siberian. "I'm not concerned." "I imagine you aren't," I said. "Where's the real him?" I had to be careful in how I used my bugs. Sending them into buildings would only reduce the size of my swarm, but there was relatively little chance that Manton would simply be hanging out in one of the hollowed-out buildings. "So," Jack said, Are you going to have a seat, or are you going to continue to be rude? I'm waiting for our host to invite me to sit. Forgive me, Nilbog, I said. I glanced at the fat man. The grease on his skin made it look like he'd oiled himself. Sit, but I'd like to hear who you think you are, whelp, if you won't bow down to me. I approached the row of chairs opposite Jack and the Siberian, and one of the critters hopped down, scurrying under to join the festivities in the center of the tables. I took the vacated chair and sat. I might have removed my mask, but I was all too aware of the silverware in front of Jack. I'm your equal, Nilbog. Jack laughed again. Nilbog seemed to react, almost looking flustered before turning to me. You insult me. Not at all. Ignore the thug that's sitting over there. I'm a queen, a goddess of my own realm. Or I was. Jack was smiling, clearly amused. Then again, he was safe. He was untouchable with Siberian beside him, and he was only feigning weakness to get past Nilbog's defenses. A queen? A queen. With that in mind, provided you give your permission, I'd like to offer you a gift. A peace offering to make up for the fact that I entered your territory uninvited. Of course, of course. He was almost childlike, so easily moved by this promise of a gift, his mood changing so quickly, guileless. He'd been surrounded by yes-men for more than a decade, with barely any human contact. His defenses were gone. I forgave Jack the lack of an invitation. I'll extend you the same courtesy. This gift? I called on the swarm I'd kept within the quarantine facility. Resources are slim. An isolated kingdom like yours, providing for your subjects is hard. You do an admirable job despite this. Of course, of course. He was eager, impatient. I'd feed your subjects, I said. Protein. You need it to make more, to keep the ones you currently have in good health. Yes, yes, Nilbog said. My bugs were just now arriving in the area. This will do. The full swarm arrived, the vast majority of the ones I'd kept in the Dragonfly, and the ones from the area beyond the Ellisburg walls. I gathered them on plates in piles. His minions devoured them, licking at the plates, picking with talons, or simply lifting the plates and tipping the insects into open mouths. I wasn't surprised when Nilbog turned his attention to his own plate. My eyes fell on Jack. He still had a slight smile on his face. He held the cards up his sleeve. I'd played mine for a minor advantage, but he had Bonesaw. One virus or parasite in the midst of these creatures, and they could go berserk, roaming the countryside until they were put down. He had Siberian, which meant he was safe, meant he could kill me or Nilbog whenever he wanted. But he wasn't going to. This continued as long as the game was still on. He thrived on this interplay. As more bugs continued to arrive, I used them to search the area. Nothing. Below ground, earthworms, ants, and pillbugs dug through the soil beneath the park, searching. Some of Nilbog's creatures were beneath the earth, ready to spring up and attack. Others were beneath, eating whatever they could find. In the midst of my search, I found something. Not Siberian's creator, but nearly as good. Nilbog himself. He sat directly beneath his throne and was connected to the fat man by what seemed to be an umbilical cord. This cord gave him control of the body, fed him sustenance, let him stay safe while the decoy sat up here. One card for me to play. I think the bug queen here should explain how she came to nobility, Jack said. Setting me up to say something incriminating, I thought. As you did, Nilbog, I claimed a realm for myself. And you left it, apparently. If you're truly a queen, you're a foolish one. I did leave it, I said, because I had to save it. I had to protect my subjects, to fight my people's enemies. I've not been as fortunate as you. No, he said, uncaring. Apparently not. If it came down to it, would you step up to protect your creations? To protect this town you made? You're sounding a great deal like Sir Jack, Nilbog commented. He frowned. He's trying to convince you to go to war, I said. To take preemptive action, Jack clarified. I'll do neither. Not war, not preemptive action. I have what I need. I'm a content god, a happy king. You're starved for real human contact, I thought. Or you wouldn't have let us join you at the table. My bugs continued to search, though the bastard creatures were coming out of the woodwork to catch and devour them. Where in the hell was Manton? Jack spoke. It's a question of whether you act now and preserve what you have for the future, or wait and let them come and kill you. They've been systematically seeking people like you, eliminating them. I could show you proof, given a chance. I'll make it simpler, I said. You don't need to leave your kingdom, your garden. You don't need to go to war with an outside party you don't know or care about. You want to know what happened to my kingdom? That man, right over there, Sir Jack, destroyed it. Nonsense, Jack said. I've been sleeping these past few years. Naps are such an underrated pleasure. They are, Nilbog said. All of my subjects nap every day. Let me explain, I said. I had a kingdom that I ruled. I had a king that ruled with me, who kept me company. I had wealth, people I cared about, people who cared about me, power. I was a god in my domain, and those who stood against me were driven off. Nilbog shook his head. You need a heavier hand to rule, more loyal subjects, so you don't have to bother with those who would stand in your way. I was more powerful than you, I told him. He snapped his head around to stare at me, to glare at me. I'd pricked his pride, apparently. I was more powerful than you, but Jack over there made a promise to people. He didn't say it aloud, but it was still a big promise. Now you're making stuff up, Bonesaw commented. She slid down off the flayed bear's back and joined a group of creatures her size. She hugged one, abruptly. But Nilbog wasn't telling me to fuck off. His attention was on me. He'd built a storybook kingdom, an impossible place, and populated it with monsters, both beautiful and ugly. He'd had some fixation on this stuff, some Freudian obsession. Not sexual, but still rooted in some primal part of his childhood that had been taken from him. I'd play this by telling him a fairy tale. No, I said, and I think Nilbog is clever enough to understand what I mean. Jack promised that he'd come back when his nap was done, and he'd destroy my kingdom. He said he'd destroy your kingdom, Nilbog, and every other kingdom. He said he'd kill all of my people, and he'd kill all of your creations. All of this, from the man you describe as a mere thug? Yes, I said. A woman with great powers told him he could do it, and now he's going to try. It's why he's here. To destroy my kingdom? No, he wants you to go to war against your neighbors, to break down the walls that keep you safe and fight people who are leaving you alone. He'll use you as a distraction, and then when everything is done, he'll come back and destroy your kingdom, and he'll do it in the cruelest, saddest ways you can imagine. Nilbog nodded slowly. Jack was still waiting patiently, too quiet. I felt a moment's trepidation. I hadn't found Siberian's controller. I needed to defeat him before Jack was cornered. The second he decided he couldn't salvage the situation, he'd order the attack. Nilbog raised his hands. Angel on one shoulder that tells me one story. A placenta-like blob swelled in his hand. A devil on the other, telling me another. Another blob appeared in the other hand. Both burst, showering Nilbog in greasy slime. Two creatures gripped his forearms, looking more like flying monkeys than an angel and devil. They were roughly the size of babies, their faces feral, mouths filled with piranha-like teeth. One had red hair, a red beard, and gazelle-like horns, and the other had white hair and beard and a strange horn that formed an off-white halo above its head. I'll take the angel if you please, Jack said. Nilbog shrugged. Were the creatures more a demonstration than anything else? He lowered his hands and nudged the white-haired thing in Jack's direction. The other thing made its way to me. I reached out and took it into my hands, holding it close. Do you have a response to the Queen's allegations, Jack? Nilbog asked. He reached up to adjust his floppy cloth crown. Creatures were arriving to deposit the meal on the plates. It looked like purple vomit. I do, Jack said, smiling. But can we eat first? It's rude to argue over a meal. Nilbog nodded as if Jack had said something very sage. I agree. We'll eat. Bonesaw made her way to the table. How did you make this? The chef stores every ingredient we can find inside her, then regurgitates it in the form required. I asked for it to be hearty, and here we have it, chunky. I looked down at the plate. Droplets of rain made nearly clear spots appear in the midst of the purple slop. So it is vomit. It tastes like cupcakes, Bonesaw said around a mouthful. I started to move my mask to eat and be polite, then noted how Jack was holding his knife. The blade swayed back and forth in the air. As he chewed, his eyes rolled back and looking up at the overcast sky above. The blade was making crisscrosses in the direction of my throat. He glanced down, meeting my eyes, and smiled. Our apparent rivalry aside, have you been well, Bug Queen? Well enough. Then you should be hungry. It's been a busy few days, and it'll only get more interesting. I notice your friends are sitting this one out. Did you break it off completely, or are you still in touch? Still in touch, I responded. I glanced at Siberian. The knife is a purely psychological thing. If he wanted to kill me, he could use Siberian to do it. Besides, it was a butter knife. I moved my mask without breaking eye contact with Jack and helped myself to a bite. It did taste like cupcakes. I suspected it would have been less nauseating if it tasted like real vomit. It was a tense few minutes of silence as we ate. I found out the devil thing in my arms wanted to eat, so I let him help himself. An excuse not to eat, anyways. The creatures in the center of the area finished their show, and Nilbog clapped enthusiastically. I joined him and the 5 or 6 creatures around the table who really had hands to clap with. The second show began. A gladiatorial fight, apparently. One of the creatures had wings instead of arms, while the other had wicked barbs extending out from the elbows and knees. When even the tips made contact, they ripped out grapefruit-sized chunks of flesh. I braced against the table to keep it from flipping as the pair crashed into it. Nilbog laughed, and the sound was more than a little unhinged. "Is everyone done?" Jack asked. Nilbog decided. "Then let me explain. Weaver's entirely right, except for the part where you die at the end of it all." "Oh?" Nilbog asked. He leaned forward, placing fat elbows on the table's surface. It dipped as his upper body weight rested on the wood. "Living like this, you obviously dislike the system. You know how screwed up things are out there. People are vile, self-centered, and so caught up in their own routines and expectations that they're barely people anymore. Your creations have more personality." Nilbog nodded, taking it all in. "They do. They're wonderful, aren't they?" "Wonderful," Bonesaw agreed with the utmost enthusiasm. "He just believes whatever we tell him. He's a sponge. How do you convince someone who's so incapable of critical thought?" Worse, Jack was touching on all of Nilbog's pet issues. The man had been a loner before, a loser. He'd rejected the trappings of society long before he'd become this monster. He'd spent years simply going through the motions until the last parts of the system he'd clung to fell apart. "I want to wipe the slate clean. Things have been going through the same motions for so long that there's a rut in the ground. You erased everything that wasn't worth keeping here and replaced it with something better, with your garden." "Yes, with that in mind, I'm reaching out to a like-minded soul, someone who rejects the malignant, stagnant society and wants to grow something else in its place." "Jack has no interest in growth," I said, "only destruction." "Did I interrupt you when you were speaking?" Jack asked. "Do it again, and I'll order your execution," Nilbog said. I pursed my lips behind my mask. Where the fuck was Siberian's creator? I'd scanned every area where he could be lurking. There were only monsters. I was nearly out of bugs. I had only a select few secreted away in my armor, and they weren't ones I was willing to sacrifice. I didn't have much in the way of cards up my sleeve, but these bugs would have to serve in that department. Problem was, they wouldn't fix anything now. Bonesaw could counter them too readily. Where could Manton be hiding? My eyes passed over the crowd of creatures that had gathered around the edges of the area, enjoying their master's presence. Hiding in plain sight. Plastic surgery, or even an outer suit like the one Nilbog wore. He had to be dressed up in the skin of one of the monsters. Shit. How was I even supposed to assassinate him if he was going that route? I touched him with a bug, only to find his flesh harder than steel. Unmovable, just from the way his foot touched the Siberian's. Jack licked his plate, then set it down on the table. Where was I? "Replacing society," Bonesaw volunteered. "Replacing society," Jack affirmed. "Imagine if your garden really did extend as far as the eye could reach, if you could walk in the direction of the sunset, only to find that your creations have already settled in each new place you travel to, decorated it, transformed it. A romantic goal, one I might pursue if I were a younger man," Nilbog said. "But even gods get older." "They do," Jack agreed. "Well, we could give you that youth. Bonesaw could grant you immortality. She could also enslave you to her will," I commented. "I'd never," Bonesaw said. She shook her head, her curls flying. "No, I couldn't. I love these beautiful things he makes. To control him would mean I'd take that creativity away." Nilbog nodded at that. "That's a good argument. Besides, to enslave a god? Madness. Except they're mad, I thought. All of you are lunatics, and I made the mistake of trying to talk sense. It's a good argument, Jack said, because we're right. Would you like to live forever as a god should? Would you like to see your garden grow to what it should be, what it deserves to be? Something fitting of a god. It's a tempting thought, Nilbog said. I reached for a rebuttal, telling myself I had to be just as grandiose, just as mad, but I couldn't do that at the same time I was trying to convince him to go dormant again. If I may? It was another human voice, but it didn't belong to any of us. Golem. He approached, taking off his helmet. He offered Nilbog a slight bow. One of yours, Jack? Nilbog asked. No, not in the sense you mean. Yours, then? Nilbog asked me. Yes, I thought. No, I said. I saw Jack raise his eyebrows at that. Shenanigans, Bonesaw cried out. I call shenanigans, but Golem took my cue. I'm a third party, I stand for myself. Hardly worth a place at the table, Jack commented. Then let me stand for the others, the innocents. Innocence, Jack asked. He snorted. No such thing. There's always innocence, Jack smirked. I'll allow it, Nilbog said. Excellent, sit. We were just having a discussion. Golem approached and sat at the same table I was at, but he took the far end. I've overheard some, so we can cut straight to the chase. The dilemma, Nilbog said. The devil on one shoulder, the angel on the other. The sin of sloth versus the realm of possibility, Jack added, gesturing to my demon as he said sloth, then to his own angel. Well said, Nilbog said. He nodded so hard his double and triple chins wobbled. Or is the angel making false promises? I asked. There's no security, no comfort. You claim to care about your creations, but you'd go to war? Many have gone to war and made sacrifices in the present for the sake of a brighter future, Jack commented. I thought you were trying to break out of the rut? I asked. Jack laughed at that. He's enjoying this. I felt almost dirty, knowing I was only helping Jack in his self-indulgence, helping him revel in conflict. Well, stranger? Nilbog asked. Golem, Golem said. Jack snorted at that. He'd caught the meaning behind the name right off, the white supremacist son naming himself after a creature from a Jewish parable. Golem, then. I'm not an eloquent speaker. That's a good thing, I said. Too many, and it just becomes people talking circles around one another. Then I guess I have to get to the heart of it all. Direct. Yes, Nilbog said. He leaned forward, and I feared the table would break. Were you happy before any of us came here? Yes. I can eat the most delicious foods, yet get every nutrient I need. I can fuck the most beautiful and exotic women you'd ever imagine whenever I wish. Every need is provided for 100 times over, and I'm surrounded by those who love me. Then why change? Why do anything? Let us leave, then return to your utopia. Nilbog nodded. He rubbed at his chin, but the act was like pushing one's hand into jello. It shifted the mass more than it rubbed. You wanted a tiebreaker? Golem asked. This is it. Do what Weaver is saying. Do what the Queen is suggesting. Stay quiet. Enjoy what you've built here. Attack, and the entire world will take it away. Then even if you're strong enough to survive that, which you may be, then Jack will still betray you. Or, Jack said, you can stop lying to yourself. Nilbog snapped his head around. He growled, impertinent. Your people are slowly starving. You make them eat each other to live and desperately attempt to shoot any birds out of the sky so you can try to recoup what you lose. Bonesaw said they don't live long. How long? 4 years, sometimes 5. All at once, the light was gone from Nilbog's face, the sudden fury quenched. Who's your favorite? Jack asked. Polka, Nilbog said. He reached out, and a female creature, no taller than 3 feet, hopped up onto the lap of the creature beside her king. She had a narrow face with a reptilian structure, with only 4 fangs at the very front, but smooth, human-like skin. Her hair was white, her skin blue. She wore a toddler's clothes, a long, narrow tail lashing behind her. Nilbog stroked her hair. Not the first polka, Jack said. No, the third. She was your first, and you love her for that, because she drew you from the hell that was your life before godhood, gave you this. I can't interrupt this, not with the subject being something so close to Nilbog's heart. I might win the argument, but I'd lose Nilbog's ear. But I knew I was losing anyways. Jack had found Nilbog's weak point. My first friend, Nilbog said, and she dies. Because your creations don't last. You make another and slowly fall in love with her all over again, and yet you know she'll die in turn. Yes, Nilbog said. Bonesaw can fix that. I can grant you immortality. I can grant your creation that same gift, Jack said. A hard offer to refuse. It would be wise to refuse, Golem said. A king can't be selfish, I said. A god definitely can't be selfish. Your responsibility is to your creations. Exactly what I'm saying, Jack said. Step out of your comfort zone to better your people. Enough, Nilbog screamed the word. As if responding to his anger, every single creature in the area responded. Weapons raised, spines extended, and Jack was still invincible, I said. Speak again, and I'll end you, queen or no. His eyes were angry, hard. He'd lived for so long in his comfort zone, and now he was being called on to make a hard choice. Then please listen carefully, I said, because I suppose I'm paying for this with my life. So be it, he said. If you want proof that Jack intends to betray you, look no farther than your own creations. What? He secreted an assassin into your midst, a killer who pretends to be one of your creations. A gamble, a last-ditch effort. Was my gut right? Had Jack instructed Bonesaw to create a costume or a creature to hide the Siberian's creator? I called my flight pack to me, parked it on a rooftop nearby. If it came down to it, I'd have to run. I could see Golem tensing. He'd read the situation right. Just look, I told Nilbog, because somewhere nearby, there's a creature you didn't create. His eyes roved over the crowd. Might not be in this crowd, but it'll be close. I see it, Nilbog said. I see it. Bossy Patch, hold him. The crowd of creatures parted as two creatures took another in their hands. Not an assassin, Jack said, merely one of Bonesaw's. I suppose you can call it a homage. It is, Bonesaw said. The Siberian was moving, readying to pounce. I couldn't move fast enough if he did. Wait, Jack said. He stood from his chair. No, I thought. Don't listen. I'll do as I please, Nilbog said. Last words, Sir Jack? Last words, yes. Jack approached the captive. The Siberian followed. You let him do this, and he kills you, I said. Your creations will go mad with grief, and they'll die in a war for vengeance, just like Jack wants. Not at all, Jack said. Because. An instant before the Siberian made contact with the monster, Golem jammed his hand into his side, using his power, throwing the creator into the air with one thrusting hand. Siberian lunged, punching through the hand of soil to grab the creator's foot. Nilbog half rose from his seat, that though he was massive enough that standing was hardly possible. His eyes moved from Golem to the hand, anger etching his expression, if one could etch into a face as soft as his. You dare disturb the peace? Nilbog screamed the question. Kill the queen. Kill the Golem man. In that instant, Golem created two hands, throwing us back. I caught the flight pack in the air, hugging it. It provided lift, not enough to stop my momentum as I headed back towards the ground, but enough that I could shift my direction to land on a rooftop. Golem wasn't so lucky, as he fell into the midst of a sea of the creatures. Azazels, now! I screamed, one finger pressed to my earbud. I pulled on the flight pack and then took off again. Golem used his power to create a platform, slowly raising himself above the street. Creatures tumbled off of the surface of it. Some flew at him, and he struck at them. Not enemies he was capable against. I sent my bugs to them, the reserve I still had on hand, commanding the bugs to bite and sting. Others leaped onto rooftops, then onto the rising platform. Golem grabbed one claw as it slashed for his face. He couldn't do anything about the other, as it gouged his armor, scoring it. He created a fist that jutted out of his chest plate, striking the creature off of the rising hand platform. Spines rained down on him. One caught him in the shoulder, and he collapsed. Where are the Azazels? I shouted. The flying creatures were turning my way, but Defiant had said they were unreliable. Dragon was out of commission. My bugs burrowed towards the buried Nilbog. Jack had orchestrated a war. Killing the creature's creator wouldn't stop that, wouldn't keep them from rampaging and seeking out revenge beyond the walls. But it would slow things down. They inched ever closer. Jack was untouchable. But, yes, worms, centipedes, and other subterranean bugs made their way to the buried Goblin King and forced their way into the sack that enveloped him, past the threads of material that wound down his throat and nostrils and into his airways. Creatures of Ellisburg, I screamed. Heads turned. You've been betrayed. And before I could say more, Jack's knife slash caught me across the chest, the cut severing the straps of my flight pack. I dropped from the sky, landing on one of those ramshackle, spiraling rooftops. Planks that had been poorly nailed and collapsed around me as I hit solid ground. My hope of turning the monsters against the nine had been foiled. The fall had knocked the wind out of me. I couldn't get my footing, and the creatures were advancing. Every possible combination of features, it seemed like an infinite army, unpredictable. Your king is dying, I thought, my mouth moving and failing to form the sounds. There was only the barest whisper. I killed him, but if you could believe that Jack did it, I would have used my bugs instead, but I had so few here. I sent those few to Golem, removing them from the flying creatures. Nilbog dies, I spoke through the bugs, but the range of sounds was too limited, and with scarcely 30 bugs in total, they were quiet. Nilbog's dying, Golem said, his voice coming through the comm system. One creature, eyeless, like a crocodile with a serpentine body, advanced on me, looming over me. Its jaws opened. The lizard boy was here too. A drop of venom appeared on one distended fang. I was surprised by the fury on his expression. Blame Jack, I said through the swarm. Jack Slash has used us as a distraction to kill your king. Golem hollered the words at the top of his lungs. I felt a tension leave me. I might be fucked, but we'd limited the damage. They'd turn it inward. The attack stopped. The creature looming over me turned and slid away in a flash. The lizard boy remained. Still recovering from the fall, I couldn't muster enough strength to fight back if he bit. I commanded the flight pack instead, flying it into him with both wings extended. He was brained, and the pack ricocheted off his skull, one wing shattering. Golem had risen almost to safety, though he was still too far from the wall that had been erected around the city. I looked at the wall, looked past it, at the capes who were swiftly approaching. Rescue. I brought the flight pack to me, the broken wing partially retracted, the other still extended, and pulled it on with slow, agonized movements. Lost without their master, half of the creatures seemed to turn on the nine. The other half seemed to remain intent on Golem and me. Capes settled around me, forming a defensive line against the ones who approached. Revel was among them, using her energy blasts to pick off the largest ones. Someone picked me up, then took flight. Jack, I wheezed out the word. The Siberian took hold of the umbilical cord and heaved, Jack maintaining contact with a hand on the Siberian's shoulder. Nilbog, still slowly dying of oxygen loss, was brought to the surface with a surprising ease. Bonesaw wrapped her arms around the man. Frailer than himself on the surface, smaller. I felt a moment's despair. Foil? Someone who could stop Siberian? Somebody? The heroes advanced, but the nine created a portal and were gone in a flash. Nilbog carried between them, leaving the monsters of Ellisburg to riot. Worm. Arc 26. Sting. Part 5.1. Unholy screams and screeches followed us as we made our retreat, landing beyond the walls of Ellisburg. In moments, Nilbog's fairy wonderland had become a hell on earth, thousands of demons crawling from the literal woodwork to attack. The ground split as subterranean creatures emerged, while others climbed out of buildings that seemed to have been built around them. One was somewhere between a dragon and a gargoyle in appearance. Big, leathery wings with a gnarled body and a leering, fanged face. The flying creatures, the gargoyle dragon included, took flight, perching atop the walls, then backed down as a barrage of gunfire and superpowered attacks assaulted them. Shuffle, Revel cried out her lieutenant's name. Shuffle stepped forward and used his power. Teleportation, but not teleportation of living things. Not people, anyways. Grass didn't hinder him much. He teleported the landscape. A hill was bisected and placed against the ruined entrance of the facility. His power was unpredictable. There were metrics he couldn't quite grasp or understand. Teleporting things in sometimes teleported things out. In attempting to shore up the wall, he created gaps. But this was a known issue, one he'd been dealing with for some time. Unsurprised, he fixed the resulting hole with 2 more follow-up teleports. If any terrain was removed, it was inside the structure, unimportant. Something inside Goblin Town struck the wall, hard, and then started clawing at it. I could sense its silhouette with the few bugs I had near the area. It was 4-legged, with all of the most effective parts of a rhino, bear, and elephant combined, and it was big enough that I suspected it could make its way through the great concrete wall. Defending capes had gathered in a loose ring around Ellisburg. Revel and Shuffle were among them, which I took to be a sign that Golem's group had handled whatever issues had arisen in Norfolk. The heroes opened fire as the gargoyle dragon thing explored the upper edge of the wall again, and it disappeared, only to make an appearance further down, trying to find a spot where the defensive line was weaker. This was the worst-case scenario on so many levels. We couldn't afford to be dealing with this. 2 more attacks, Revel said. Just minutes ago. 2 different cities. The situation in Redfield is still ongoing, which means we have 3 crisis situations set up by the Slaughterhouse 9. 4, if you count this, Shuffle said. The creature hit the wall again. Shuffle shorted up, placing the other half of the hill against it. This is getting out of control, Revel said. You're implying we had control, Jouster said. He stood off to one side with defensive line of capes. More out of control, she said. I'd been placed on the ground as the capes landed. I was aware that someone was checking me for injuries, but it seemed secondary. I stared up at the overcast sky, watching the rare raindrop tap the lens of my mask. My mind was whirling while my swarm was feeding me information on the ongoing fight, both inside and outside the walls. I stirred as I heard Golem's voice. He was sitting a short distance from me. This is my fault. It was a lose-lose situation, I said. I moved my arm to allow the medic to check my ribs. Jack set it up this way. I could have done something, said something different. No, we played the cards we had available. It wasn't enough. Bonesaw's power and Siberian's invulnerability made for ugly trump cards. There had to be a way. We're coping, I said. Are we? He asked. It doesn't feel like it. We came through every challenge he set in front of us so far. That doesn't mean we're doing okay, he responded. I didn't have a response to that. He stood. I'm going to go talk to some of the people in charge, find out where I can be useful. Okay, I told him. He walked off, and I let my head rest against the ground. Jack had a game plan here, and the more I thought about it, the more the game seemed to be a farce. He knew we were helping. He was setting up situations where we had to help. When we'd started winning, maybe even winning faster than he'd anticipated, he'd ratcheted things up. Just as it had at the outset, the situation now seemed to offer Theo the same dilemma as Jack had aimed to provide early on, to go after Jack or focus on bigger things. It was measured, calculated, and it suggested that Jack was fully aware and fully in control of what was going on. A cape knelt beside me. Are you all right? We'd only gone through a small fraction of the 9. Even assuming every group we had run into had been exterminated, there were so many left to deal with. My strengths lay in problem solving. Jack's strength lay in problem creation. We came up with a solution to whatever crisis he posed. He responded by creating another. Something offbeat enough that we had to change things up. Specialized groups of his pet monsters, 2 scenarios at once, and now we had new issues popping up before we'd finished with the last round. The clones weren't as fleshed out as the originals, a little more reckless. They were being set up to fail. Were they scary? Yes. Were they effective? Yes. But we were winning, and Jack wasn't using them in a way that kept them alive. They were expendable assets. It was all too possible that we could keep winning if the game continued down this road. We'll lose some, but we'll come out No. Golem was right. We'd achieve a steady stream of victories. Nothing more. Weaver, I pushed myself to my feet. A cape put his hands on my shoulders to try to get me to stay still. I'm fine, I said. I got the wind knocked out of me. If you have an injury, I'm pretty experienced when it comes to being injured. I'm fine. Really, I said. He didn't move, but he did let his arms drop from my shoulders when I pushed them off me. I found my feet, straightened, and felt aches all across my back where I'd collided with the ground. I'd be one giant bruise tomorrow. Then again, if we saw tomorrow, it would be a bonus. The fighting against Nilbog's creations was still ongoing. The flying gargoyle thing had made it over the wall and was being swarmed by defending capes. Others were just now starting to climb over and did their best to avoid the ranged fire that pelted them. 8 or 9 more creatures flew over. Only these ones carried smaller goblins. The winged ones were shot out of the sky, but many of the smaller creatures managed to survive the fall into trees and the midst of the heroes. The ones that did went on the offensive with zero hesitation. Need the Azezels, someone shouted. I directed the few bugs I had in the area to attack, assisting with bites, stings, and silk cord. I would help, but I wouldn't join the battle. Not this one. No, I'd used up every bug in my reach, and the damned goblin things were too good at killing them. Nilbog had no doubt designed them to live off of a diet of insects, to supplement their diminishing supply of protein. I made my way to the dragonfly, my flight pack dangling from the damaged straps I'd looped around my shoulders. I'd very nearly told myself that we were coming out ahead. Golem had been a dose of reality on that front. We weren't coming out ahead. Jack was spreading fear, he was killing innocents, and he was whittling us down. Doing so with such expendable forces cost him nothing. Now, with Nilbog in his possession, he had access to that many more monsters and freaks that he could just throw away. There was no guarantee we would continue down this road unfettered. Just the opposite. I fully expected Jack to turn to the rules he'd established at the very beginning and state how blatantly we were cheating. Then he'd carry out his threat, murder those 1,000 people, and move on. I reached the console, shrugged out of my flight pack, and sat down. I pressed a button. Defiant. Not a priority, but get in touch when you can. It took a minute before I had all of the individual windows open. I set it so I could track the feeds provided by the various members of the wards and protectorate. Some were here, others were investigating the sites where more members of the Nine were taking action. Redfield. The Undersiders and Brockton Bay wards were holding a defensive position, their backs facing one another. Foyle took a shot at a flesh-toned blob that leaped between rooftops, then swiftly reloaded. Skinslip. Skinslip was a minor regenerator with a changer ability, allowing him to manipulate his own skin. I could see him using it to scale a surface. He extended that ability by flaying people and crudely stitching or stapling their skin to his own. The regeneration connected the tissues and extended his power's breadth and reach, but it didn't prevent all rejection or decay, forcing him to replenish it from time to time. He was a newer member, but they'd still cloned him. A quick check of the computer noted the members of the Nine they'd seen and fought. 3 Skinslips, 3 Hatchet Faces, 3 Miasmas, 3 Murder Rats. Hatchet Face accepted. They were enemies who were exceedingly mobile. Skinslip's skin acted like a grappling hook. It let him climb, and it broke any fall. He could also smother and bludgeon his opponents with it if he felt the need. Miasma was a stranger, invisible and undetectable, but for an odorless gas he gave off that wore away at others' minds, causing headaches, ringing in the ears, watery eyes, and eventual blindness, memory loss, and coma. Murder Rat, for her part, was agile. It meant they were up against 9 opponents that were fast or slippery enough that they couldn't be caught. That group was supported by a trio of hatchet faces that could steadily lumber towards the group, keeping them moving, ensuring they couldn't simply maintain a defensive position. The camera images that Clockblocker and company wore shifted as they scrambled away. There was a shudder as a mass landed in their midst. Hatchet Face, dropping down from a vantage point somewhere above them. Rachel's dogs went on the offensive, attacking him, but their flesh was already sloughing off, their connection to Rachel shut off, their bodies disintegrating. Parian's creations were already deflating, more range than the tyrant had possessed, and the power loss was immediate. Foyle shot her crossbow, but it did surprisingly little damage. Hatchet Face pulled the bolt from his shoulder with no difficulty. Behind us! The camera swiftly changed direction. A murder rat had landed opposite the Hatchet Face, sandwiching the group between the 2 villains. The camera panned, taking in the area, and I could see the silhouettes of other villains on nearby rooftops. More murder rats and Skinslips. Hatchet Face threw the last dog aside. It collapsed in a slurry mess of loose skin and muscle. The dog fought its way free, shaking itself dry. Bastard was already free. Fuck, 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 Imp said. My power's gone. Mine too, Crucible said. Turned off like someone flipped a switch. I closed my eyes. I was too far away to help, couldn't think of advice to offer. We're not powerless, Gru said. We've got strong costumes, we know how to fight. Tattletale's voice came over the comms. He's strong enough to swing that axe through a car, tough enough you could flatten him with a steamroller and he'd get back up when you were done. We run then, Gru said. We deal with Murder Rat, and then we scram, make some distance. He's not fast, but he's not a slowpoke either. You don't have muscles like that and find yourself unable to run. Be constructive, Gru said. Solutions? Options? Any ideas? Yeah, Rachel said. This. She wheeled around, pointing. Both of her dogs bounded towards the murder rat. I couldn't see Hatchet Face with the directions the cameras were pointed, but I could see the groups converge on Murder Rat, bull rushing her as a mass. Murder Rat swatted at the dogs, slashing Bastard along the ribs, but Rachel stepped in the way, blocking the follow-up attacks with the sleeves of her silkweave jacket. Murder Rat, about to be surrounded, leaped up to position herself on a wall, slamming her claws through a plate glass window to grab the inside of the window frame. Blood ran down her wrists. Foyle took aim and fired, and Murder Rat leaped before the bolt made contact. She tagged the dog. Mouse protector's power, Tattletale said. Watch out. A camera, Vistas, focused on the dog. Hatchet Face incoming. Clock Blocker, Crucible, and Toggle turned around, but Vista remained fixated on the animal. The moment the group was distracted by the incoming Titan, Murder Rat appeared. She drove her elbow into the side of Crucible's throat, bringing one foot up to rake the side of his leg, but didn't get any further. Vista fired her gun straight into the villain's back, then wheeled around and shot Hatchet Face in the chest. Gru blanketed the area in darkness a moment later, the monitors going silent and dark. I realized I'd been clenching my fists. I loosened them, then opened and closed them a few times to ease the strain. Escalations, I thought. The situation outside was worsening, but the Azazels had mobilized. They laid down the metal poles along the tops of the wall, opening fire with their lasers. That done, they joined the fight against the dragon gargoyle thing that was continuing its suicidal attack against the defending capes. Chunks of it were being blasted and torn away, but it was doing a little damage to the defending capes. The metal poles blossomed into the branching gray blur nanotech barrier that would disintegrate on touch. On the set of screens to my left, the Chicago wards were joined by others as they ventured into what seemed to be a war zone. Civilians were fleeing in a panic, while the heroes advanced against the press of the crowd with a steady, wary caution. The nature of the threat became clear. Rounding the corner, a single entity trudged forward. It was tiny, and it bore a large white cube on its back. To look at it, I almost thought it was an Endbringer. It wasn't. It was only the second scariest member of the 9, Xeroxed. 8 Siberians. One carried the cube, no doubt a container bearing the mantons within. The other 7 followed a pattern, lazy loops that brought them back to the cube every few minutes. They plunged through walls and into apartments and businesses. They returned with blood wicking off of their hands, feet, and faces like water off a duck's back. I opened a communications channel. Weaver here? Don't fight. Wasn't going to, but what the hell are we supposed to do? Tecton asked. 8 Siberians. Even without any other members of the 9 on the sidelines, it was an impossible fight. You need to run. Run? The civilians. We'll have to run as well, I said. There's nothing you can do. Accept it. You can't slow her down. You can't deny her what she wants. We have to be able to do something, he said. There are options, I said, but it's not worth it. What? Saving civilians is? You die, I said. It would be a distraction, but you die. The civilians would die all the same. What is it? She's still subject to gravity. Far as I know, she can't fly. You drop her into a hole, she'll climb out. No point, Grace said. No point. I agreed. Unless you get lucky. Lucky? Drop the one that's carrying the cube into a fissure or pit. If she falls far enough and the cube gets wedged in the crack, you'll separate her from the cube. You'd have to destroy it before another Siberian makes contact with it, kill all of the masters that are generating the Siberians. It could work, Wanton said, unless she moves fast enough to avoid the fissure, I said. Which she can, unless she's digging her claws into the outside of the cube for a handhold, which she might be. Unless another Siberian returns before you manage to break into that cube, which is very possible, considering that cube looks like something a mannequin made. We have Grace, and we've got Cuff. We have Cadence and Enforce here too. Enforce? Oh, Enforce. I don't think it'll be enough, I said. There's too many maybes. You become a target of the Siberians the instant you try something, and you die if this doesn't work out perfectly, which it won't. You want us to let civilians die. I stared at the screen. They were backing away swiftly now. A Siberian hopped onto the top of the cube, then looked directly at the group of heroes. A moment later, she leaped off to one side, flaunting their invulnerability. Taunting. "Walk away," I said. "We'll send others in, others who can do something." Who? I thought of how Rachel had changed tacks, ignoring the biggest target to go after the murder rat. It hadn't been much, but it had caught the villain off guard, baited the hatchet face into an aggressive charge rather than a slower, more strategic advance. Switch it up. Go to Redfield. You guys specialize in containing and crushing the enemy. The Undersiders and Brockton Bay wards can head to your location at the first opportunity. I didn't wait for a response. My console was displaying an incoming message. "Gotta go," I said, closing the comms channel hanging up on Tecton. I responded to the message. "Defiant here. Was just about to contact the Undersiders." "I heard. I'm already giving orders for them to back out. Sent a helicopter in to pick them up, hoping it gets to take off again." "Helicopter? AI suits aren't cooperating. I'd send one against Hatchet if they were." "Defiant?" "One suit just took off, reinforcing the Undersiders." I could sense the fighting outside. My bugs were doing precious little against Nilbog's rioting army. The capes were whittling them down, killing them in droves, but it was time and effort taken away from containing the nine, which was exactly what Jack wanted. In the same instant, Defiant had talked about the suit taking off. One of the Azazels had gone still. Something was seriously wrong. "What do you need, Weaver?" "I have things to handle." 2 years ago, I was told we couldn't go after the nine because we can't decode the portal without knowing the exit point. They just used one. It's in Ellisburg. It's our fastest route to Jack. How long does it take to tap into the portal? Depends on the means we use. It doesn't matter. The portal isn't accessible. We're losing, Defiant. We're winning the fights, but we're losing in the long run. We need to act decisively. End this. You want to use the portal entrance, knowing where it is? Yes, we need capes that we can count on a lot of levels. And I need your help. Can you arrange for a sturdier ship? The Dragonfly won't cut it." "Yes," he said. "That can be arranged. I'll have to pilot it myself." "If this doesn't work out, if we get overwhelmed, then that's it. We can't afford the losses at this juncture. I get that, but we can't afford to not take this opportunity." Another pause. Was he typing something? "What's the status?" "We're losing containment in Ellisburg. Siberians are racking up casualties, and Redfield isn't doing great either. Your Undersiders will be evacuating if they can make it another 2 blocks to the helicopter without getting intercepted. I'm not sure what they can do against 8 Siberians. More than the Chicago wards can. But that's not enough on its own. We need to call in the big guns. We know Jack's nowhere nearby. It's a safe time to put them into play." "We have people on call, but we're holding them back," Defiant replied. "Jack will hold his strongest cards in reserve for last. Chevalier advised that we catch him off guard." "There's no point anymore. Stop holding back. Jack's escalating when we do. We established a tempo. He's matching us. Let's go all in. We'll get him to play every card he has on hand, and maybe in the process, we'll see him make a mistake." "He's not one to make mistakes." "We lose nothing and we gain time," I said. "Which big guns do we have?" "The Thanda. Cauldron has volunteered the services of their 2 elite members. The Las Vegas Capes offered help, as did the Ambassadors. The Alcott girl has her ability to foresee the future, but she's trying to reduce the strain she experiences so she can offer more assistance at the most critical juncture." "The fight with Jack." "Yes." "Okay. That probably makes sense. Listen, I'll handle what I can from here. Take some of the load off your hands. I'll see if I can't get recruits from among the capes I trust to handle their own." "Do, and I would appreciate it if you would consider me one of them. I'll be there with the Pendragon in 20 minutes. I just need to pick up the technology for hacking the portal." "Bring me some bugs when you come." "Yes." That said, he hung up. No pleasantries. It was a relief. Down to business. Worm. Arc 26. Sting. Part 5.2. 15 minutes to go. I waited impatiently for the capes in question to gather. We needed good capes, powerful capes. Too many were occupied elsewhere. A whole contingent had deployed to Hyde Park. None of my teams. Dragon's Teeth, the New York teams, the Texas teams. I picked Jouster's point of view. I knew him, and it would afford me the most opportunities to see other capes and figure out their identities. Population of 3,500, and the place was empty. No victims, no members of the Nine, no blood, no violence, no signs of any disruption. But the first wave of capes had been whittled down, going silent on the radio before disappearing entirely. Now, as the teams moved through the city, there was nothing on the video, which ruled out Nice Guy. That left only a few options. Stranger protocols in effect, the captain of the Dragon's Teeth reported. We're going full dark. Eyes on the lightning. Eyes on the lightning, I responded. For the moment, I was filling in for Dragon's absence and Defiant's preoccupation. I knew about the Dragon's Teeth, had studied their operations book. I wasn't an armchair general, but I'd have to settle for being one here. They were using those full-face helmets to block off all sight, to shut out all sound. Their uniforms offered full coverage. The only things they would rely on were video cameras on their helmets and the battle computers that were wired into their helmets. It wasn't enough, apparently, to see anyone or anything. Things seemed eerily quiet. Jouster jumped as one cape cried out. The man's back arched, first one way, then the other. Psychosoma, I reported. Stranger 4, Master 7. First squad, get guns trained on him. Everyone else, scan the area. Master protocols. Confirm everything. Don't shoot without confirmation, someone warned off camera. How the fuck are we supposed to confirm? Let them attack us? Nobody responded to that. Still, they obeyed the instructions. Jouster was among the ones who turned to search the surroundings. The point of his lance was visible in the corner of the screen as he held it ready. Nothing. The man screamed louder. He twisted, his ribs distending, his mouth yawning open. It's an illusion, I thought. Kind of. Sort of. Not really. It was really nice to think of it as a really convincing illusion. That was a reassuring way of handling it. Because the alternative was that Psychosoma was doing the sort of thing Labyrinth did, pulling otherworldly things into our reality to replace objects and people. When killed, they'd revert back to how they'd been before. The man continued to twist and distort until he wasn't recognizable anymore. The thing whirled around, reaching back with one claw, preparing to strike at a comrade. A cape incinerated him before he could get any further. The illusion was dispelled. The wrong illusion. Purple smoke flowed out from around the corpse of the young hero. Nix! Someone spat the word. Jouster swiftly backed away. Every cape in the group was wearing a gas mask, but that was not an absolute guarantee. 2 more people in the group began changing. A mix of Psychosomas and Nixies. Who else? She's covering the area with her smoke. I spoke over the channel. You need to clear it. On it. Cover your eyes. Jouster hollered. Jouster raised his lance, then struck out at a light pole. Lightning flared out, impossibly bright, and the camera briefly went on the fritz. Somewhere in the midst of that, reality became clear. Bloodstains everywhere. Corpses were draped over every surface where the investigating capes weren't likely to step, on car hoods and roofs, on light poles and in trees. And in the midst of the crowd, there were the enemies, simply standing and observing. Nixes, Psychosomas, and night hags. The Nix were women with pale red skin and black eyes, fog bleeding out of the vents at their arms and backs. The Psychosomas were men, tall, bald and narrow, with pencil-thin mustaches and beards, spidery fingers, and clothing that hung off them like it had been draped on. The night hags, by contrast, were women, dark-haired, dressed in black, with skin as white as chalk. Their dresses seemed to bleed into the surrounding landscape, so that everything within 15 feet of them was covered in that crumpled-looking black cloth. The Nix clones and Psychosomas ran for cover. The night hags were the cover. DT soldiers and wards opened fire. Hoyden struck a car with literal explosive force and sent it flying. 90% of the offense was directed at the night hags. The women practically disintegrated as the bullets, flames, and other projectiles made contact, their bodies shattered into thousands of black shards. Moments later, they emerged from the landscape. One park bench distorted and reconfigured into a new night hag. That night hag was summarily slain and reformed herself out of a nearby patch of grass. Location possession, in a way, but it was shallow. She was most effective with materials that stood above the ground's surface. In the midst of dealing with the approaching hags, The DT officers and heroes were left to handle the victims who had appeared to be transforming. When the smoke had burned away, one had been revealed to be fine. Crouching with his hands over his head, the other was still afflicted. They shot the victim and broke the effect. More smoke was flowing in with surprising speed and quantity, erasing the images of blood and bodies. The night hags were turning translucent, nearly invisible, and they were gone. Jouster moved to strike the light post again, only for black hands to grab him and pull him into darkness and illusory fog. The image on my screen distorted, then went utterly black. There was a sound like a slow, wet grinding sound, chewing as if from a dozen mouths at once. I changed camera perspectives. "Break up the fog," someone shouted. Two more of their allies were starting to change. Someone threw a flashbang. It didn't disrupt the smoke. "What do we do?" one of the capes shouted. He was almost more frantic than the dragon's tooth soldiers around him. The sound of a gun being cocked turned heads. The camera turned as well. It was Contessa, accompanied by the number man. Both held guns. She shot one of the afflicted, then walked past the other, ignoring him. She opened fire in the fog. One clip, each shot aimed and measured, fired with a peculiar rhythm. One, then two in rapid succession. One, then two in rapid succession. She reloaded with an almost casual ease, then slid the gun into its holster. The number man had her back. He fired into the darkness 3 times. It took 2 minutes for the smoke to clear. 2 Nicks dead. 3 psychosomas. 4 night hags. The doorway was already opening for the pair to make their exit. "Dude, who the hell are they?" "The bogeymen," Hoyden said. "Shit," someone said. "One of the capes. They're on our side?" Another asked. "Apparently." "Then why don't they go after Jack?" A cape asked. "Because she fits in the same category as Eidolon," I thought. Too dangerous to allow her to make contact with the man. I wasn't even that comfortable with them helping here, but there weren't a lot of excellent options for thinker capes, who could simply cut right through the layers of deceptions the enemy had been using. I noted the capes who were present and still in fighting shape. I'd hoped for Jouster. No such luck. I dialed Hoyden's phone, watched her pick up on the video. "Need a hand with something," I said. "I'm going to send a ship your way." Worm. Arc 26, Sting, Part 5.3. 10 minutes to go. The Undersiders stood far enough away from the Siberian cube that the camera couldn't even make out the one who carried the thing. "This," Imp said, "is your classic case of putting all your eggs in one basket, really. He finds the Siberians boring, I imagine," Tattletale commented over the channel. "Before, they were an enigma. Now they're just the same thing, over and over, tearing people apart." "Just tell me this isn't going to be the moment of idiocy that ends the world," I said. "No way," Tattletale said. "I promise." "You're absolutely certain?" 93% certain. "That's not good enough." "Geez, you've lost your sense of humor these past few years. I'm kidding, I'm sure." "You've been wrong." "I'm right, I swear. Now stop fretting." "Wait." The Siberians left, engaging in another brief spree, attacking civilians. "Let's not wait too long," I said. I felt a sick feeling in my gut. Had I been right to send away the Chicago wards? 7 or so people were dying every 1 or 2 minutes. Wait. The last group of Siberians abandoned the cube, leaving the carrier holding it. Wait. One more returned after a very brief trip, cast a glance around, and then fled. Now. Clockblocker fired his threads from his gauntlet. They surrounded the cube carrier and he froze them. Unstoppable force against an immovable object. Which one? The Siberian made contact with the thread and flickered out of existence, and the thread went limp. The cube fell with a crash. Others began to return. Vista was distorting the cube, creating gaps, weak points. "Thanda," Tattletale said. Clockblocker activated the device on his back. A dome unfolded around him, almost like a tent, though more rigid. Rachel had already fled with her dogs. Even so, it was tight, everyone pressed together inside. He froze the dome. I regretted that I didn't get to see the follow-up attack. The Thanda had a cape that was sort of in the same vein as Shuffle, a teleporter of land masses. This cape didn't need to teleport things onto solid ground. In fact, he specialized in the opposite. A large building was teleported into the stratosphere, where it summarily fell on the cube. I could hear the crash through the cameras the Brockton Bay wards wore. Siberians down, I thought. One more group to handle. Rachel's on her way to me, I said. Gru was out. I didn't trust him in a face-to-face confrontation against the Nine, and he hadn't volunteered. Imp was out as well. Too risky, too much of a coin toss, whether her power would be seen through. Foil, you know what we're doing. On my way. I'm coming too, Parian said. I'll be on the comms, Tattletale responded. Worm, Arc 26, Sting, Part 5.4. Tecton slammed his gauntlets into the ground. Murder rats were knocked down from the walls. The streets had been shattered, and the dismantled craft lay in the streets, with one dead miasma nearby. Another slam, combined with an activation of both pile drivers, and he created a fissure, breaking up the ground beneath the two remaining hatchet faces. They made steady progress anyways. They were too strong, their stride too long. Tattletale had been right. Running was difficult at best. Cuff used her metallokinesis to heave a small disc of metal. Effective enhanced strength, along with the ability to control the rotation of the projectile, the ability to control the flight of it after it left her hand. It slammed into a hatchet face's collarbone, burying into his flesh. He broke into a run, axe held aloft. She prepared to throw another disc, only for a murder rat to leap onto her from above. The metal blades of Murder Rat's claws were swept aside as if Cuff had parried it with something physical. Cuff settled for striking Murder Rat across the eyes with the razor edge of the discus. Grace followed up with a crushing kick from a steel-toed boot. A Murder Rat pounced on her, then vaulted off with enough force that Grace's head struck the ground. Grace didn't get up. Skin slips moved to flank, simultaneously reaching out with cloaks made of skin and shielding their real bodies with the amorphous limbs of stolen flesh. Romp's animated constructions stumped forward, providing just as much raw mass to defend against the reaching attacks. They picked up speed as they moved, charging like bulls, catching the skin slips well off guard. The fight was well in hand. Murder rats leaped up onto building faces so they might be able to leap down and strike a vulnerable target. But Tecton made the entire neighborhood shake. The murder rats were trapped where they were, clinging to the surfaces, unable to attack. One caught a discus with her claws, then let it fall to the ground. No, there was one more threat. Tecton's helmet caught it on camera as it loomed on a nearby building. A mannequin, only it was 3 times the usual size. Fat, Cuff flung another discus. It'll glance off, I thought. It penetrated. Pressurized moisture exploded outward, crusted immediately into a small spiky mass of ice. Ah! It leaped down and the ground shook. Then casually, it grabbed the most unhurt hatchet face with both hands and whipped its upper body a full 360 degrees around to fling him into the mass of defending heroes. Tecton punched, his pile driver extending, but it did surprisingly little damage. And with the hatchet face so close, the Chicago wards were left powerless. Only Tinker devices worked. The mannequin charged. Being a Tinker, the mannequin didn't suffer at all in the midst of Hatchet Face's power. Direct your attacks on the Hatchet Face now, I ordered. A pile driver gauntlet hit him, followed by another. Cuff used a discus to slash at his throat, but it barely cut. He was still alive, his power wasn't canceled out. The mannequin let blades extend from his wrists and elbows. Not long, sleek, elegant blades like the original mannequin had used, but heavy, crude ones, like axe heads. Cuff screamed as he brought one down onto her armored shoulder. She folded over in an awkward way as she collapsed to the ground. He spun around, almost skipped to one side to avoid Tecton, then directed attacks at Romp. She took shelter behind her no longer animated creation, and the mannequin thing turned away, directing his attention at Tecton, who was trying to bash the hatchet face's head in. It was a narrow window of opportunity here. The other, injured hatchet face, was approaching. If he didn't manage it in 5 or so seconds, there would be 2 to contend with. A heavy bullet caught the mannequin in the back of the head. Ice cascaded out the back in a giant spike. Tecton used the opportunity to slam the upper ridge of his gauntlet into the hatchet face's mouth and extend the pile driver full force. That did it. More bullets pummeled the mannequin. One resulting chunk of ice partially encased Tecton, only to shatter when he pulled back. Further shots followed, but they veered in awkward directions, sinking to hit the ground too early. He has another power, one that was being canceled by Hatchet Face. Winter's power, I realized. But Grace had powers now, too. She grabbed Hatchet Face's weapon and swung it, was nearly trapped in the ice that exploded out from the wound. Romp's creation charged the ceramic man, and Tecton raised a shelf of ground around him to limit his movements. He was being abused, battered. Tecton's head turned, and I could see Chevalier on the camera. Revel was beside him. Chevalier fired his cannon blade again, one shot to polish off the remaining hatchet face that was closing the distance, and another directed at the winter mannequin. The winter mannequin's power took the impetus out of the second shot. The wards were moving slower now, too, reacting slower. Tecton barely resisted as the mannequin seized him in one hand. Didn't even get up after the mannequin virtually punched him into the ground. Blades extended from his palms. The mannequin spun like a top. Chevalier charged, and the mannequin changed tacks immediately, using a chain to draw himself up to a rooftop, where he clumsily climbed over the edge. Ranged attacks didn't work, and he was deceptively dangerous in short range. Revel launched energy orbs, but they barely seemed to touch the winter mannequin hybrid. Then Wanton closed the distance. Ice chipped away, and the resulting chunks flaked away at the other pieces of ice. It was soon a localized blizzard, and the large hunks of ice that clung to the mannequin's suit began to break away. More ice appeared, but it, in turn, was broken by the yet larger chunks that had been picked up. The storm began to slow as the winter mannequin concentrated his power on a smaller area. The storm came to a standstill. Chevalier raised his cannon blade to fire, only to stumble, dropping his weapon. Miasma. Indiscriminate attack, Chevalier, I said. Revel, get down! Chevalier swung, very nearly striking Revel as she dropped flat to the ground. He connected with something, and miasma appeared in an explosion of thick green smoke. The villain rolled, then disappeared again, but Revel was following up, spitting orbs of energy out of her lantern. Miasma wasn't fast enough to dodge all of them. He and another miasma behind him were burned, holes the size of softballs punched through their torsos. Cuff was helping Tecton stand, using her metallokinesis to push at his armor. Once he was standing, they worked together to outfit Tecton with one of the specialized shots we'd prepared. The mannequin wasn't going to go down to fast-moving projectiles or short-range attacks. They'd take him down the same way I'd fought him ages ago. Tecton used his pile drivers as a sort of gun, launching two cup-shaped hunks of metal with material strung between them. The net unfolded in the air, and it draped over the mannequin. Spider silk and metal wire interwoven, it caught on the ice and the extended blades and snagged on fingers and chains. The mannequin was still struggling to escape when Chevalier slowly closed the gap, bringing his sword down like a great guillotine. He had one hand pressed to the side of his helmet. Blood streaked down his arm. Last group for now. I watched as they checked on the injured. Chevalier's eye had been stabbed, but not perforated, and Grace had suffered a heavy blow to the head. Cuff's shoulder socket had been broken by the mannequin. I almost hated to ask. Tecton, we've got a game plan. Maybe a way to get Jack. You up for helping? My team isn't in good shape. If you want to stay, keep doing this. No, he said. No. Just, maybe my team should sit the rest of this out. You've all done good work, Chevalier said. Above and beyond the call of duty. You don't even have to ask. I'll come on this mission if you have a use for me, Tecton said. I do. I'll come as well, Chevalier said. You're injured. A pause, as if waiting for me to realize what I was saying. This was the guy that had gone up against Behemoth face to face, scarcely an hour after suffering critical injuries in an assassination attempt. I'll come, he said again. Glad to have you, I said. Worm, Arc 26, Sting, Part 5.5. It was suicidal, returning to Nilbog's kingdom where his creations had riled themselves up, hungry for blood. I could only hope that their forces would be thinner towards the center with the sustained attack on the surrounding capes. I glanced around the back of the craft. Chevalier, Revel, Hoyden, Tecton, Bitch, two dogs and Bastard, Foil, Parian, me. 2 dragon's teeth to round out the group, so we had people trained in the use of containment foam and other PRT munitions. Veteran PRT soldiers outfitted with the best gear the guild could provide. And Defiant up at the cockpit, rounding out our group. I felt my pulse quicken. My hand traced over the box that Defiant had brought with all the bugs I needed. Nilbog's army seemed endless. We'd only seen a fraction of it. It flowed over, under, and through the walls, in numbers that tied up the defending capes. Our battle lines couldn't hold a position for long before something threw them off. Someone vital would get injured, or a creature would burrow out from beneath the ground. Something would fly over to land in the middle of the back line, forcing a reorganization. We weren't being overwhelmed. Any cape was stronger than the typical starved, desperate, reckless monster. But this was definitely not helping. A man's voice came over the comms. 3 new locations with attacks. Coordinated strikes. Harbingers sighted. They are reinforced by Nilbog's creations. Bonesaw got something set up already, I thought. Defiant was clenching his fist. Who was the man? Doesn't matter, Defiant said. Our focus is here. Fucking right, Hoyden said. She turned to smile at Rachel. Right? Rachel only frowned, turning her attention to the dogs that sat between and on either side of her legs. Hoyden punched Rachel in one arm, then Grite? Right! Right! Hoyden grinned. Heavy metal boots banged against the ramp as our last attendee made his way into the back of the craft. Golem sat down opposite me, silent. He briefly met my eyes, and I nodded. He didn't react, casting his eyes downward. It was nothing, a minor thing in the grand scheme of it all. I tried to tell myself that he was strong when it counted, whatever his doubt in the quiet moments. The ramp closed with a bang. Golem jumped a little at that. It didn't do a lot for my confidence. I glanced around at the others, wondered who else had seen it. The Pendragon took off, and off we go into the lion's den. Worm. Arc 26, Sting, Part 6. The large box sat in between the benches and seats at the back of the Pendragon, beside a heavy device with an ornate-looking gyroscope on the top. I could feel the bugs within. I instinctively knew what they were, how they operated, and could even pinpoint exact bugs in the swarm among dozens of their kind. I focused on them. It was almost meditative. I'd taken to focusing more on the conscious uses of my power, so I'd be more aware when I was making unconscious use of it. There was nothing I could do about the fact that my passenger apparently had a hand in how my bugs were controlled, but I was trying to train myself to recognize it when it happened. Rachel was focusing on her dogs in much the same way I was focused on my bugs. Her hands ran over their bodies, fingers combing through their fur, tracing the lines in their athletic little bodies. Bastards submitted to the touching without complaint or reaction. I could sympathize with Rachel some now. We'd gathered our strike force together from among the people who I was familiar with and the people who were intact enough to fight, but my relationship to each of these people was iffy at best. Focusing on our minions was easier. Chevalier sat in a seat that put his back to Defiant's chair, so they faced in opposite directions. He was talking in a low voice that didn't cut through the drone of the Pendragon's engine. Defiant responded without taking his eyes off the controls. Revel leaned back, her head back and resting against the vibrating outer hull of the Pendragon, eyes closed, lantern in her lap. She looked almost meditative, to the point that I didn't want to disturb her. Tecton and Hoyden were talking in low voices. Both were Protectorate members now. Tecton had passed the reins to Grace, and Hoyden was now the little fish in the big pond. I didn't want to interject. Parian and Foyle were holding hands, sitting with their arms pressed together, heads leaning to either side so that Foyle's temple sat against the top of Parian's head. Even now, it was hard to think of them as undersiders. Lots of mixed feelings in the background there. I'd turned Parian onto this path, and in the doing, I'd done the same for Foyle. For Flechette, there was a crash, and the Pendragon shifted, almost veering into a dive. Defiant corrected the course. Passing over the wall, one clinging to the top of the ship, Revel stirred. Do you want me to fly out? I can escort us in. No, the Pendragon is built to take a beating. We're more secure with the ramp closed and everything sealed off. Hold tight. This is going to get worse before it gets better. There was another crash. I debated sending my bugs outside, then rethought it. No use. For much the same reason sending Revel out wasn't going to change things. Rachel looked exceedingly uncomfortable, and the dogs were reading her body language and getting anxious as a consequence. I winced at the sound of tearing metal, followed by a sudden shift in the ship's direction. Something had been torn free. Defiant corrected course again, compensating. I wanted to say something to Rachel, to calm her or the dogs down, or simply to reach out and connect in the same way that the others in the craft were finding solidarity. The problem was, I wasn't sure what to say. We'd separated, had walked different paths, and I'd betrayed her on a level. I'd led her to believe she had a friend in me, and then I'd walked away. She met my eyes, scratched Bastard at the top of his head, then asked, "What? You're okay?" "Yup," she said. She didn't look okay. She stroked two different dogs, but I almost felt like the gesture was more for her sake than for the dogs. "Not right now, just in general? Are you okay in general? Living on the other world?" "Yup," she said. I sighed, turning my attention back to the box. "I'm hoping my dogs are okay," she said, staring down at the metal floor. "Been a while since I've been away from them like this. You have people, right? People you—" I let the sentence hang as I tried to recall whether trained was something appropriate for people and not dogs. People you trained to look after your dogs. "Yeah," Rachel said, setting down. Defiant called out. There was another tearing sound, like nails on a blackboard scaled up to a volume that made it resonate in my bones, maybe the worst sound I'd ever heard. Just that thought brought back recollections. The dull, faint sound of an old doctor's body hitting the ground after Mannequin cut her throat. My dad's voice, crying my name, sounding very distant despite the fact that he was right next to me in the moments before I killed Alexandria and Director Tag. The non-sounds Brian had made as he'd opened his mouth, noises so quiet they weren't even whispers, as he hung in the refrigerator, post-bonesaw, pre-second trigger event. No, there were worse sounds than the screech of metal tearing. Sounds I'd barely registered at the time, but nonetheless, sounds that haunted me. "Tattletale sent us some old guy to teach us how to butcher the bison," Rachel said. "None of the others are any good at it, and it's harder without the dogs there to help haul it off the ground by its back legs." The Pendragon sat down. "Taking off will be harder than landing was," Defiant said. He didn't flinch as a creature pounced on the glass of the ship's windshield. A heartbeat later, something hit the outside of the craft. Something big. The thing on top that was tearing at the metal struck again, no doubt peeling away at an armor panel. And I'm thinking they're probably getting hungry. Fucking up good meat, not carving out the fatty bits. Or they aren't getting all the blood out. You have to cut deep to bleed the motherfuckers. Distracted by the landing, some of the junior heroes were paying attention to Rachel now. "What the hell is she talking about?" Hoyden asked. "Don't worry about it," I said. Then I glanced at Rachel. "Either of you, Rachel, they're going to manage fine." "They're going to manage," she said. Defiant was already out of his seat. He had approached the device he'd placed next to my box and managed to get it going just as Rachel finished speaking. Every monitor in the Pendragon's cabin flared to life. Countdown timers appeared, white numbers on a black background, with fainter, smaller timers above and below. I knew they would be the minimum and maximum times. The one in the middle was only an estimate. The craft was struck again, and a dent in the outer walls nearly knocked Tecton from his seat. Everyone reached for something to hold on to as the Pendragon nearly tipped over onto its side. The dogs barked at the disturbance. "There are force field generators," Defiant said, "but they take time to recharge. We'll hold out for as long as we can before using it, waiting until they are more numerous, and our options are limited." 4 minutes, Tecton observed, looking at the monitors. I think so," Defiant said. "Plus or minus 1 minute and 30 seconds. The force field generator is housed in the underside of the craft to provide stronger defense from below. It'll last after the walls come down." "Defensive positions," Chevalier said. "Protecting the decoder is a priority," Defiant said. We stood from our seats, backing towards the center of the craft, the decoder and my box of bugs at our center. I reached back and opened the box, letting the bugs flow out. Without my even asking, Defiant opened the ramp at the back a fraction. Like a flower blossoming, slowly at first, then with increasing speed, I could feel my awareness expanding. I could feel the outside of the ship, the creatures that were gathering in ever-increasing numbers, every shape and size imaginable. 3 were making good headway against us. I could identify the same creature, I was pretty sure, that had been pummeling the wall at the outer perimeter of Ellisburg. It was a quadruped, and it moved with a surprising slowness as it paced away from us. Strands of fur, longer than I was tall, hung off it, and its head was one armored plate with eye holes, the edges flaring out and away from its head at the sides and back, allowing its long, pointed ears to freely move behind the plate. It lowered its head in the direction of the craft and tested the ground with one scuff of a spike-studded hoof against the pavement. I set bugs to attacking its eyes, driving them into ear canals in hopes of distorting its sense of direction. It aborted the charge to shake its head violently. Possible incoming right in front of you, Tecton. Any second now. Right, he said. He held his ground. Might be worth moving, I said. He looked back at me. Aren't we supposed to defend the decoder? Switch, Chevalier said, with no elaboration. Tecton hurried to take up Chevalier's position towards the nose of the craft, while Chevalier lowered his cannon blade in the direction of the bulge on the wall. There were two more creatures that were gouging the hull. One used oversized claws to pry at metal plates. Another was drooling acid onto the roof. I could sense the round-headed, bald-girled girl from earlier as well. One creature that moved with a startling speed as it scratched at the outer edges of the craft, one way, then the other, so the gouges in the metal formed hatch marks. Burrowing, almost. Burrowing very slowly. Something howled, and it was loud. The creations were piling around the craft, with a number gathering on the window over the cockpit. Tecton tensed. The window is stronger than the metal, Defiant said. Don't panic. It isn't as flexible, Tecton said. One good hit like the one that dented the wall there, and it won't hold up. It's designed to take rocket launcher hits head-on, Defiant said. That doesn't mean it's designed to take them from an angle, Tecton retorted. My power gives me a sense of structural integrity. I'm saying I'm worried. Fine, Defiant said. He watched the ramp, not moving an inch. Be worried. The charger was incapacitated, its eyes devoured, eardrums perforated, with bugs crawling through the middle ear fluids that were pouring down its ear canals. I diverted bugs to the thing that was clawing the armor plates off of the outer edges. An instant later, the charger lunged forward. No sense of direction, no ability to see, not even any balance beyond what its four legs offered. But it was big, and its target was big as well. Heads up, I shouted. It slammed into the side of the Pendragon, closer to the back than the location of the first hit. The metal tore where two sections joined together, and a monitor fell to the floor gore, shattering. Creatures began crawling through the gap. Defiant moved his spear to the opening, then activated the gray blur. He held it there, allowing them to die and be wounded on contact. Golem used his power, raising a hand of metal to cover the opening. Defiant lowered his spear and canceled out the blur. The disintegration effect might have been worth keeping on hand, but I could understand if he was concerned about another impact knocking someone into the spearhead. Creatures had hopped onto the charger's back and were helping guide it, babbling and screeching, tugging on its fur. It followed their directions, retreating. I directed my bugs to attack, stinging and biting each of them on the same general side. They reacted, tugging and pulling away, and the charger changed direction. Only his flank glanced the back of the craft, and he trampled through a crowd of the little bastards who'd congregated on and around the ramp. The round-headed girl sat there, half crushed, and then began to swell. Heads up! Your left, Defiant! I shouted. She detonated, and gunk spattered the ramp. I felt bugs die on contact. The ramp began to melt like candle wax. I moved bugs to the fray while Hoyden and Defiant advanced on the ramp. The creatures came in as a singular mass, dozens at once, practically crawling over one another. A spine glanced off of Defiant's armor and came within inches of striking the decoder. Foil swatted it out of the air. Perion's first doll joined Rachel's dogs in reinforcing the space behind Hoyden and Defiant. Hoyden kicked and punched at the creatures, and small explosions tore through their ranks. One punch, 2 or 3 creatures dead. One landed on her, claws extended, and then promptly flew away as another detonation of flame and smoke flared from the point of contact. She was barely scratched. If those claws were poisonous, though. Still, she made for a competent front line, beside Defiant with his disintegrating spear. Every movement of the spear was as precise as Hoyden's explosions were erratic. The blur effect cut through the enemy like butter, and in the rare occasions where the target did slip away or dodge the attack, Defiant followed up with jolts of electricity and darts. The charger steered around and began to pick up speed. Chev, incoming! I tried to distract the charger again, targeting the riders, but it didn't work. This time they pulled in different directions or simply dropped off. It continued on course. It struck only 2 or 3 feet to the left of the first point of damage and opened up the side. The thing with claws on the roof, squinting against the steady damage my bugs were doing, hopped over and began to pry the gap open wider. I moved a swarm over the gap, trying to hide the entryway, but it did little good. Both Parian and Rachel shifted position to defend the opening. Golem began trying to patch it up. Careful, Defiant warned, glancing over one shoulder. Too much extra weight, and we won't be able to take off. Containment foam instead. The perils of physics-defying powers. Golem and Rachel both broke the laws of conservation of mass, and now we risked paying for that. The dragon's teeth stepped forward to take over. I could see the charger turning around. One creature was on its back, a heavily armored thing that had hard, multifaceted eyes like an insect. My own bugs couldn't damage the orbs. It cheered in a high voice, urging the charger on, with some English words peppered in the midst of its gibbering. 1 more minute to go. If we were lucky, it could open any second. If we were unlucky, it would take 2.5 minutes. 2 crawled in through the crack in the side, clinging to the ceiling as they made their way in through the cloud of bugs. I pointed, and Foil slashed at them with her rapier. Tecton squashed another with his piledriver. Over where another of the creatures had been trying to burrow into the side, a creature pushed it aside and spat. The effect was the same as the exploding bubblehead girl from earlier, if less dramatic. Looking at the exterior wall, I could see the hatch marks appearing in the side, as though they'd been drawn in marker, pale against the dark metal. They spread, the effect broadening, until the hatch marks were drawn out in white, and the surrounding area was paler. Something punched through, then reached in blindly to scratch and claw. Golem's reaching hand broke the claw. More spots were appearing, though. Dents, gouges, acid. I attacked the creatures that were doing the most damage, as far as I could identify them, but there were more waiting to take their places. Nilbog's creatures, I spoke, raising my voice. I spoke through my bugs outside. We mean no harm. We will bring you back your king. Nothing but cries of rage and hate in response. No use. 30 seconds now. The holes in the exterior opened enough for the creatures to start pushing through. The acid burned them where they made contact, but that same contact opened the holes wide enough for others to follow. The charger lunged, charging again. There was really only one rider it was listening to, but that pilot was a tough one to hurt. The thing screamed one word in English, twice in quick succession, its voice high. Jump, jump! The charger leaped. The result wasn't graceful, nor was it particularly on target. What it did do was allow the charger to get 1 foot up on the side of the Pendragon, its upper body partially on the roof. It kicked and struggled in its attempts to move forward, and found one leg caught in the tear it had made on its last charge. It placed the foot on top of the hands Golem had raised to block the gap, and sheer weight tore them down. It slumped, falling, and then brought the end of its nose inside the ship, dragging it against the tier in fits of thrusting, struggling to free both it and its leg, succeeding only in doing more damage. Reinforced shafts and beams held against the damage, but could see how each wiggle was bending the thick bars. I thought you said this thing was tough, Foil shouted. It is, Defiant said. Force field might be a good idea, I called out. Defiant didn't respond. Hoyden had made her way down the ramp and was dishing out the hurt close range. She was keeping the melee threats on their heels with a constant, aggressive offense, while her secondary powers rendered her resistant to the damage that came from a distance. Defiant was left to defend the opening himself. I drew my knife and my handgun and advanced until I was just behind and to the left of Defiant. He shifted position a fraction, allowing for the extra assistance. Who knew we'd get to this point, Armsmaster? I thought. Fighting side by side, I used my knife to impale one creature in the neck, then kicked it back down the half-ruined ramp. 2 of the countdown clocks had hit 0. The 1 clock remained, the high end of Defiant's estimation on the decoder's progress. 1 minute, I said. Maybe, Defiant said. Maybe. We took the time this past year to find Dodge's old exit points, talking to ex-customers of the. He stopped, grunting as he swept the spear at one persistent spine spitter. Toy Box Group. Used it to get readings, test the decoder. But this portal has different metrics, updated technology, more recent tech. It's not a guarantee? Hoyden shouted the words as explosions continued to rip out around her, tearing through the assembled creatures. They were keeping a healthy distance now, which meant her very presence was keeping a whole area clear of the blighters. Nothing's a guarantee, I thought. I never guarantee anything. Defiant grunted, echoing my thoughts. Except for a select few promises I make to people I love and people I hate. Rachel's dogs were tearing into the goblins as they made their way through the gap beneath the charger that had wedged into the gap, each dog biting their mouths down once or twice in quick succession before flinging the things away just so they could have their mouths free to bite others. Their paws swept out to club and claw at the creatures. Tecton and Foil guarded the space between dogs, striking out to catch the ones which slipped between the dog's legs. I plunged my knife down to stab one of the softer-looking targets, then danced back to avoid the spatter of acid that flowed from the wound. "I'm getting buried," Hoyden shrieked. She'd been targeted by some critters that were dissolving into a slurry as they burned, with tendrils extending out to draw in the wounded and dead. They're reincarnating, feeding on themselves to make more. "Stop using your power," Defiant ordered. "I can't. They'll kill me." I glanced over my shoulder at the clock, then whipped my head back around as a creature pounced, trying to wrap itself around my head. I shot it, feeling a flare of relief that I hadn't just been killed, mingled with a regret over the loss of the bullet. "How is it not done yet?" I shouted. "0 on the clock." Defiant didn't respond. "Defiant! Do we take off?" The charger, still caught in the gap, found the leverage to strain against one of the reinforcing girders that maintained the craft's structure. It began to slide down, and Golem raised a stainless steel hand to keep it from stomping on the decoder. The hand wouldn't be strong enough. If that thing shifted its weight anymore. "Defiant!" Tecton shouted. "What are our priorities? Can we take off?" "No," Defiant responded. "We stay. Wait, cross our fingers." I glanced back to see Golem and Tecton exchanging a glance. The creature struggled again, sudden, and the beams shifted further. One more struggle like that, and the little hand wouldn't hold it up. A big hand, though, might cement our fate, take away our maneuverability. "Saint," Defiant said. I glanced back at him. "Don't fuck us on this. We need those Azazels. We need an escape route." "Saint?" The fact that Dragon was debilitated was another trick, an extremely ill-advised play against the heroes, capitalizing on our distraction with something greater. "I'm going to fucking kill Saint," I said. "If we survive this fucking," Tecton said. He grunted and fell on his armored rear end as a dog jerked to one side, accidentally body-checking him. "Not a suicide mission," Defiant said, carrying out only one half of a conversation we weren't entirely privy to. "Back us up, now." A pause. Defiant spoke, and his tone of voice had changed. He wasn't talking to Saint. "Toronto, Ontario. Canada. Yonge Street, just behind a place called Greenway. I've commissioned a thinker-investigator calling himself Glear to track them down. If only some of us make it, do me a favor and remember that Saint is the one who fucked with one of our biggest truces yet. Saint took down Dragon, and he just left us to die. The Azazels are apparently better deployed elsewhere." The charger bucked, and Golem created a large hand, not to catch the descending foot, but to divert its direction. It crushed my empty bug box. This much weight on the craft, the loss of so many external components, we wouldn't be able to fly. The roof came partially off. More streamed in through the resulting gap, dropping down into the middle of the cabin. Revel unleashed her lantern. Spheres of light and flame flew out in every direction, burning through the ranks of the smaller creatures, zigzagging to maximize contact between them. The charger died, going limp. A moment's reprieve. Defiant used a grappling hook from his glove to try to catch Hoyden, only for it to fly off in another blast of flame. He tried again, but this time he whipped the chain so the length of it wound around her, then yanked her inside. He signaled, and the force field went on. In seconds, we cleared the few that had survived from the Pendragon's cabin. Creatures died as they made contact with the field. Defiant dropped his spear, turning to the device that Dodge had set up. Data appeared on the monitor. "Give me a connect to Alcott," he said. Tattletale's voice sounded through my earbud. "You sure? You know, time is of the essence. Now. Righty-o." The rest of us exchanged glances. Rachel was tending to her dogs. Perian was binding wounds with spare cloth and creating more constructs, and Golem was patching up the damage. Not fixing anything but barricading. "She's on the line." "Top half of the list. Success?" "0, Tattletale said. "Last quarter?" "Yes." Defiant typed on the keyboard. "That's it, narrowing down possibilities. Thank you." We waited, looking through the spaces where the barricades hadn't yet gone up, at the creatures that waited. Hoyden submitted to some bandaging on Perian's part. I watched the force field flicker. It seemed to coincide with what Defiant was typing on the keyboard. A strike of the enter key, and it flickered and went out. "I'm taking it down early," Defiant said. "We need the power." Barely a minute. The creatures approached hesitantly, then broke into a run. I could see the dogs tense. "Back up," Defiant said. "Now, huddle." We did, swiftly retreating until we were clustered around the center of the cabin, shoulder to shoulder, our backs to the device. My bugs filled the gaps. The creatures, in turn, gibbered, squealed, screeched, and roared. They howled and stomped and drummed fists on chests. Impacts made Golem's hands bend, and I could hear a dozen points where they were grabbing at the plates of metal and straining to bend and peel them. That horrible sound in innumerable places around the craft. And then silence. Darkness. Air rushed around us, equalizing throughout a vast, empty space. Out of the frying pan and into the fire, I thought. We broke the huddle, our headlights and flashlights going on. Rachel's dogs could be seen in the darkness, their eyes glowing red and orange in the reflected light. "It seems we have company," Jack said. I could see the others startle. "No, I'm not standing next to you, borrowing Screamer's power to broadcast to have a little chat." No, couldn't afford to listen to him. If any of us were problematic, or if it was someone listening in, anything he said could be the catalyst for the end of the world. Problem was, Screamer was a bitch to shut down. Earplugs wouldn't be any guarantee. If she was forced to, she would use the vibrations of people's bones to transmit words. Jack continued, "I confess, I do like this part. The chatting. It's safe to keep my distance, but it's boring, really. You challenge somebody, pit mind against mind, but how much do you truly get to know them?" "Move," I said. "Fan out, find Screamer as soon as possible." My bugs flowed out in advance of the group. This, the conversation, it's what turns a mindless killing spree into something more, an art. Bonesaw is fond of telling me that true art speaks for itself, but really, there needs to be a relationship between the artist and audience. If only because there's a lot of idiots out there. Some people need it spelled out for them. Hi, Theodore. Golem clenched his fists. The area was vast and empty. Every surface was granite, rough, but not so much so that it would be painful to walk on with bare feet. The wiring was crude, small flood lamps strung out in strings, like oversized, colorless, exceptionally boring Christmas lights. Wires had been stapled against the walls, fixing them in straight lines, but the excess draped loose at the bases of those same walls. The lights were bright, but they only covered 2/3 of the area. The spaces between those same lights were dark to the point of being almost pitch black, the after images in my vision making it look like things were moving in the shadow. "Gray Boy is retrieving your sister this very moment, Theodore." Golem stopped in his tracks. "Yes," Jack said. No elaboration. Answering a question that hadn't been asked. "Can't communicate with our people while we're here," Defiant said. "Keep moving." Chevalier gave the order. Jack spoke, his voice smooth. Or Screamer spoke, mimicking what he was saying, quite possibly in the exact tone and cadence. "We got video. I thought about having it be silent, in black and white, but Gray Boy wanted color. My scout bugs found no signs of life, only bizarre constructions. Crystal pillars with more wires stringing to them? Where was Jack? We passed through a room with what looked like a dentist's chair. Tools and pieces of the mechanical scalpel spiders littered the room. Bonesaw's operating room. "I like to think this is a win-win situation for me," Jack said. "Wait until you hear. We'll get the video up in a moment. Play it on the speakers, maybe, or show it on the computers if you can find one soon. Does this break you, or does it give you that burning fury that drives you to go the extra mile and try to kill me? We entered the main area, and I stared. Oh, God, Foyle said. There was a crunching sound as Chevalier let his sword drop, the metal biting into the floor. The crystalline pillars were vats, cloning vats, each marked with a name of one of the 9. They were full. Babies floated within each. Cherish says you found the clones. Yes, we're doing another batch. Didn't take much time to prepare, and it was bound to be either a nice follow-up or a good surprise for you if you happen to catch up to us here. You know I'm close. Do you take the time to eliminate each of these things, or do you come after me and leave them behind? We can have someone stay behind, clean up, Chevalier said. I wouldn't say that, Chevalier, Jack responded, his voice carrying through the vast chamber with 200 or 300 vats spaced evenly throughout. See, we mix things up a little. There's a specialized cleanup area that can kill the crawler clones. We gave them their powers right off the bat. Mix them in with the others. You'll have to be fairly discerning and devote manpower to the task. I thought about using my power, but there weren't any bugs native to this area. I was limited to the ones that I'd brought with me. Not enough to cart 200 or 300 children off to some special device. A distraction, Defiant said. There's another option. A bomb. If we track down the device Dodge used to create and maintain this dimension, we can collapse it. How fast? Chevalier asked. Fast, Defiant answered. Poor sportsmanship, Jack rebuked them. Let's try a different distraction then. A computer monitor on the desk flickered to life. I'm excited, Jack said. Grey Boy is working on getting the video up. Funny thing, the real Grey Boy wouldn't be able to do this, but we gave this one the memories of a real child. Came with the necessary skills. I'm almost disappointed. People are so much more interesting when they're flawed, aren't they? Oh, here we go. I haven't even seen this. Let's see. The video started playing. The camera wiggled and wobbled as Grey Boy ascended a staircase. He came face to face with PRT officers. Best not to watch, Revel said, her voice gentle. It's not worth it. Golem didn't take his eyes off the screen. Revel approached him, putting one hand on his shoulder. Others turned to keep scouting the area. I joined them. This place was massive, but my power had range. I needed to find Jack, and that was a bigger priority than seeing the scene as it played out. Rachel walked between the rows and columns of glass vats with me. Her dogs trailed behind, their spikes and spurs occasionally tapping or dragging against the glass of the vats. There we go, Grey Boy said, his voice high as he spoke in the video. I could barely make it out with my own ears, but I had my bugs to help. It didn't hurt that the ones who'd remained behind were utterly silent as they watched. I'd already seen, in a sense. I'd figured out what was behind the tarp back in Killington. Grey Boy's victim. The only one, as far as I was aware, who was still alive. But Grey Boy didn't kill. Let's adjust there, Grey Boy said. Please, don't, please, let. The voice was halting, cut short at steady, regular intervals. Me, go, please. Oh, God. Shh. Grey Boy's voice was a hush, but it carried through the speakers that were planted throughout the area. I don't. I said be quiet, Grey Boy said. I'll do you a favor even. I can make this painless. I just need you to talk to me. Tell me a story. A story? I'm sure you can come up with something good. Let's start with your partner. There was a scream. I tensed. The scream didn't stop. It continued, a steady, constant loop, the beginning the same, the ending varying. What? Story? The scream changed, intensifying. It continued looping, just a little louder, a little less usual. Don't be a baby, Grey Boy said. That's only a pocket knife I cut you with. Trucks, vampire, dragons, what do you want? Think about it, Grey Boy said. When I come back, I want to hear it. If it isn't a good one, I'm going to light a match. They say a burn hurts more than any other kind of pain, inch for inch. Look, see, I've got a whole matchbox here. A whole matchbox just for you two, and all the time in the world. The man's oddly rhythmic screaming continued, dropping in volume. It was barely audible as a door shut. I forced myself to keep walking, exploring with my bugs. Tunnels, side rooms, many occupied with old devices, things belonging to the Toy Box residents that had apparently claimed spaces in here for themselves. Can your dogs pick up a scent? I asked. Rachel shook her head. Wrong breeds. They're not trained in tracking people, I swore under my breath. Caden, Golem's voice from far away. Gray Boy had found Theo's family. Move your hand, Gray Boy said. You know it won't work. I'm too hard to kill. A pause. I'm going to give you a choice. You can put the little girl down and let me have her, and then I'll use my power on you only, or I can use my power on you both. There was no reply. Don't be silly, Gray Boy warned. His tone was flat, almost without affect. Give me the girl. I promise I won't do anything to her. Can't say the same for any of the others, but you and I both know that nothing they can do even compares to what happens when I use my power. A sound, a whimper. I'll even let you choose. What kind of hell do you want to go to? I can use fire or knives, or I can hit you with something heavy. I like that little statue over there. There's cold, probably. A sound, a bang, a crash, echoed over the speakers. I continued pacing down the row of vats. I reached the end, then traversed an open, empty space before reaching the start of a complicated, almost labyrinthine tunnel network. My bugs struggled to trace the contours of the space and find their way to the next area. When they did, they found it was an even bigger space than the one Rachel and I were in. A giant robot stood in the center, half complete. A toddler started shrieking, her wail audible over 100 speakers throughout the complex, each just a fraction out of sync with the others, given the speed of the signal traveling as compared to the speed of the ensuing sounds. Not bright, Gray Boy said, and the baby's crying. No wonder with you trying to throw her out the window. There was only silence in response. I thought you'd use your laser instead. Do you think your baby can fly? Here, I'll make the loop longer so you can talk. I had to try. Maybe, but now I have to punish you. I could hurt you like I do with most people. Hurt you while you're looping through the same action, so you feel that pain over and over and over and over again. The only thing that doesn't change is your brain. That keeps going. The pain is always fresh. It never gets easier to deal with. But I'm told there's a certain point where you crack and you go around the bend. Takes a few days for most. Then you get to a point where you work through your issues. You don't want to, but you do, because the only thing you have to occupy yourself with is the pain and your own thoughts. So you get mostly better, and then you crack up again, and you get better, and that becomes a loop of its own. Fuck you. Until well after the sun goes out, they think, Gray Boy said. Speed of thought, can't turn it off unless I'm using it on myself, and I don't think anyone's immune. Bastar, but I do that to everyone I use my power on. Like a snap of my fingers, just like that, anyone around me is caught in a loop. What kind of special punishment could I give you, Murder Mommy? There was no reply. The child continued to cry. Who's this one? The woman? Gray Boy asked. No answer? How about now? There was a pause. Most scream when you stab them. Oh well, maybe this one? I changed direction, walking along the wall to get a sense of the greater complex. There was no way to check the area at the foot of the giant robot without navigating the labyrinth. My range wasn't that long. Nope. And this one. A scream. There we go. Crusader. I've decided, Murder Mommy, I won't do anything to you for now. I'll let you wonder what the others did to your little girl. Then maybe if she's still alive, I'll bring her back to you, and I'll use my power on her while you watch. Maybe a week from now, maybe a month, maybe years. Decades, even. 100 years? They have cryogenics and brain scans and cloning vats and more. We could show up 1,000 years from now just to say hi to you. No, you lose track of time like that, standing there, but maybe if you keep yourself sane, you'll be able to offer advice so it won't be so unbearable, so you can converse and tell stories and keep each other happy. Maybe if you keep it together enough, you can convince me to let her go. I'll give you a 1 in 20 chance. No, tell her to listen to me, to obey me. You know what happens if she doesn't. Convince her. Aster, do what he says. Good. You hear that, Aster? Good. Come back. Her voice was quieter, almost drowned out by Aster's wailing. A door shut, the speakers echoing the sound all throughout the complex. The rhythmic screaming of the PRT officer grew louder. Sit, Gray Boy's high voice sounded. Don't run, little girl. Listen to me like Mommy said. The man's screaming grew louder still. So whiny. I just cut up his face. So tell me a story? Silence. Okay. A sound of a match being struck. We were briefed on Jack. We don't know how he ends the world. We're supposed to implement quarantine. I stopped in my tracks. He talks to someone and catalyzes something. The PRT officer had been asked to weigh an eternity of torment against the lives of billions, and she'd chosen the selfish option. Every major group, helping teams defeat Jack Cauldron, Thanda PRT, Protector, 8 Wards, Brockton Bia Villains, Mord Nag, Irregulars, Fault Line, Triumvirate. We'd just lost our last major advantage in determining how this could play out. Jack was getting everything. He was a wiki walk away from getting details on everyone who was arrayed against his new Slaughterhouse 9. I could sense the others as they moved through the complex. I beckoned Rachel and her dogs, then mounted up. I kicked the dog into motion. Others I can't recall. They are keeping powerful people away from Jack to avoid catalyzing. They are employing strike teams to take down smaller groups. And you're here because? Because Aster supposed trigger young, usually one child in family. No, Jack coming, probably in person. Chance, she is catalyst. There's a lot of people who could be the catalyst, Grey Boy said. You'll drive yourself crazy trying to cover all of the bases. Low chance, but still chance, thought we could protect with Night Fog, Purity Crusader. Well, Grey Boy said, that was boring. I wanted a story with neat monsters. I gave serious consideration to switching the earbuds to a setting that would make them serve as earplugs. I made myself keep listening as the screaming started, keeping my ears peeled for clues. My swarm sense, at the same time, was searching more of the area. I brought bugs to me, then sent them off into new corridors as I reached them. Too few bugs in this entire place. No moisture to feed them, no food sources. Only a scant few that had no doubt been brought in accidentally. I thought the story was interesting, Jack said, his voice sounding as though he were speaking in my ear. See, I had a plan in mind, but now I'm rethinking it. If I'm supposed to be a catalyst, then it can't be any of the others. Bonesaw would get the credit for any plagues or clone armies we deployed, even if I gave the order. I grit my teeth. But if the effect is broad, well, giving the order could be a part of it. Our Harbinger has been giving us some very good advice, talking about the critical places to strike. What happens if we attack certain targets? The world teeters on the brink of falling to the Endbringers. Divide my remaining soldiers and attack key points in the infrastructure, and maybe that's game over for humanity. Here, a voice over the comms. Or Screamer fucking with our heads? Verify. I spoke over the comms. Nobody called back to verify. A sign I was on the right track? I kicked the dog to drive him to move faster. Or if Grey Boy uses his power on Scion, perhaps? We could assassinate some key figures. Win-win, because we either deliver a critical blow or we might run into the right person to bring about the end of the world. So many possibilities, really. I could sense them. Easily 200 of the 9, accompanied by a mess of Nilbog's creations, hooked up to Bonesaw's control frames. Nilbog hung on the wall above the group, limbs splayed, tubes feeding into him as blobs dropped down and were captured by a small army of mechanical soldiers. I closed my eyes for a moment. A trick? No. 2 years of emotions caught up with me in a single instant. I felt fear grip me, anxiety seizing my entire body, adrenaline flooding through my body. Yet when I spoke, my voice was calm. Weaver here. I'm using my first priority passphrase. Danny in the Rose. Look for the flare. Message received loud and clear, Weaver, Tecton said. I drew a flare from my belt and lit it, throwing it to the ground. That done, I glanced over my shoulder at Rachel. She nodded. Jack's voice echoed through the complex. I could sense him with my bugs now. He was pacing back and forth, while all of the other 9 were stock still. Attack the cities, target Scion, assassinate all of these powerful capes that are coming after me. Or I could do all of the above. I hopped off of the dog's back to make it through the doorway, then ascended the spiral staircase. The dogs struggled to follow, and I signaled for them to stop. Couldn't have them blocking my retreat. I wasn't sure what I could do, but there had to be something. I reached the top of the stairs, then stopped, my back to the wall beside the doorway. I held my gun. The sole remaining Cherish said something, a murmur. Weaver, Jack said. Screamer repeated the word after him, and it carried through the air, an echo. Hi, Jack, I said. I hung my head, focusing on what my power was telling me. The bugs I had in the room clung to particular members of the group. They were eerily still. Gray Boy is standing right in front of me, Jack said. I know. Most are shut down, using a control to keep them still. Too unmanageable in a group like this. That doesn't mean you have the slightest chance of accomplishing something. I have to try, I said, echoing Purity's words from the video. Such sad, small words, Jack commented. You don't have to. I had tricks prepared, but none of them were remotely viable. Not with Bonesaw so close. I would die, and she would revive Jack. At best, I'd slow them down. You're too big for your boots, Weaver, Jack said. You had a few critical successes, and you've run with them, earned yourself a reputation. But at the end of the day, you're still the same pathetic bug controller who got her powers because her mommy died. He likes to talk. Every second that passes is a second we're catching up. People probably said the same thing about you in the beginning, Jack, I said. Too big for your boots. They did. My trigger event was a little more dignified, though. No matter. I've been at this a long time. You're barely a concern. Want to fight, Jack? I asked. My bugs moved through the crowd as I noted each of the threats that were present. Jack said, shrugging. I can take you. Step through that doorway and I'll give you a fair fight. One-on-one. Look, I'll even put my knife in my belt, hands on my head. I had an assessment of their group. I couldn't account for Nilbog's creations, but I knew which members of the 9 were present and where they were situated. You said it yourself, Jack said. You can't afford not to. Too true. The others weren't close enough yet. Why this fixation on ending the world? I asked. Nuh-uh, Jack answered me. Not going to get bogged down in a discussion. We have a situation. I'm going to walk away in about 15 seconds, unless you want to have a duel. Knife against knife or gun against knife if you prefer. You win here, it's a coup for the world. What better option for the make-believe queen? The make-believe queen? Maybe a name Cherish had given me. I tightened my grip on the gun, but I kept my finger off the trigger. Someone advanced. I felt tripwires snap and break. Letting a hostage go? I turned and started to fire before the individual in question could step through the doorway. By the time I made the conscious decision and started squeezing the trigger, the individual in question was emerging. The bullet made contact, passing through their head. A life taken, a hostage killed. But I couldn't afford to take any chances. No. I shook my head a little. A nice guy, not a hostage. He needed to focus on people to use his power. That focus was far weaker if he couldn't see someone. My voice would be another vector, as well as knowing my location. That was impolite, Jack said. No tricks. I could send Siberian after you, he said. She wouldn't even have to kill you. Just hold you still. Bonesaw and Gray Boy could have worlds of fun. Remember what we did to your team leader? Imagine the eternity of pain Gray Boy could deliver after our Bonesaw has given you more nerve endings to work with. You could, I said. The others were getting closer, reaching the foot of the stairs. Cherish spoke. The others are here, Jack. Then your time is up, Weaver. I hope you don't regret your hesitation. I wouldn't. I drew in a deep breath, waiting for the second Jack turned, then stepped into the doorway. Then I opened fire. I'd first run into the scenario when I went up against Mannequin before running up against Glory Girl. The first time I shot a gun, I hit my target. Now I had a better idea of why. Having bugs over the entire area, I had a sense of the area, of the topography, of where everything was. It wasn't perfect, but it was an advantage. Something to help aim the shot, to help give me a sense of the path the bullet would travel. It was like being able to reach out with my arm in a perfectly straight line, touch my target, then aim along the line. The same effect I'd granted Foil, so she could snipe Tyrant. The sole remaining Siberian moved to Jack's side before I could pull the trigger. I wasn't aiming for Jack. It wasn't even a consideration. Like he said, he had Gray Boy with him. The second I stepped into their sight, I was a goner. My bullet took Cherish in the head. Another bullet struck Screamer. I hesitated. Then I shot Aster, who was held in a Hatchet-Face's arms. Manton, no, too dangerous. Gray Boy was moving, trying to get to a better vantage point. I turned, activating my flight pack for a boost of speed. The Siberian broke away from Jack, giving chase. Crawlers advanced only a pace behind. In that same moment, I drew out more lines, giving the signal. Revel and Foil both opened fire, their energy orbs and bolts tearing through the walls and into the rank and file of the Slaughterhouse Nine. No, Jack ordered. Siberian, with us. The remotes are programmed? Yeah, Bonesaw reported. We go, divide into groups, one major target each. Jack quickly sorted them out, his Siberian touching him, Manton and Bonesaw as the bolts and orbs continued to tear through his crowd, one or two dead every second, and then they separated into groups. Bonesaw paused, then broke away, joining her crowd before hitting the remote. They disappeared, another group gone. Then the remaining three disappeared all at once. I collapsed on my hands and knees as I reached the bottom of the staircase. The others that had managed to reach our location stood over me. They're gone, I said, panting not from exertion, but the sheer panic of what I'd done. We give chase, Chevalier said. He looked to Defiant. Can we? We can if there is a computer, Defiant responded. I only nodded. Good, Defiant said. I looked up as Golem approached, Revel beside him. Astor's dead, I said. He went very still. I'm sorry, I said. Did you? He started. Then he stopped, staring down at me. Never mind. Sorry for asking, he said. Whatever happened, it's for the best. He didn't sound like he believed it. He didn't sound confident in the least. It's for the best, I thought, as Golem joined Chevalier and Defiant in heading up the stairs. Can you tell me the order they went off? Defiant asked. I nodded. Good. Then I think we can figure out which went where. We can eliminate this place as an escape route, which meant we knew which way Jack had gone, and he couldn't run anymore. Final encounter.